Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Master, I received the news that the old man passed away 5 minutes ago. In the magnificent hall like a palace. A beautiful mature woman wearing a British housekeeper's uniform looked at the young man in front of her solemnly and said. The young man has black hair, but his eyes are as bright and beautiful as sapphires. Coupled with his handsome face that is as sharp as a knife, he is like a prince in an ancient Greek temple, exuding a noble and cold charming temperament. Hearing what the housekeeper Sophia said, the young man who was leaning lazily on the soft sofa stretched. This day will come sooner or later. He has held on for a year, which is already very good. Andy said calmly. Master, as soon as the old man leaves, your 2 elder brothers may attack you immediately. Shall we leave here temporarily, just in case? Sophia said worriedly. Hearing this, Andy shook his head with a faint smile, got up and gently pinched Sophia's chin, and then slapped her heavily. I am beautiful and sexy, you have been with me for a long time. When did you see your young master escape? Being treated like this by Andy, the butler Sophia not only didn't feel disgusted, but blushed and her eyes were full of bewilderment. But young master, in order to get the position of patriarch, those 2 elder brothers of yours will do anything. Then they have to have this ability. A bloodthirsty light flashed in Andy's eyes, and he raised his hand to look at the Patek Philippe on his wrist. It's almost time, I have some personal matters to deal with. Yes, master. Sophia nodded hesitantly, and immediately retreated. Suddenly, Andy was the only one left in the luxurious hall. You have nothing to worry about, so why not me? Andy said to himself with a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. While speaking, he opened a secret door behind the seat and walked in without haste. Through a long underground passage. At the end of the passage is an underground cave with huge amounts of area the size of dozens of football fields. The cave is connected to the sea outside. It is said to be a cave, but it actually looks like a port hidden under the mountains. At this moment, in this hidden port, there are more than a dozen ships of different types moored. There are Sam's most advanced aircraft carriers, battleships, destroyers, and so on. These ships are rarely seen in the outside world, but in this huge amounts of cave, there are more than a dozen ships parked densely, as if they don't want money. If people don't know this, they will think that they have come to the secret military base of the military. But in reality it was nothing more than Andy's private shipyard. That's right, the real identity of this huge amounts of cave is Andy's own shipyard. As one of the heirs of the Morgan family, the largest chaebol in the country of Sam. Andy Morgan's wealth is enough to buy all the ships in the world. He set up his own private shipyard to build a dozen or so ships, which is completely trivial. As for why he wanted to build a private shipyard, it had to start after he traveled to this world. Yes, Andy is not from this world, he is a time traveler. And the world he traveled to was not an ordinary world, but a dangerous Marvel world. Although he was secretly happy to become one of the heirs of the big chaebol family through time travel. But not to mention that the world is full of evil criminals, just his 2 elder brothers who are around older than him. Because he has always wanted to monopolize all the property of the Morgan family, he has always wanted to kill him. In this way, he clearly knows that if he wants to live well in this world, money alone is not enough, he must also have strong strength. Fortunately, as a time traveler, he has the standard equipment of a time traveler, that is, such a heaven-defying existence as Goldfinger. His Goldfinger is called Super Shipgirl Synthesis Enlightenment System. The ability of this system, as the name suggests, is the ability to transform ordinary ships into the form of shipgirls. And you can also collect corresponding substances or abilities according to your own needs, to synthesize the shipgirl, so that the shipgirl has a strength far beyond the ship itself. After being attuned, the shipgirl will be completely loyal to him, and as the commander, he can obtain all the abilities of the shipgirl. In this way, Andy, who is an ordinary human, has a chance to become stronger. After figuring this out, the first thing Andy did after crossing over was to build this hidden shipyard and build one ship after another. Now that a year has passed, he has had 15 ships built. What he has to do now is to start enlightening these ships and turn them into shipgirls. Opening the system's operation panel, a system interface that only he could see suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Andy. Morgan. Points, 150,5010. Shipgirl, none. Ability, none. Comprehensive assessment, ordinary human. According to the rules of the system, if you want to touch a ship, you must use points. The acquisition of points is very simple. As long as Andy can breathe, the points will automatically accumulate every moment, but the points are rare. If he is willing to do some daily work or participate in some big events, the points he will gain will be much more. 1 year has finally accumulated enough points, and now it's time to enlighten my first ship girl. Andy said to himself with a smile on his face. While speaking, he had already arrived on a battleship, and his consciousness moved. Suddenly, a piece of system information appeared in front of his eyes. Find a battleship, do you want to turn it into a ship girl? Attune. Andy replied decisively with consciousness. Whether synthesis attunement is required, you can choose the prepared material substance and ability template. Note, material substances and ability templates can be exchanged in the system store, and can also be exchanged for ability collection cards, which can be collected in the world where they are located. In addition to being able to directly touch ships, points can also be exchanged for materials and ability templates in the system's mall, which Andy has known for a long time. It is precisely because he knows this that he will wait a full year for the shipgirl attunement. Because he took a fancy to a very heaven-defying ability template, which required 1 million points. And this ability template comes from Whitebeard in the world of One Piece. That's right, it is Whitebeard's shaking fruit ability. Chapter 2. While opening the interface of enlightening the ship girl, Andy opened the system store at the same time. Suddenly, an interface like a game mall appeared in front of his eyes. In this mall, there are many precious and heaven-defying items and ability templates. These items and ability templates come from various dimensions. For example, the Devil Fruit ability template in the One Piece world, and the Super Saiyan template in the Dragon Ball world. Naruto World's Blood Successor Limit template, DC Universe's Superman template, etc. Each item and ability template has a corresponding price below it. Among them, the cheapest one is no less than 300,000 points, and the most expensive ones are tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of points. And with Andy's current points, the Shaking Fruit ability template is worth 1 million points. It is already the most cost-effective ability template he can choose. Without thinking too much, Andy directly found the Zhen Fruit ability template, and clicked Exchange. The Shaking Fruit ability template of One Piece World has been selected, and it needs to consume 1 million points. Do you want to redeem it? Exchange. Andy immediately chose yes. Congratulations to the host, the Zhen Fruit ability template has been successfully redeemed. Please pay attention to the system backpack. Click on the system backpack, and there is a Devil Fruit pattern in the 9 grids, which should be the Tremor Fruit ability template that the system calls. After confirming that the ability template has arrived in the account, Andy switches to the interface of enlightenment. There are 3 grids in the entire interface. The first grid shows the pattern of a battleship, and the last 2 grids are still empty. This needs to be added by Andy himself. Definitely not adding it can also enlighten the ship girl. However, the combat power of the ship girl that was enlightened in that way is based on the ship originally. Obviously, in the Marvel world, only the strength of ordinary ships is definitely not enough. So Andy immediately added the Zhen Fruit ability template that was just redeemed in the ability box. Then, in the material frame, he added a piece of strange metal that he had already prepared. This piece of metal is nothing but the extremely precious real adamantium in the Marvel universe. That's right, the real adamantium that makes Wolverine a real Wolverine. The real adamantium is very rare, extremely expensive to manufacture, and it is the top secret of the SAM government, and it is impossible for ordinary people to obtain it. But Andy is not an ordinary person, he is one of the heirs of SAM's top Chable family. In the capitalist world, the existence of the Morgan family is enough to affect the overall direction of SAM's country. Although he has not yet become the real head of the Morgan family. But just by using his name as the heir of the Morgan family to get a piece of real adamantium from the government of the Kingdom of SAM, he can still do it. Battleship and real adamantium and Zhen fruit ability template, synthesis attunement needs to consume 500,000 points, confirm the synthesis attunement? Confirm. Andy said silently in his heart. Immediately, the battleship under his feet was surrounded by a circular blue light full of technological sense. The blue halo constantly rotated and wound, and in less than a minute, a concave convex female body slowly took shape within the light. The Shipgirl is randomly generated from the blue character template, and the Shipgirl is generated successfully. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the synthesis Shipgirl Bismarck. Shipgirl, Bismarck. Level, Tier 9. Equipment, double-mounted 457mm main guns, double-mounted 105mm SKC anti-aircraft guns, 1-type armor-piercing shells, and super-heavy shells. Skills, true adamantium body, shaking fruit ability. 9th level? Is this a division of strength? Looking at Bismarck's attribute information, Andy showed doubts on his face. Seems to know that Andy was puzzled, a system note appeared in front of Andy's eyes. Strength levels are divided into 1 to 9 levels, the above are level sub-godfather, level godfather, level single universe, multi-universe level, super universe level, almighty universe level. The major surface level heroes in the Marvel world basically exist around level 5, and only a few can reach the level of the sub-celestial father. Andy Synthesis's first Shipgirl is already a 9th order existence, which is second only to the powerful combat power of the sub-celestial father, which is enough to completely torture a group of surface-level heroes. With such a powerful thug, he can be considered to be able to gain a firm foothold in the Marvel world. Just when he was secretly happy, a glamorous and blonde lady in black silk with high heels and a proud peak appeared in front of Andy. This Yuja is none other than Bismarck. Nice to meet you, my commander. Bismarck knelt on one knee and said respectfully. Her voice is a seductive Yuja-ian. But the tone of his speech was cold, as if he had no emotion. As expected of Miss Lang Yunyu, this is Bismarck. Condescending, Bismarck's perfect figure can be seen at a glance. Andy's eyes lit up with fire. Such a perfect woman, if he didn't have any thoughts, then he wouldn't be a normal man. Being stared at by Andy all the time, Bismarck, who was kneeling on one knee, couldn't help but feel hot on his pretty face. Master, why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? She is the Shipgirl enlightened by Andy, and she has a natural affection for Andy. In her mind, she is Andy's private property, and she will be willing to do whatever Andy asks her to do. But even so, she was still unbearably shy. It was the first time she was stared at like this. You have the word stunning on your face, you are beautiful. Andy joked, looking into Bismarck's eyes. Thank you. Thank you, Commander, for your compliment. It seemed that he didn't expect Andy to be so flirtatious. Bismarck was astonished, and his face became more rosy. The pretty face like red wine formed a strong contrast with Bismarck's glamorous personality, making her look even more alluring. Raising his hand, he gently pinched Bismarck's chin and lifted her up. Bismarck was not short, but only reached Andy's shoulder height. From now on, you will be my bodyguard and woman. Andy said without doubt. Being treated so domineeringly by Andy, Bismarck, who has always been proud, not only did not feel uncomfortable, but his heart was extremely hot. Cold on the outside and hot on the inside is her personality. She likes domineering men who can conquer her, and Andy in front of her is obviously that man. The commander's bodyguard and woman? That's really desirable. Bismarck smiled slightly, held Andy's cheeks with both hands, and pressed his warm red lips on Andy's lips. It seemed that Bismarck, the cold and beautiful royal sister, would be so proactive, and Andy showed surprise on his face. I always thought you were as cold as ice. I didn't expect you to take the initiative. It seems that I have to get to know you better. It's Bismarck's honor to let the commander know more about it. Bismarck blushed, and his eyes were tender. Chapter 3. After a long time, the sound of splashing water came from the bathroom. Bismarck's slim figure is swaying through the glass, and Andy is lazily leaning against the head of the bed, lighting a cigarette, like a fairy. After the fun, Andy subconsciously opened the system interface. Host, Andy. Morgan. Integral points, 5010. Shipgirl, Tier 9 Shipgirl, Bismarck. Ability, none. Comprehensive assessment, ordinary human. Redeeming the Zhen fruit ability template and enlightening the Shipgirl directly spent all of Andy's points, and it can be said that he returned to the pre-liberation overnight. But Andy didn't care about this at the moment, his attention was all attracted by the next prompt content of the system. Whether to integrate the Shipgirl's ability. Yes. Andy's main purpose of enlightening the Shipgirl is to make himself stronger, so he naturally wants to integrate the Shipgirl's ability. Congratulations to the host, successfully integrated the ability of the Shipgirl Bismarck, gained extraordinary power, the body of the real Adamantium, the ability of the shaking fruit. Modifier, the extraordinary power you have obtained has been multiplied by 100 times, and evolved into monster power, with a fist weight of 30 million tons. Modifier, the real Adamantium body you obtained has been multiplied by 100 times and evolved into an immortal body. Modifier, the shaking fruit ability you obtained has been multiplied by 100 times, and it has evolved into a starburst turbulent flow. Looking at the system prompt in front of him, Andy's face was full of shock. He didn't expect that the ability of the integrated Shipgirl could be increased by 100 times. Modifier? Is this my other gold finger? I have 2 gold fingers. Andy muttered to himself with ecstasy. A super Shipgirl synthesis attunement system has given him a combat power far beyond ordinary people. Now there is an additional boost modifier, which obviously makes him invincible in the world. I want to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it. Andy thought silently. Monster power and immortality, I can understand, but what the hell is this starburst turbulence? Andy looked at his 3 abilities, lost in thought. At this moment, the system gave an explanation in time. Starburst turbulence, the ultimate evolution of the power of shock, which can burst out a frenzied shock wave like a star explosion, and has the power of destroying stars. Tisk tisk tisk, Whitebeard's shaking fruit is enough to destroy the pirate world, and this starburst turbulence can directly destroy stars. It is indeed the power of extreme evolution, a specific concept. Calling up his attribute information again, Andy immediately found that there had been a great change. Host, Andy. Morgan. Integral points, 5010. Shipgirl, Tier 9 Shipgirl, Bismarck. Ability, Monster Power, Undead Body, Starburst Turbulence. Comprehensive Evaluation, Level Sub-Godfather Strong. Integrate a Bismarck, get a 100-fold increase, and let me step into the level Sub-Godfather. This strength is really easy. Andy said to himself with a smile on his face. Commander, what are you laughing at? At this moment, Bismarck was standing at the door of the bathroom dripping with water, looking at him quietly. Seeing her like this, Andy couldn't help swallowing lightly, and threw the towel beside him. Put it on, or the bath will be wasted. After receiving the towel, Bismarck stepped out while wiping his hair. As long as the commander is happy, it doesn't matter if it's for nothing. I want to keep being so happy, but there are always some lifeless things that want to disturb my pleasure, so let's talk about it after cooking these miscellaneous fish." Andy stubbed out the cigarette in his hand, and looked at the door of the room, said meaningfully. Hearing Andy's words, Bismarck quickly put on his clothes, and then looked at the door of the room. His face became cold again and he said, "Commander, how do you deal with these miscellaneous fish that trespass without permission?" "It's gone," Andy said blankly. "Yes." Bismarck nodded. A terrifying murderous aura was released from her body. It's like a monster from the abyss protruding its head out of hell, it makes people shudder. In the hall, the housekeeper Sophia fell to the ground with blood hanging from the corner of her mouth. Beside her, a man wearing a high-tech individual exoskeleton armor looked at her with a sneer. "You have good fighting ability and you are also very beautiful, I am a bit reluctant to kill you. It's just a pity that you are on the wrong side, so you can only die. But there are many ways to die, if you want to die easier, tell me where is that one?" The man squatted down and sneered. "Don't say I don't know where the young master is, even if I knew, I would never tell you." Sophia gritted her teeth, endured the pain in her body and said angrily. Sophia is Andy's personal butler, but also an excellent killer. Her strength is not bad. During the days following Andy, she blocked many attacks for him. However, the enemy who came this time was too powerful, even she was no match. But even if she died, she would never betray Andy. Because in her eyes, Andy is not only her master, but also the man she loves deeply. "Oh, I guessed that you would say that, then I can only torture you to death, and then find him slowly." The man slowly stood up, planning to torture Sophia. But at this moment, a sound of door opening came from the wall behind the throne in the hall. Immediately afterwards, a secret door suddenly appeared in front of the man. The sudden sound of the door opening attracted everyone's attention. A dozen mercenaries immediately gathered around the man. At the same time, dozens of black guns aimed at the secret door that suddenly appeared. It seems that as long as anything comes out of it, it will be shot into a hornet's nest by them. Make my woman's life worse than death? You are so bold, who gave you the courage? The secret door opened, but before anyone could come out, a cold voice came out first. Clap! Clap! The unheard footsteps seemed to be stepping on the hearts of this group of people. It made them tremble uncontrollably following the sound of footsteps. At this moment, a man in a black casual suit walked out leisurely. Behind the man's buttocks was a glamorous woman with wet hair. This man and a woman are none other than Andy and Bismarck. Chapter 4. Looking at Andy who walked out calmly, the man's face was full of surprise and complex. Because in his impression, Andy Morgan is just an ordinary human being. But if Andy is really just an ordinary person, so what happened to the strong sense of crisis that made him suddenly feel fear? Is the information wrong? At this moment, his eyes subconsciously shifted to the woman behind Andy. Suddenly, his heart couldn't help beating wildly. That powerful sense of crisis actually came from that woman. Who is that woman? Andy Morgan's bodyguard? There is no information about this woman in the intelligence. My two elder brothers really look down on people. To send such a small number of you over here is to ignore me at all. Just when the man was wondering, Andy sat on the throne calmly. Seeing this, the man's face became more and more uncertain. You must know that they have more than a dozen guns here, enough to shoot Andy Morgan into a hornet's nest. But Andy in front of him was so arrogant, as if he didn't pay attention to them at all. What made him have such confidence? Just this woman in front of him. No matter who the woman in front of him is, Andy must kill him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to go back to the business. Boy, don't pretend to be a wolf with a big tail. I can kill you alone. The man said with a gloomy face. A ray of murderous intent was released from his eyes. After saying that, he raised the pistol in his hand and pulled the trigger towards Andy. Master! Seeing the man shoot Andy directly, The official Sophia looked horrified. She desperately wanted to get up to protect her young master. But as soon as she made a startled sound, she saw it with an unbelievable expression. The strange woman standing next to Andy was like a cheetah. He stepped in front of Andy one step ahead, and blocked it with both hands. Immediately, the bullet hit the woman's arm at a speed invisible to the naked eye. But what was shocking was that the bullet that could easily kill someone hit the woman. It was like hitting an iron block, and it was bounced off immediately. The woman was unscathed. Such a scene is like seeing a ghost, unbelievable. The man thought he was wrong, and fired another shot at Bismarck. But this shot was not as good as the last one, it didn't even hit the shot, and the bullet was directly pinched by Bismarck. Is this your strength? Then you are too weak. Bismarck showed disdain on his face. Raising his hand and flicking, the bullet in his hand hit the man's palm with a frightening speed. Boom! Ah! The man screamed in pain, and the pistol fell to the ground. And his palm exploded directly, turned into blood mist, and disappeared. It seemed that this was the first time they had seen such a horrific situation, and everyone's legs and feet trembled in fright, and they retreated backward involuntarily. The face of the leading man was even more frightened. But he wasn't stupid, he yelled loudly while enduring the severe pain and pressing the wound. What are you bastards still standing in a daze for? Shoot! This woman won't die, we are the ones who will die. As soon as these words came out, everyone realized that they had guns in their hands. Immediately, the sound of da-da-da gunshots sounded like firecrackers. Hot bullets were like raindrops, overwhelmingly attacking Bismarck. Such an intensive attack is enough to shoot a person into a sieve. But in Bismarck's eyes, these bullets were no different from real raindrops. Bathed in the hail of bullets, Bismarck's face was full of disdain. Although her real adamantium body is not as good as Andy's immortal body that has been amplified 100 times. But it is definitely not something that ordinary bullets can hurt. All the bullets hit her body, they were all bounced off automatically, and then the bullets shattered and fell to the ground. Besides, there is no second result. Bismarck, who was unharmed, looked at the group of people in front of him calmly, with a playful look on his face. Have you played enough? Enough, but it's my turn. Bismarck smiled coldly. While speaking, her form changed dramatically, and a ship suit floated around her body. I saw that the twin 457mm main guns were floating on her left side. Twin 105mm SKC anti-aircraft guns hover on her right. A Type 1 armor-piercing projectile hovered over her right shoulder. The super heavy bullet is suspended on the left shoulder. Bismarck in such a ship-mounted form looks like a walking arsenal. It gives people a sense of oppression, like a giant beast in the abyss. The intruder had seen such a posture before, and while being confused, his face was full of fear. They don't know who the woman in front of them who can conjure hot weapons out of thin air is. But they were very clear about the muzzles floating beside her. With a muzzle of this caliber, just one shot is enough to send all of them to heaven. In this way, how dare they continue to attack? The fear in their hearts has reached the extreme. Turning around, he began to run crazily toward the door, trying to leave here. But how could Bismarck let them succeed? The 105mm SKC anti-aircraft gun fired directly. Boom! An explosion sounded, accompanied by a shrill scream. Then, the whole hall fell silent again. Chapter 5. At this moment, except for the leading man who did not die immediately because the exoskeleton armor resisted part of the explosion, the rest of the people were all killed by Bismarck's terrifying artillery fire and were instantly killed. The leading man collapsed on the ground, moaning in pain. His strong survival instinct made his body continue to squirm towards the door uncontrollably. The arrogance of a few minutes ago are gone at this moment, and the only thing left is the humbleness of wanting to live. In the hall, corpses were scattered all over the place, and blood flowed all over the ground, like a purgatory on earth. And Bismarck, with damp blonde hair and wearing a long white dress, looks dignified and holy, just like Angel. Angel and Hell are totally incompatible. But at this moment, the two are perfectly combined, evil and weird. Bismarck stepped lightly on his feet, and walked towards the man without haste. Every step she took landed lightly, but every step seemed to be stepping on the man's body. Let it constantly vomit blood, it is very miserable. Don't kill me, I don't want to die, I'm just doing things for others, please spare my life. Seeing that it was impossible to escape, the man couldn't help begging for mercy in despair. But facing his begging for mercy, Andy turned a deaf ear to him, got up from the throne, and walked down unhurriedly. He picked up the pistol that the man dropped on the ground, played with it in his hand, and then suddenly pointed it at the man's forehead. I don't want to die either, but you still shot me just now, and now I plan to shoot you too. If you can block the shot, I can consider letting you go. Andy's face showed a harmless smile. But at this moment, in the eyes of the man, Andy's smile is like a devil's smile, making people full of despair. No, you can't shoot. If I die, it means the mission has failed. The people above will immediately send fighter jets to bomb this place into a sea of flames. If so, you will not survive. The man said quickly, trying to use this intimidate Andy. But after hearing what the man said, instead of being intimidated, Andy showed an interested smile on his face. Oh, fighter jets, that's interesting. I've never experienced the feeling of being bombed by fighter jets. When you say that, I can't wait. Andy said with a wicked look on his face. The leading man's face was full of astonishment, and he wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. He never thought that the man in front of him would think so. What kind of brain circuit is this? He can't even beg for mercy. But before he figured out what was going on, Andy has pulled the trigger. Suddenly, there was a bang, and gunshots rang out. There was a bloody bullet hole between the man's eyebrows. Is this the feeling of killing people? It's nothing more than that. Looking at the man who was shot to death by himself, Andy showed a disdainful smile on his face. With a light grip, the pistol was directly squeezed into an iron bump in his hand. Monster power is no joke. Sophia, are you okay? Can you still get up? Throwing the iron lump in his hand on the ground casually, Andy asked Sophia with a smile. Butler Sophia has long been stunned by Andy's performance. She obviously left with her young master for less than an hour. But when he came out, there was not only a strange woman beside him. Even the young master himself seemed to be a different person. Crush the pistol into iron bumps with bare hands. How powerful is it to be able to do this? And if this kind of power is used on her, then she will not be able to fall apart. But if this kind of power is controlled and used on her body, the impact should feel. Thinking of this, her face turned rosy involuntarily. It's this time, you can still think wildly, it seems that you have nothing to do. Seeing this, Andy couldn't help crying and laughing. This woman is good at everything, but she is too lustful. He has been tossing him a lot before, but with his current physical condition, this kind of Sophia is a perfect match for him. If you add a Bismarck, it will be double the happiness. Thinking about it is really a little exciting. Okay, it's okay, let's have someone clean up the hall, the blood all over the floor looks disgusting. Andy said with a look of disgust as he sat on the throne again. Hearing this, Bismarck immediately knelt down and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Commander, but Bismarck didn't think carefully, please punish him. You should be punished, but not now, I will punish you in the evening. Andy said with a half smile. Bismarck couldn't understand the meaning of Andy's words, and immediately blushed and nodded. Subordinates are willing to be punished, and I ask the commander not to show mercy. Don't worry, there will be no mercy, it will definitely make you cry out in pain. Sophia. Master, can you punish me by the way? Chapter 6. Andy has already experienced Sophia's desire. She begged for punishment. How could Andy not agree? But like Bismarck, now is not the time, let's talk about everything at night. According to what he knew about his two Chable brothers, what the man said should be true. You must know that the Morgan family is the top Chable in the country of Sam. The power of such a family is enough to affect the pattern of the entire world. Not to mention anything else, just take the election of the country of Sam as an example. In the world of capital, suppose a person wants to run for president of a country. The most important thing is not the support of the people, but whether there is capital support behind it. This is the basis for the success of the election. Because anything can be manipulated by capital. As the saying goes, money can turn ghosts around. It is even more trivial to have money to make people a leader. In this way, it is conceivable how powerful the Morgan family has. If you can become the master of the Morgan family, then it is equivalent to having a little power to control Sam's country. It is impossible for anyone to ignore this position, including Andy. It was just that Andy was too young to compete with his older brother. But things are different now. Not only does he have a shipgirl with a strength of level 9, he himself is a super strong level sub-godfather. With his current strength, if he can't even snatch the position of a family, then he will not live in this world. New York, inside an old castle like a palace. A middle-aged man was leaning on the sofa with a glass of red wine, taking a sip from time to time with a contented expression on his face. Opposite him, sat a middle-aged blonde man with a glass of red wine in his hand. "Mr. Pierce, the time is almost up, the result I want, has your man achieved it?" The middle-aged man looked at the blonde man Pierce coldly and asked. As Minister of the World Security Council and leader of Hydra within SHIELD, Alexander Pierce's status has always been high. But at this moment in front of this man in front of him, even he has to lower his status and treat him carefully. Because the man in front of him is none other than the eldest son of the Morgan family, Rod Morgan. He is the most likely candidate to become the ruler of the Morgan family. If he wants to make the Hydra organization develop better, he must have strong financial resources to support him. The Morgan family has always been their best choice. It's just that Morgan's old owner hadn't waited to see him before, so he couldn't find a chance. But now coincides with the civil strife in the Morgan family, and the position of the head of the family is still undecided. This is a golden opportunity that is once in a lifetime, if he is betting right. That is also a great opportunity for Hydra organization. For this opportunity, the Hydra organization carefully analyzed the three brothers of the Morgan family. Among them, what they are most optimistic about is the eldest son Rhodes in front of them. Then came the second son, John, and the useless third son, Andy Morgan. The reason why the third son Andy is useless is because he is the youngest, one round behind the eldest son Rhodes. Youth is a good thing for ordinary people, but it is a fatal weakness for superiors. Because being young means not having deep experience in the world, means not having a city manor, and means not being old enough to be treacherous and cunning. And these shortcomings are enough to wear down Andy, making him the last person to be promoted to the power of the Morgan family. And the main reason is that this guy Rhodes is cruel. In order to become the ruler of the Morgan family, he did not hesitate to kill his two younger brothers. In this way, he naturally excluded John and Andy early on. Hearing Rhodes' question, Pierce said with a confident face, "Mr. Rhodes, don't worry. I will never break my promise to you. As for your two younger brothers, this meeting should have passed away." Should. Hearing Pierce's words, Rhodes' face suddenly turned ugly. No, I was wrong, I must be dead." Pierce wiped the sweat from his forehead and said. But as soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Rhodes' beautiful waiter walked in quickly and knelt down in front of Rhodes. "What's wrong?" Rhodes asked, looking at the woman kneeling on the ground. "Master Patriarch, just received the news that your second brother accidentally fell into the swimming pool and drowned." "Oh, yes, why are you so careless?" Hearing the news, Rhodes' eyes were filled with joy, and the corner of his mouth grinned, revealing a sinister smile. "Where's my innocent third brother?" Rhodes asked by the way. In his opinion, even his cautious second brother could not escape his calculations. Not to mention his useless third brother, he must have died suddenly. But what he didn't expect was that the woman's face became a little weird. I didn't receive the news of Master Andy's death, and I specially asked someone to investigate. Someone discovered that Master Andy's people dragged out a dozen black bags from the manor and threw them on the side of the road, bleeding. But Master Andy was unscathed and nothing abnormal. The woman said submissively, for fear that if she said a word wrong, the man in front of her would be displeased. Really? Hearing the woman's words, Rhodes' gaze immediately shifted to Pierce. "Mr. Pierce, should you give me an explanation?" Rhodes said coldly. "How is this possible? There must be a mistake," Pierce said with an incredulous expression. At this moment, one of his subordinates hurried in. "Sir, something happened, the assassination of Andy Morgan failed." "What?" Chapter 7. What's going on? I want a reasonable explanation. Can't a dozen people fix a useless piece of trash? Pierce's face was so ugly that he could drip water. "Sir, I don't know what happened, we only heard a burst of explosions outside, and then all our troops were wiped out. There seems to be something scary in that guy's room, and we don't know what it is." The subordinates faltered and faltered, with a look of horror on their faces. "Scary thing? My third brother is a useless playboy, what kind of terrible thing can he make? Don't make excuses for your failure, or I will let you experience what is truly terrible." Rod Morgan said with a gloomy face, his expression was very displeased. "Mr. Rhodes, don't worry, we will definitely not let you down again, and immediately implement Plan B." Seeing Rhodes' complexion is very ugly, Pierce quickly issued orders to the subordinates around him. The man in front of him is the future benefactor of their Hydra organization. This is an important task for their Hydra organization, so they naturally have to take care of it. He had vowed to Rhodes before that he would send Andy Morgan and John Morgan to hell within the specified time. Now, the John who made them cautious was dead. On the contrary, Andy Morgan, whom they never cared about, is still alive. In this way, it was like slapping them in the face. It's strange that Rhodes' complexion is so good. I'll give you another 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, if I don't hear the news of the death of my good-for-nothing third brother, the things I promised before will be void," Rhodes said coldly. Hearing this, Pierce nodded quickly and said, "I will definitely not let you down again. What are you still doing? Go." Seeing that his subordinates were still dumbfounded in place, Pierce got angry and roared. "Yes, sir, I'll send someone to do it immediately." Startled by Pierce's roar, his men nodded, turned around and ran out quickly. After the order to execute Plan B was issued, Pierce's face finally looked better. To know the content of Plan B, it is to send F-22 fighter jets to bomb Andy Morgan's residence. This is a military operation, and generally speaking, it can only be used on the battlefield. But now it's applied to citizens like Andy. In this way, he naturally felt that Andy must die. If the Andy at this moment is still the Andy before, this kind of military action is indeed enough to blow him to pieces. But now Andy is no longer an ordinary human being, he is the powerhouse of level sub-godfather. Not to mention himself, just a single Bismarck is enough to torture them. So their actions are doomed to fail. Definitely, at this moment Pierce has not realized what kind of terrifying existence he has provoked. In Andy's luxurious manor, the bright and luxurious hall has been cleaned up. Andy sat lazily on the throne. Steward Sophia and ship's wife Bismarck stood behind him respectfully. The two of them kneaded and pressed Andy's body with 4 hands. Andy couldn't help but let out a sound of enjoyment for the perfect massage. "Master, are we really going to stay here and not leave?" According to the information obtained, your second brother John has unfortunately drowned. With Rhodes' ruthless personality, if he finds that you are fine, he will definitely send people over. So that guy's words are very likely to be true, they may indeed send fighter jets to bomb us. Sophia worried while massaging Andy. But her worries were not taken seriously by Andy at all. He shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, if we escaped once, we have to escape a second time, so why not take the initiative to wait for him to come, and then kill him? I want to see how capable they are, dare to come and kill me. But master... Sophia wanted to say something, but was interrupted directly by Andy. Okay, Sophia, it's time for you to shut up, if you feel your mouth is idle, I can make you busy. Andy looked at Sophia with a half-smile and said. Hearing this, Sophia squatted down in front of Andy with winking eyes. Then young master, you'd better keep my mouth busy. Otherwise, I can't help but say it. You goblin, it's up to you. Andy smiled, and continued to close his eyes and enjoy the considerate service of the two women. And at this moment, a sudden roar came from the sky outside the manor. Commander, they are here. Bismarck said while looking out the window with a cold face. Hearing this, Andy didn't even open his eyes, and said calmly, go and deal with them. By the way, find out the whereabouts of my eldest brother, and then deal with them together. Yes. Bismarck nodded, then retreated respectfully and walked out of the room. Master, the other party is a fighter jet. Is there really no problem with Bismarck's sister going alone? Sophia asked worriedly while serving hard. Don't worry. She must be able to handle things faster than you. If she is finished, you may not be able to. Andy joked. Sophia refused to admit defeat, and said, that's not necessarily true, Chiliu. Chapter 8. Report sir, we are approaching our target. On the F-22, one of Sam's most advanced fighter jets, the flight crew reported by radio. Start action immediately, carry out carpet bombing. A cold voice came from the radio communication equipment. Got it. The flight attendant nodded. Immediately, more than a dozen F-22s formed a fighter group and roared towards the manor where Andy was. At the same time, one air-to-surface missile poked its head out of the magazine, and then dropped towards Andy's manor without a trace of hesitation. A total of 15 missiles, with such an attack force, is enough to bomb Andy's manor into a sea of flames. He's dead. It seems that being born in a wealthy family is not necessarily a good thing. It's really not worth losing your life because of fighting for property. Who says it's not? But at least they have enjoyed it, unlike us. After launching the missiles, a few flight members started chatting. In their view, the third young master of the Morgan family was bound to die. But at this moment, a woman in a white dress suddenly appeared in their sight. This woman is none other than Bismarck. Bismarck stood on the lawn of the manor, raised his head, and quietly watched the missiles attack one after another. There was no fear on her face, but a hint of interest appeared on her face. That feeling was like watching a shooting star, and I almost made a wish with my hands clasped. It's ridiculous to want to kill the commander with a weapon of this scale. Bismarck shook his head with a look of disdain. While talking to himself, Bismarck suddenly clenched his fists. Immediately, a white spherical mask appeared on the surface of her fist, which was the manifestation of the activation of the shaking fruit ability. Let these missiles burst into mid-air. Bismarck said coldly. When the words landed, her clenched fist was already punching in the direction of the missile attack. Suddenly, the color of the sky and the earth changed, and the wind and clouds surged, and a sound like glass breaking came out of the void. Crack crack. I saw cracks appeared in the originally untouchable space under her punch. The crack was like a wave, constantly spreading in the direction of Bismarck's fist. In an instant, the space above Bismarck was completely shattered, and the entire sky was like a broken mirror, which was extremely weird. And this is the power of shaking the fruit, under the shock force as strong as the stormy sea. 15 missiles that were supposed to fall on Andy's manor were all blasted into pieces by Bismarck's shock force, and then exploded ahead of schedule, blooming in midair like a firework. How can this be? Who is this woman? To blow up the missile with one punch, is this still human? Such a scene stunned a group of fighter pilots. They have lived for so long, and this is the first time they have seen such an incredible scene. This is just like hell. Report, sir, the missile exploded ahead of time, the operation failed, the operation failed. The leading flight officer immediately reported by radio. What do you mean by an early explosion? Tell me clearly. An unbelievably angry voice came from the radio communication equipment. Reporting, sir, I can't explain clearly. A mysterious woman appeared in the manor. She blasted all the missiles we fired with one punch. What? No matter who it is, smash her to pieces for me. The mission must be completed, otherwise you won't have to come back. An angry roar came from the communicator. Received, received. The lead flight member's face was ugly, but as soldiers, obeying orders is their bounden duty. So they immediately turned around and galloped towards Andy's manor again. Everyone listened to the order, the mission must be completed, prepare to launch the second bombing. The leading flight officer gave the order. Received. A group of flight crew members nodded and continued to act. Looking at the group of F-22 fighter jets that continued to attack the manor, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on Bismarck's face. Since you're here, don't leave, let's all fall. Bismarck said coldly, and punched out again. This punch was even more ferocious than the previous one. With this punch, the atmosphere vibrated, the space roared, the clouds were ripped apart, and it was destroyed. The crackling sound of Kacha was heard endlessly. Amidst the deafening sound of space crackling, the shock wave like a tsunami instantly submerged 14 F-22 fighter jets. Boom! Just in the blink of an eye, 14 F-22 fighter jets exploded in the air like fireworks, lighting up gorgeous flames, looking horrific and charming. There were 15 F-22s in total, only the one of the lead flight man survived, and the rest were all destroyed. The reason why the lead flight member survived was not because of how powerful he was, but because Bismarck did it on purpose. Because she also needs to complete the task. And her task is to find out the specific whereabouts of Rhodes, and then deal with them together. Chapter 9. This, how is it possible? Looking at the firework-like companion behind him, the face of the lead flight member was full of horror. He never imagined that that woman was so terrifying that she could even split the sky, blowing up all the fighter jets with one punch. Is that human being? No, what he faced wasn't human at all, it was a monster. Originally, he wanted to carry out a second bombing, but at this moment, the only thing he wanted to do was to leave this terrifying place as soon as possible. This is still the world, in his eyes at this moment, this place is completely hell on earth. Terrible, terrible. Thinking in this way, he immediately pulled the direction lever, and the F-22 fighter jet swept a huge distance in the air, and roared away in the direction away from Bismarck. Isn't it too late to think about running away at this time? Bismarck sneered, his legs exerting force impressively. Boom! The powerful explosive power of her legs shook the ground under her feet into a huge pothole. Such explosive power provided her with a jump comparable to a monster, and she jumped towards the F-22 fighter jet like an arrow. Although Bismarck can't fly, she can jump far. In the blink of an eye, she caught up with the speed of the F-22 fighter jet and landed directly on the fuselage. The sudden movement almost frightened the flight crew into incontinence. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have imagined that the woman was so terrified that she jumped onto the plane in one jump. To know his current flight altitude, at least 3,000 meters. Jumping 3,000 meters, this is really a monster. In this world, is there anything she can't do? You must throw her off, or you will die. The man couldn't help thinking in despair. Naturally, Bismarck was not interested in knowing what a man thought. At this moment, she stood quietly on the fuselage, overlooking the magnificent scenery below, with a hint of interest on her face. Is this what the commander's world looks like? It looks pretty good, Bismarck said to himself. At this moment, the F-22 fighter suddenly tilted and tried to throw her off the plane. But how could Bismarck, who had been prepared for a long time, let him succeed? She saw one of her claw-like hands easily inserted into the thick steel fuselage. It was so easy to stabilize her figure, and then her other hand exerted force in vain. As a result, the F-22, one of the most advanced fighter jets in the country of Sam, was like paper in her hands. It was actually torn apart layer by her, first the fuselage, then the wings, all were torn apart by her. Naturally, the fighter jet without wings could no longer continue the flight, and fell directly towards the lawn of the manor below. No! Seeing that the fighter jet was out of control, the flight crew screamed in horror. He immediately activated the ejection seat, intending to escape for his life. But just as his ejection seat was launched, he was grabbed by Bismarck. You still want to escape under my nose, do you? Look down on me, Bismarck said coldly, with a murderous look in his eyes. Immediately, the leading flight member fell into an ice cellar, his whole body was cold from head to heel, his heart seemed to be dragged by someone's hand, life and death depended on the other party's thought. Before he could recover from his fear, Bismarck picked him up, as if he was carrying a chicken, and jumped directly from a height of 1,000 meters. Such a height is fatal to any human being, but Bismarck is not a human being, he is a shipgirl as strong as a monster. It was nothing more than a 1,000 meter jump, and it landed easily and unscathed. On the contrary, the human flight crew who was led by him vomited blood constantly. Obviously, the viscera was injured by the shock force of the high-speed landing, and he might die soon. But Bismarck didn't care about his life or death. The reason why she wanted to catch him was very simple, she just wanted to get Rhodes' whereabouts from him. Only in this way can she carry out the next part of the task, beheading Rhodes who wants to kill the commander. If other forces are involved later, she has to take it all away. Don't kill me, I can give you whatever you want. The strong desire to survive made the flight member immediately kneel down and beg for mercy. He didn't kneel down just because he was begging for mercy, but from the very beginning, he couldn't stand up. Because of the direct fall from 1,000 meter altitude, even an excellent flight member like him couldn't bear it in his heart, so he was so frightened that he became incontinent. At this moment, there was a puddle of foul-smelling yellow liquid under his body, so he didn't dare to get up. Once he got up, if he made the woman in front of him feel disgusted, he was afraid that she would kill him directly before he finished begging for mercy. It has to be said that Bismarck has caused him an unspeakable psychological shadow. In his eyes, Bismarck, who is as beautiful as an angel, is a devil at all. He has only one feeling for her, and that is endless fear. Tell me where Rhodes is, and who sent you here? Bismarck asked coldly. I said. The man didn't dare to say a word, and immediately told the whole thing, telling all the information he knew. Chapter 10. The Hydra organization. It seems that the matter is really not as simple as the commander said, and there is really a powerful organization behind the scenes. But now that he has shown his head, don't think about being able to continue to hide behind and act as the mastermind behind the scenes. I will hunt you all out and destroy them all. Bismarck said to himself, his eyes full of terrifying murderous intent. Under Bismarck's terrifying aura like an abyss behemoth, the man trembled with fear, and his heart was terrified. I've told you everything I know, can you let me go? The man looked at Bismarck in horror and asked. Although a large piece of his internal organs had been shattered, even if Bismarck didn't kill him, he wouldn't live for long. But the strong survival instinct still made him want to continue to struggle, trying to get Bismarck to let him go. But regarding his begging for mercy, Bismarck shook his head expressionlessly, and said, Why do you think I will spare you? It seems that I never promised you. You. Hearing Bismarck's words, the man wanted to refute, but after thinking about it seriously, he realized that the woman in front of him really didn't say she would spare him. The other party simply asked him to say what she wanted, and then he told him everything. So, all of this is just what he thinks he is right. Think about it, is it clearer? I never said that I would let you go, and it is impossible to let you go. Because the commander said that to cut the weeds, we must get rid of the roots, otherwise the spring wind will blow and regenerate. Only a fool would do such a thing as letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Do you think I am stupid? Bismarck said with a sneer, looking at the man kneeling on the ground. As she spoke, she grabbed the man by the neck and threw him hundreds of meters into the air outside the manor like throwing trash. Falling from this height, not to mention someone who is on the verge of dying, even a strong man, will definitely die. After easily obtaining Rhodes' location information, Bismarck leisurely returned to the hall where his commander was. In the hall at the moment, Sophia is still working hard, and it is exactly as Andy said, Bismarck is finished, but she is not finished yet. But this can't blame Sophia, after all, Andy's current physical fitness is not a joke. It is not so easy to get Andy in a short time. At least it is much harder than Bismarck to kill the enemy. After all, Bismarck is a 9th level master, killing a few ordinary people is as easy as drinking water. Sister Sophia, do you need help? Seeing Sophia kneeling in front of Andy, Bismarck said with a half smile, his eyes full of jokes. No. Yes, I don't believe it anymore, Chuff. Sophia shook her head, with an unbelieving look on her face, and she worked harder and harder. Seeing this, Bismarck couldn't help covering his mouth and chuckling, and followed Sophia. Leave her alone, she has always been stubborn, if she doesn't show it today, she probably won't stop. Andy said with a smile. Sister Sophia really has perseverance. Bismarck said with a smile. Such an indescribable scene, in the eyes of Bismarck, is a common occurrence. Because she thought from the bottom of her heart that she was just Andy's personal property. As long as she can stay by the commander's side, no matter what the commander Andy thinks, she has no objection. After all, her body is a battleship. A battleship without a commander is like having no life. How can it work? How is things going? Andy asked while closing his eyes slightly. I have wiped out all the invading enemies, and I have found some useful information from a prisoner. Bismarck told Andy the information he had collected. After hearing Bismarck's information, Andy's expression didn't change much, because he had already guessed about all this. From the moment he heard that fighter jets were coming to bomb his manor, he guessed that his eldest brother must have secretly colluded with government forces. After all, it is absolutely impossible for the Morgan family to mobilize F-22 fighter jets to bomb him, a legal citizen. But now that something absolutely impossible has happened, it can only be explained that someone from a high-level government must have participated in this and granted permission. As expected of the top Chable family that can influence the direction of Sam's country, those high-level government officials can even do such insane things in order to obtain capital support. I have to say, this domineering and rude behavior style is very Sam country. If it wasn't for him being the target of the other party, Andy still appreciates this style of doing things in order to achieve the goal and use whatever means. But it's a pity that the other party actually used these methods on him. If so, I'm sorry. He can only let the other party know what kind of miserable end it is to offend him. Hydra, this is an ancient organization. I liked this organization at first, but now it's a pity, I can only destroy it. Andy closed his eyes slightly, and said with a wicked look on his face. Understood, I'll deal with it now. Bismarck nodded with a clear face. Wait for me, I'll go with you, after all, I still want to see the last side of my brother. Andy said with a smile. At this moment, he couldn't help letting out a long sigh. Obviously, Sophia succeeded. Chapter 11. O young master, look, I'll just say I can succeed. Sophia looked at Andy with a fascinated look and asked for credit. Hearing this, Andy couldn't help but shook his head speechlessly, and said with a smile, "Yes, my Sophia is the best, let's work harder next time." Well, Sophia will definitely not disappoint the young master. I will succeed faster next time, and I will practice twice when I go back. Sophia said with a smirk. I have to say that in terms of desire, no one can compare to this beautiful butler in front of me, which makes people hold back. You goblin, get down. While Andy was still messing around in his manor, the atmosphere in the castle where Rhodes was extremely heavy. What are you talking about? 15 F-22 fighter jets were wiped out and destroyed. Are you kidding me? That is the most advanced fighter jet in the world, and it is a whole formation. The wine glass in Pierce's hand was shocked on the ground. The sound of the glass shattering was extremely ear-piercing, making Rhodes' face even more ugly. Sir, I'm not kidding, it's all true. Before our fighter jet crashed, we sent back a recording of the radio conversation. You can listen to it. Pierce's men turned on a recording as they spoke. No. Get out, monster. Monster. The recording time is very short, less than 5 seconds, and such a short time cannot convey too much information. But just those few words still made everyone's hearts chill. It has been mentioned before that there is a terrible thing in Andy's manor. But Rhodes and Pierce didn't take it to heart before, thinking it was just nonsense. But the current recording clearly mentions the word monster. This has to make them pay attention. Could it be that in the manor of the trash third brother, there are really some terrible monsters raised? Rod Morgan couldn't help but think so. Otherwise, all of this cannot be explained at all, it is too weird and amazing. How is this possible? What kind of monster can wipe out an entire group of F-22 fighter jets? A prehistoric monster. Pierce showed disbelief. For the first time, he could treat the monster talk as nonsense. But the second time, he would be foolish to think so again. And how could he, who can become the leader of Hydra, be stupid? Immediately send someone to investigate that guy's manor. Be sure to investigate everything inside. No matter what, that guy must die. Pierce said with a serious expression. He never imagined that Andy Morgan, who was the least of their concern, would consume so much of his energy. The key energy was exhausted, and the guy was still safe and sound. This was undoubtedly stepping on his face, slapping. And if Andy didn't die, then the eldest son Rhodes' position as patriarch would be threatened to a certain extent. Although this threat was minimal, he was always cautious and could not tolerate any carelessness. Because this is related to the future development of the Hydra organization, if there is a mistake in the position of the patriarch, then everything they have done before will be in vain. So, how could he easily give up his plan to kill Andy Morgan? Yes, I'll do it now. The subordinate nodded and immediately retreated. But at this moment, there was a sudden roar, and the whole castle shook accordingly. The sound was like an earthquake caused by a meteorite landing, which made people extremely terrified. Before a group of people had time to figure out the situation, they were all shocked and fell to the ground, looking very embarrassed. After the earth-shattering sound, there was the sound of rumbling artillery fire, and then there was the shrill scream. What's going on? What happened? Rhodes and Pierce looked at the door in astonishment, not knowing what to do for a while. At this moment, the subordinate who had just walked out came back in a hurry with a group of agents from the Hydra organization. With a face full of horror, he shouted, "Sir, run away, run away! That guy came in with a terrifying woman." "Which guy? What woman? Tell me clearly." Pierce slapped the man in the face with an angry face, knocking him to the ground. "Andy Morgan, Andy Morgan is here," the man covered his blushing face and said in horror. "It's just a waste, there are so many of us here, what are you afraid of?" Pierce said angrily. "Oh, I really didn't expect that my good-for-nothing third brother would dare to send it to the door by himself. He is looking for death. That's good too, save us from continuing to inquire, let's solve him on the spot. Rhodes said coldly, a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. But, hearing what Rhodes said, the man wanted to say something, but was interrupted directly by Pierce. But what's the matter, a bunch of trash, everyone sent to the door by themselves, why don't you kill him quickly, are the weapons in your hands just for display? Pierce ordered. Just as his words fell to the ground, 2 gentle footsteps came slowly from the door, followed by a hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, my dear brother, this place of yours is really good. The 4 walls are as strong as ABD. The person who spoke was none other than Andy, who took the initiative to attack. Chapter 12. Andy walked in leisurely, with a calm and elegant expression, like a handsome prince. Under such a posture, the maids of Rhodes in the room couldn't help but look straight. After all, which woman can achieve the charm of a handsome man who is young and rich? Seeing his useless third brother appearing in front of him so arrogantly, and even daring to talk to him like this, Rhodes' expression was extremely ugly. Unexpectedly, among our 3 brothers, you are the one who hides the most. Rhodes said with a sneer, still not paying attention to Andy. After all, there are more than a dozen of them here, each of them is an elite agent of the Hydra organization, and they all have guns in their hands. Under such circumstances, he didn't believe that he couldn't kill the unarmed Andy. Hee, Big Brother praised me, I'm just lucky, it's nothing. Andy said with a harmless look on his face. You are indeed lucky. Your mother, a native of the Dragon Kingdom, is able to marry her father. This is the blessing she has cultivated in 10 lifetimes. But her blessings have been used up with you, and your good life should come to an end here, so speak your last words. Rhodes looked at Andy like he looked at dead man, and said. Hearing this, Andy shook his head lightly, with a foolish expression on his face, and said with a smile, Rhodes, what made you feel that you're going to eat me? Isn't it? Here are all my people, and everyone has a gun in their hands. Why do you make you feel that you can still survive? Rhodes said with a sneer. Why? This is a good question, and you will know it soon. Andy smiled, then took a step back consciously, and then glanced at Bismarck beside him. Bismarck nodded, understanding what Commander Andy meant. She said with a cold face, say your last words, or you won't have a chance. Hearing this, both Rhodes and Pierce had mocking smiles on their faces, looking at Bismarck as if they were looking at a fool. But different from them, the legs of that group of elite agents organized by Hydra trembled unconsciously. Because Rhodes and Pierce are the leaders, they didn't come to the scene to see the scene outside just now. As long as they glanced at it, they would not say such a thing now. The woman in front of me is not human at all. That's a monster. Indestructible monster. Listening to their words, a group of elite agents felt bitter in their hearts, and felt that it was extremely ridiculous. With such a stupid leader, it would really be a bloody mold for 8 lifetimes. What are you still doing in a daze? These 2 guys intend to murder Mr. Rhodes, kill them immediately. A group of elite agents were terrified, but they also knew clearly that if they didn't kill Andy and Bismarck, then the ones who died must be theirs. After weighing the pros and cons, they had no choice but to endure the fear, gritted their teeth and fired at Bismarck. Day. 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 Bullets all over the sky poured towards Bismarck like a torrential rain. Deafening gunshots and artillery fire spread everywhere. Just when everyone thought that Bismarck would be pierced by a storm of bullets, a frightening scene appeared. Hundreds of bullets hit Bismarck's body, burst open, and fell to the ground. But Bismarck was unscathed, completely ignoring the attack of the bullets, and walked towards a group of elite agents step by step. Didn't someone tell you that I'm not afraid of bullets? Bismarck said coldly, his face full of indifference. While speaking, she clenched her fists. Immediately, a white mask suddenly appeared. This is the power of the shaking fruit. Unleashing the power of shock, she punched the group of people in front of her in an extremely ordinary way. Crack! The sound of glass shattering suddenly sounded. At the same time, everyone was shocked to see that the space in front of them was shattered by this woman's punch. Immediately, a shock wave like a stormy sea hit the bodies of a dozen elite agents with devastating power. Boom! At the moment when the shock wave hit the group of people, there was only a roar. Then, under the horrified eyes of Rhodes and Pierce, a group of elite agents exploded directly, turning into a pool of blood, infecting them into red blood men. The bloodiness and horror of that scene are simply indescribable, unprecedented. That's something they've never seen. This shocking scene made both of them pause for breath. The devil, the devil! The eyes of the two were wide open, and their mouths were full of horrified words. Such a strange and terrifying picture subverted their cognition. A punch that turns a person into blood, is this still a person? No wonder a group of their subordinates called this woman a monster. They finally understand now. Unfortunately, it's too late. The woman had already sneered and walked towards them. No, you, don't come here. Seeing Bismarck walking towards them calmly. Shouting in horror, the two drew out their pistols and shot at Bismarck constantly. But no matter how many shots they fired, none of them could break through Bismarck's adamantium. One shot after another, just like tickling Bismarck. Seeing such a scene, Pierce and Rhodes' legs trembled, and they finally understood why Andy dared to break into their territory with a woman. Because just such a woman can completely crush them. After realizing this, the two immediately wanted to escape. But at this moment, a terrifying coercion suddenly descended, making them unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the cold woman slowly approached like a death god. The breath of death permeated the hearts of the two of them, as if they were in the icy winter, and their souls would be frozen. Feeling threatened with death, Pierce was filled with regret. He regretted that he shouldn't stand with Rhodes, and even more regret that he shouldn't come here to offend Andy. But is it useful to regret? The answer is definitely no. Chapter 13. Bismarck stepped forward and stood in front of Pierce. Pierce flushed, terrified. He really wanted to escape here quickly, but the terrible coercion was like a mountain pressing down on him. It made his legs tremble, let alone move. It is a miracle to be able to stand now. Do you have any last words? Bismarck looked at Pierce coldly and said. No, you can't kill me. I'm a high-level executive of SHIELD. I'm the Minister of the World Security Council. If you kill me, S.H.I.E.L.D. and even the entire country of Sam will not let you go. Pierce yelled in horror. At this time, Andy shook his head with a smile, and said, Pierce, you still missed one identity, the leader of the Hydra organization hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. This is your real identity. Hearing Andy's words, Pierce's face was full of disbelief. Because of this identity, he never told outsiders, let alone Andy in front of him. Even Rhodes, who he has been standing in line with, doesn't know his true identity. In Rhodes' eyes, he is just the Minister of the World Security Council. And the reason why he found Rhodes was only to say that for his future official career, he never mentioned the Hydra organization at all. He definitely can't mention the Hydra organization, after all, this organization has been targeted by the SAM government. If he exposed Hydra's identity, not only would he not get Rhodes' support, he would be more likely to be approached by SHIELD. That was not what he wanted. But the identity that he had been hiding all this time was revealed by the young man in front of him. So, how could he not be surprised? It seems that they have indeed underestimated the most useless third son of the Morgan family. It turns out that he is the real old fox, and he is the one who hides the deepest. Don't show such a surprised expression, or I will think you look down on me. After all, your secret is nothing to me. Andy said mockingly. Even if you know my true identity, you can't kill me, the Hydra organization is definitely not something you can offend. Once I die, you will receive endless revenge from the Hydra organization. Pierce didn't forget to threaten at this time. That's right, endless revenge sounds really scary. But I'm someone who likes to take on a challenge, and I'm curious to know what the endless revenge from your Hydra organization is like. So you'd better die as hard as you can. Andy said with a sneer, and winked at Bismarck beside him. Bismarck nodded, placing a finger lightly between Pierce's eyebrows. Remember, in your next life, don't mess with those who shouldn't be provoked. Anyone who offends the commander has only one end, that is to be destroyed, including the Hydra organization you mentioned. After saying that, a shock force directly blasted into Pierce's body. Under Bismarck's subtle override, the power of the shock wreaks havoc in Pierce's body like a beast. Severe pain that seemed to tear his soul invaded his body. It made him let out an incomparably miserable scream. Amidst the screams, Pierce roared, just like the previous elite agent, finally exploded, turned into a pool of blood, and completely disappeared from this world. Looking at Pierce, who had turned into a pool of blood, Rhodes couldn't help but sucked in a breath of cold air, and his whole body was cold from head to heel. His heart was already filled with fear, and he looked at the woman in front of him like a death god. He has always been arrogant, domineering, cruel, and indifferent. But the woman in front of him at this moment is actually colder and more ruthless than them. So many people were killed in an instant. This woman didn't show any emotional change, as if she didn't kill someone. It's like a group of cats and dogs. It's just too scary. While he was terrified, he also felt deep despair. He never thought that he would come to where he is today. He is certain to die, he knows this very well. Although he didn't know much about his third brother, after this experience, he clearly understood that his third brother was by no means a good stubble. With such an opportunity, if you don't kill yourself, you'd be a fool. In other words, if it was him, he would definitely kill himself. Since he was doomed to die, his arrogance did not allow him to beg for mercy, instead he smiled and clapped his hands. I really didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. I tried my best, but it fell into your hands, third brother, you really exceeded my expectations. But this time I admit defeat, and I am convinced that I lost. I am also relieved that the Morgan family has a sinister and ruthless patriarch like you. Rhodes said meaningfully. The original fear gradually disappeared, and turned into absolute failure after failure. After saying that, he suddenly picked up his pistol and put it on his forehead. With a bang gunshot, Rod Morgan, who was originally the most hopeful to become the head of Morgan's family, died. Seeing that Rhodes was so decisive, Andy's face did not show the pleasure of a successful counterattack, but an expression of admiration. To be honest, I really like your character. You are ruthless, and cruel. You are a person who can achieve great things, but you shouldn't come to provoke me. It's a pity. Looking at Rhodes' body, Andy shook his head and said with emotion. Drag him out and feed the dogs. Bismarck. Don't you like him a lot? Why do you have to drag it out to feed the dog again? Bismarck couldn't understand what Andy was thinking. But she didn't dare to ask, the commander must have a reason for letting her do this. How did he know that what Andy likes is only Rhodes' personality? Besides, no matter how much I like it, the other party sends fighter jets to bomb me. Could it be that he was still incarnated as the Virgin Mary and given him a lavish burial? Chapter 14. Participation in Event 1, The Battle of the Morgan Patriarch. Ending. Kill all the invading enemies and kill the strongest competitor Rhodes. Reward, points plus 100,000 points. Participation Event 2, Hydra Secret Assassination. Ending, destroy the assassination plan organized by Hydra and kill the hidden leader Pierce. Reward, points plus 200,000 points. Just after Pierce and Rhodes died, the voice of the system automatically sounded in Andy's mind. Andy was a little surprised by all this. After all, the number of points he obtained before was very small, otherwise it would not have accumulated for a year. For example, if the host breathes once, the score is plus 0.01, if the host sleeps once, the score is plus 1, if the host drinks a cup of tea, the score is plus 2, and so on. It was all because of some normal daily routines that he was given points, but it was the first time for him to add such a large amount of points because of participating in unusual events like this. But after the accident, Andy got used to it immediately, because the system had already told him about this. If you want to get a lot of points, the best way is to participate in some big events in this world, and then let yourself play a vital role in the events. As for whether the effect is good or bad, the system doesn't care at all, as long as the effect is great. After figuring this out, Andy showed a slightly deep smile on his face. This world will definitely become more exciting because of me. In the secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury looked serious. All 15 F-22 fighter jets fell in the sky above Morgan Manor? What's going on? Who gave the order to attack? Nick Fury slapped the table, furious. Report, sir, it's Minister Pierce's order. A seductive woman in black tights said. This woman is none other than Natasha Romanoff, nicknamed Black Widow. Both the popular lover in the Marvel world and the famous bus girl. Pierce? Why did this guy send 15 F-22s to Morgan Manor? What did he do? Did he investigate clearly? Nick Fury said with a displeased face. For Pierce, Nick Fury has long been unhappy with him, but he is also a high level inside S.H.I.E.L.D, and he is also the Minister of the World Security Council. Even if it is him, you can't do anything to him. But what he didn't expect was that this guy actually passed him and issued an order privately. If it weren't for the sudden accident of 15 F-22 fighter jets, he would probably still be kept in the dark. So, how could he not be angry? It has been investigated clearly that the order was indeed issued by Pierce. 10 minutes ago, he ordered 15 F-22 fighter jets to fly directly from our secret base to Morgan Manor. Then 15 Sidewinder missiles were fired directly at Morgan Manor, but for some reason, all of these missiles exploded ahead of schedule. Then not long after, all the F-22 fighter jets cut off the news with our tower and disappeared. So far, we have noticed this matter, and then called the monitoring. I found this scene, I think you should take a serious look. While talking, Natasha Romanoff played the video in her hand. In the image, a woman in a white dress is like a god, and her punch smashed the sky. Under her punch, the original 15 Sidewinder missiles galloping towards her burst into pieces, blooming like fireworks. Then the woman jumped 1,000 meters like a monster, and directly tore an F-22 fighter jet with her hands. Such a scene directly stunned Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. Not only him, even though Natasha Romanoff on the side watched this video for the second time, she was still shocked. If the videos in her hand hadn't been collected by their elite agents, she would have suspected that they were all PS. But the video cannot be PS, so all this is true. Swallowing unconsciously, Nick Fury was silent for a long time, and seemed to have just come back to his senses. How many people have watched this video? Nick Fury asked silently. Apart from Agent Hill and Phil Coulson, it's just the two of us. Natasha Romanoff said seriously. Set this video as a top secret video, and no one is allowed to view it except me, and this matter is not allowed to be disclosed to the outside world. Nick Fury said with a serious face. Understood, then how to explain the crash of these 15 F-22 fighter jets? There is no explanation, the BD Pierce will bear the consequences. Nick Fury said coldly. Chapter 15. Unbeknownst to Nick Fury, Pierce was already responsible for this. And the price he paid was his life. Sir, this is obviously a supernatural event, how should we deal with it? Natasha Romanoff in black leather asked curiously. Don't disturb that woman for now. Later, you and Phil Coulson will investigate why Pierce sent someone to bomb the Morgan family's estate. It is impossible for him not to know that the power of the Morgan family is enough to influence the direction of our country. With his ingenuity, he would never offend the Morgan family. There must be a big secret hidden behind this guy. Nick Fury said affirmatively. Not long ago, I received a piece of information that might explain Pierce's strange behavior. Natasha Romanoff thought for a while and said. What information? That's right, half an hour ago, the head of the Morgan family passed away. The head of the family suffered a sudden stroke a few years ago, and he has long since lost his self-care ability. He has been in a daze, so he has never been able to make a will. In recent years, most of the Morgan family's business has been managed by the eldest son Rhodes, and his two younger brothers have quite a problem with this. The three brothers of the family have been fighting openly and secretly for a long time in order to compete for the position of the head of the family, but because the old man is still alive, all three of them are afraid. But now that the old man has passed away, they naturally have no scruples, and they will definitely kill him. Natasha Romanoff analyzed seriously. You mean, this guy Pierce took one of them, and then attacked the other two in order to support his own side? Nick Fury said thoughtfully. This is just my guess. It should be very unlikely. After all, the Morgan family is a behemoth, it is impossible for Pierce to fall in love with it. Natasha Romanoff shrugged. Hearing what she said, Nick Fury shook his head and said, No, your analysis makes sense. Usually, the Morgan family really doesn't like Pierce, but now, it's very possible. Because of the appearance of Pierce, it perfectly solved the needs of the Morgan family at this stage. What? Natasha Romanoff looked puzzled. A knife that kills feet. And Pierce is the most suitable guy. His identity and power are enough to support him to become the knife of the Morgan family. Do you know who lives in the manor that was bombed? Nick Fury continued to ask curiously. I know, it's Andy, the third son of the Morgan family, who lives here. In the past, everyone thought that the third prince was the least hopeful candidate to seize the position of patriarch. But now it seems that it's really hard to say, what relationship does that terrifying mysterious woman have with him? Natasha Romanoff asked curiously. Since that woman appeared in that manner and blocked all attacks for him, the relationship between them is definitely not simple. I will pay a good visit to him when I find a chance. Now you don't want to scare the snake away. Nick Fury said seriously. I see. Natasha Romanoff nodded. At this moment, a woman pushed open the door of Nick Fury's office with a solemn expression. This woman was none other than Hill agent of SHIELD. Seeing her unusually dignified expression, Nick Fury asked curiously, What's wrong? Something happened, Minister Pierce, dead. Inside the Morgan Manor, Andy leaned on the sofa with a relaxed expression on his face, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, taking a sip from time to time, feeling very relaxed. Beside him, Bismarck was also holding a glass of red wine, tasting it carefully at the moment, with a satisfied look on his face. Commander, this red wine has a pure taste and a strong taste. It is indeed a good wine, but it lacks one thing to match. Bismarck said with a slightly rosy face while drinking. She has already drank a full glass, and she has a limited amount of alcohol, and she has reached the point of being slightly tipsy. Looking at the flushed Bismarck, Andy couldn't help pinching her pretty face, and said with a smile, Then tell me, what match is missing? Hearing this, Bismarck's complexion became more and more charming, very charming. Commander, you're a bit annoying, you know what to ask. Hearing this, Andy couldn't laugh or cry, and said, No matter how good this wine is, no matter how intoxicating it is, it's not as intoxicating as you. Isn't this called wine not intoxicating, but people intoxicating? At this moment, the butler Sophia walked in with a smile. As soon as she came in, She also knelt down in front of Andy with a respectful expression. "How's it going?" Andy asked. "Young master has a great plan. Following Pierce's information, we have found the secret stronghold of Hydra. Do we want to start an operation?" Sophia asked. "Well, instead of waiting for them to retaliate against me, it's better for us to take the initiative. The Hydra organization still has a few good things, and we can just collect them this time." Andy nodded. "Then when are you leaving?" Sophia asked curiously. "No, you can ask your intoxicated Bismarck sister," Andy said with a smile, looking at Bismarck, who was still working hard. Hearing this, Sophia's eyes were burning hot, and she said charmingly, "Sister Bismarck, let me help you." Chapter 16. In the solemn and luxurious Morgan Castle, a group of people gathered at this moment. Among these people are the police officers of the local police station, as well as the elite agents of SHIELD. At this moment, Nick Fury was standing in the center of the hall in the castle with an ugly face, his eyes scanning the entire hall. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes came to his side. "Phil Coulson, what's going on? What did you find?" Nick Fury asked, glancing at the man. This man is none other than S.H.I.E.L.'s Level 8 agent Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson is a model of an agent. He has strong organizational ability and mobility, and is also proficient in firearms and fighting. "I have handled countless cases, but this is the first time that the scene is so bloody. When I first came here, I thought I was in hell on earth. The stumps and broken arms all over the ground came from at least a dozen people. It is not an ordinary difficulty to find a trace of cobweb horses among so many small pieces of meat, and all the surrounding surveillance has been destroyed. Without a clue. Fortunately, there is still a complete corpse. I found this thing in the buttons of Rod Morgan's clothes." As Phil Coulson spoke, he took out a small button-like thing. "Is this a bug?" Nick Fury asked curiously after taking the button. "Yes, the most advanced bug in the world. Its file size is only as big as a mung bean, and it can avoid the detection of 99% of the detection equipment on the market. This button is just a disguise." Phil Coulson nodded. "Road. Check the origin of this bug, maybe you can find some clues. By the way, have you found the receiver of this bug?" Nick Fury asked. "I've already asked someone to check the place of origin. It shouldn't be long before there will be news. As for the receiver, I found it on Pierce's wreckage, but it has been seriously damaged and is currently being repaired by technicians," Phil Coulson said. At this moment, the Hill agent walked over quickly and said, "The receiver is seriously damaged, and the technicians only repaired a few message records through electronic reset technology." While Agent Hill was speaking, he pressed the special device on his wrist, and a recording was played immediately. "Pierce, you have one less identity, the leader of the Hydra organization hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. This is you really identity." The recording was very noisy, but even so, several people still heard what the message record said. After listening, Nick Fury and Phil Coulson's faces were full of shock. "I really didn't expect such a shocking secret to be involved behind this bloody massacre. Delete this recording, and you will pretend that you don't know anything, understand?" "Understood." Hill and Phil Coulson nodded solemnly. There aren't many restorations to the recording, but Pierce's confession of who he really is cannot be faked. This also means that their current S.H.I.E.L.D. has already been infiltrated by the Hydra organization. In this way, Nick Fury naturally has to be cautious. The recording must be deleted, otherwise, once it is spread, it will be tantamount to alarming the Snake. At that time, he, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., might be helpless. Phil Coulson, you follow Pierce's line and investigate all his cronies. Remember, this is a top-secret operation. Except for the three of us, no fourth person is allowed to know. Nick. Fury thought for a while, very seriously. Understood, I'll do it now. Phil Coulson nodded and walked out quickly. Sir, I always feel a little strange about this. How did Andy Morgan know Pierce's true identity? It's really too weird. Hill agent said suspiciously on his face. If you want to know the answer, you have to go to him. I'm also very curious, what kind of secret is hidden behind this guy? Nick. Fury said thoughtfully. Located in Hydra's secret base in California. A green-haired woman with a voluptuous figure looked at the display screen in front of her with an extremely ugly expression. The display showed a video of a woman in white wreaking havoc on their branch base. The woman in white is none other than Andy's wife, Bismarck. Under Andy's powerful wrist, Sophia found several secret bases of Hydra. Thus began a one-sided massacre. Who is this damned woman? How did she know the locations of so many of our strongholds? The green-haired woman growled angrily. Ma'am, according to the news from the front line, the other party said that Pierce offended her, and she came here for revenge, and threatened to destroy all our bases, one of the men said in horror. Destroy all our bases, what a big tone she is our Hydra organization vegetarian? At this moment, an electronic synthesis sound sounded in the room. Then, a robot with a display screen on its stomach came out, and a human face appeared on the display screen. If Andy were here right now, he would easily recognize who this guy was. This guy is the classic villain of the Marvel Universe, Dr. Zola. And the green-haired woman in the room is the Viper known as Mrs. Hydra. Viper is the leader of the super criminals, has a super high IQ, and an innate charisma. He also has the ability to slow down aging and the terrifying poison immunity, because having such a powerful ability also makes her a master drug maker. Coupled with the fact that this woman has a perfect figure and face no less than that of Black Widow, it is not an exaggeration to say that she is a real poisonous scorpion woman. Dr. Zola, you finally came out. Your new invention is successful. Seeing Dr. Zola appear, Viper finally relaxed a little. That's natural, this is a photon energy cannon, one cannon is enough to destroy a building, no one can resist such a weapon. Although I am very confident in the secrecy of our base, if it can be deployed properly, the combat effectiveness of our base will increase by an order of magnitude. No matter who it is impossible to break through. Dr. Zola said very conceitedly. But just as he finished speaking, there was a bang, and an earth-shattering sound came from outside the secret base. Suddenly, Dr. Zola and Viper looked at each other, and their expressions became ugly. Chapter 17. Go and see what's going on. Viper said solemnly, winking at a subordinate beside him. Yes. The subordinate nodded and trotted out. At the entrance of the base, a man and a woman descended from the sky. It was none other than Andy and Bismarck. Originally dealing with such small matters as the Hydra base, in fact, it was enough for Bismarck to come alone. However, considering his real purpose, he finally decided that it is better to come together, and by the way, feel how mysterious the Hydra organization base is. Looking at the Hydra base under the cover of the machinery manufacturing plant, Andy showed a meaningful smile on his face. This place is really nice, surrounded by mountains and rivers, with two big mountains as a natural barrier. Air raids are a big problem. As expected of the ancient Hydra organization, this site selection is really prudent. Not bad, not bad. Andy said to himself as he strolled towards the base. As if the place where he came is not the Hydra base, but some tourist attraction, this calmness and confidence are unmatched. Stop, who are you? What do you do? Just then, a group of men in factory uniforms surrounded Andy and the others. If people don't know, they will really think that this group of people are workers from the machinery factory. But Andy could tell the difference in this group of people with just a glance. They were all extraordinarily tall and straight. They trotted all the way, but their breathing was extremely stable, without any feeling of panting. Obviously, this group of people are all Lianjiazi, and they are all quite powerful masters. I said I'm here for sightseeing, do you believe me? Let's do it. Andy said with a sneer. Let's do it. It was for the group of Hydra agents in front of them, and it was also for Bismarck. Hearing Andy's order, Bismarck didn't have the slightest hesitation, just raised his hand and punched out. Crack crack. The sound of space shattering exploded, and under the powerful shock force, the dozen or so Hydra agents in front of them didn't survive even a second, and they exploded and turned into blood mist. Their death was extremely miserable. Such a scene stunned the other agents in the distance. However, they are all well-trained elite agents, and they immediately reacted and began to rise up to resist. Immediately, agents rushed out of the base with guns in their hands and attacked Bismarck. Da-da-da! The gunshots kept ringing, and bullets poured towards Bismarck like rain, and the other party tried to use fire suppression to kill Bismarck. But it was obvious that they were doomed to fail. Facing the attack of countless bullets, Bismarck looked cold and his eyes were full of disdain. She has experienced such attacks several times, but none of them were successful. The main base of Hydra is nothing more than that, it's really boring. Bismarck muttered to himself, clenched his fist and punched the ground fiercely. Boom! The force of the shock, as strong as a falling meteorite, violently bombarded the ground. Suddenly, the entire ground collapsed, revealing a huge pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters, which swallowed the entire factory. How could a group of Hydra agents have imagined that the woman in front of them would be so terrifying? With a single punch, the earth would collapse. None of the group of people reacted, they all fell into the deep pit, and then were smashed into meatloaf by the collapsed factory iron materials. With the collapse of the factory, a secret passage appeared in front of Bismarck and Andy. The place leading to this secret passage is the real base of the Hydra organization. It's quite hidden, and most people really can't find this entrance. Andy smiled, walked into the secret passage with his foot up. In the secret room of the underground base, the atmosphere was dead silent. Quell and Dr. Zola have already seen clearly everything that happened outside through the monitor. Who the hell is this woman? It's incredible that she possesses such terrifying power. Dr. Zola's eyes were not only full of shock, but also of interest. As a mad scientist, he likes to study such extraordinary things the most. And the Bismarck in the video is the most incredible existence he has seen so far. In this way, he was naturally full of interest. Viper knew Dr. Zola's character very well. She said with a speechless face, Dr. Zola, please find out the situation, now is not the time to be interested in that woman, we'd better get out of here quickly. Hearing this, Dr. Zola nodded, and said, that's right, if the Green Hills are still there, I'm not afraid that there will be no firewood. It won't be too late for that woman to study in the future. While talking, the two walked directly into the escape tunnel, and then pressed the closing gate. The door of the escape tunnel is a huge steel plate with a thickness of nearly 1 meter. Even ordinary missiles cannot break through such a thick steel plate. This is also the main reason why Viper is confident, as long as she walks into the escape tunnel, it basically means that she can escape. Definitely, there were very few opportunities for her to enter this secret passage before, basically none. Unfortunately, this time, she made a mistake. Not long after she had just walked into the secret passage, a roar of huge amounts of suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, she was horrified to find that the steel and iron door, which she thought was impenetrable, was blasted into iron slag like tofu at this moment. Suddenly, a glamorous woman appeared in front of her. This woman is none other than Bismarck, the cold and beautiful royal sister. Chapter 18. A steel plate nearly 1 meter thick is indestructible in the eyes of ordinary people. But in the eyes of Bismarck, a 9th-level master with the power of shock, this is no different from tofu. Bismarck, who possesses the shaking fruit ability, can easily trigger resonance. And any substance has its corresponding resonance frequency. Once it reaches resonance, no matter how hard an object is, it can be easily crushed with a little pressure. In this way, not to mention Bismarck, who has the power of shock. In front of her, the two idioms of impenetrable and indestructible are just a joke. Your efficiency is a bit slow. If you want to escape, you should act sooner. Looking at the astonished Viper and Dr. Zola, Andy said evilly. Hearing Andy's words, Viper immediately turned around, put his hands on his waist unconsciously, and took out his pistol. And Dr. Zola in the machine body picked up the photon energy cannon he had just made and aimed it at Andy and Bismarck. Who are you? Our Hydra organization has no enmity with you, why are you targeting us? Viper said with an extremely ugly expression. She never thought that such a thick steel door would be broken open so easily by this pair of men and women. Which abyss is this monster crawling out of? It's too scary. You can be called your new masters, as for whether there is no grievance or enmity, it's a bit too early for you to say that. But it doesn't matter, I never need a reason for targeting people. Andy shrugged, and said indisputable words with a calm face. You. Viper squeezed out water with an ugly expression on his face. On weekdays, she is the only one who is arrogant and tough to others, but she never thought that one day she would be treated so toughly by others. The key point is that she still dare not refute, after all, the destructive power of the woman in front of her is too terrifying. She didn't know what would happen after she refuted it, but one thing is certain, the other party can definitely kill her easily. In this way, it is absolutely impossible for her to escape here by herself, so her eyes moved to Dr. Zola. At this moment, the face of Dr. Zola on the display also showed an unbelievable color. But compared to Viper's panic, Zola's expression is much calmer. The new master? What do you mean? Dr. Zola looked at Andy curiously and asked. It's very simple, just the literal meaning. From now on, I will have the final say here. I am your king. Andy said with a half smile, his eyes full of evil spirits. Our king? You speak so loudly, I'm afraid you won't die. Dr. Zola laughed angrily when he heard Andy's words, and then roared and pulled the photon energy cannon in his hand. He is still very confident in the power of this photon energy cannon, and he has done many experiments. This shot is enough to easily knock down a building. Although the destructive power of the woman in front of him was as terrifying as a monster, he didn't believe that this woman could still withstand his photon energy cannon. The moment he pulled the trigger, a thick blue energy wave bombarded Bismarck with devastating power. The blue energy wave is like a shooting star in the night sky, dazzling, bright, and extremely destructive. Seeing the rapidly approaching photon energy cannon, Bismarck's eyes froze. She immediately noticed that this blue energy wave was far more powerful than any attack she had faced before, which completely exceeded the current level of weapon technology. This should be the trump card weapon secretly created by the Hydra organization. But no matter how powerful it is nothing more than pediatrics in front of the 9th level Bismarck. Just as the blue energy wave hit him head on, Bismarck shouted coquettishly, clenched his fist and punched the space in front of him. The white ball of light on the surface of her fist changed suddenly, forming an invisible shock barrier. Boom! The photon energy cannon, which was powerful enough to knock down the building, hit Bismarck's shock barrier head-on, making an earth-shattering sound. Under this sound, the entire secret passageway shook violently, and then collapsed. All the roads in front and behind were blocked, and the 4 of them were buried. But even so, Bismarck's shock barrier showed no signs of breaking, and she even easily blocked the photon energy cannon. This, so possible. Seeing such a scene, Dr. Zola's face was full of disbelief. But just as he finished speaking, Bismarck appeared in front of him as an afterimage, and then crushed the photon energy cannon in his hand. Then he punched Dr. Zola into the air, and the Viper did the same thing. He was kicked by Bismarck and flew upside down for more than 10 meters. He hit the collapsed stone heavily, vomited blood, and disappeared immediately. Against ability. At this point, the two big bosses in the Hydra base collapsed in front of Andy, looking extraordinarily embarrassed and desolate. Chapter 19. The Viper who fell on the ground looked at Andy and Bismarck with despair, his body trembling. As the leader of Hydra's main base, what scene has Viper not seen? But looking at Andy in front of her, she still couldn't stop her fear. The aura of this man in front of him is really too strong. In front of him, she was like an ant that could be squeezed casually, extremely small. What on earth do you want to do? Viper looked at Andy courageously and asked. I have already said that I want to be your king, or more precisely, I want to be the king of this world. An informer hiding behind the scenes, you two are very lucky to be able to get into my eyes, but anyone I don't like is already dead. Andy answered irrelevantly. The king of this world? Do you want to rule the earth? Zola muttered to herself, her tone full of shock, and a hint of aftertaste appeared in her eyes. He remembered that more than 70 years ago, there was a person who had such a grand ambition, but failed in the end. And this person is none other than the first master he assisted, Red Skull. Unexpectedly, after 70 years, such a person appeared in this world again, and he couldn't help but sigh. Rule the earth, do you look down on me? Andy's face suddenly darkened, and a monstrous coercion descended on Dr. Zola's machine body. Suddenly, Dr. Zola felt as if he was carrying a big mountain, and he was directly crushed to the ground, and the scene was extremely embarrassing. Dr. Zola didn't expect the man in front of him to be so moody, and he could offend him with just a few words. The key point is that the aura emanating from this man is 100 times more terrifying than that of that woman. That woman alone could easily destroy their base. And this man is 100 times stronger than that woman. What kind of concept is this? This is an existence that can destroy the world with every move. No wonder the man felt like he was looking down on him. As far as this man's strength is concerned, it is simply blasphemy to think so. And I was so foolish as to compare it with Red Skull. In front of this man, Red Skull is a scumbag. After thinking about this point clearly, the way he looked at Andy changed drastically, and his views on Andy's request were completely different. Just now, he felt that it was Andy's luck that Andy wanted to accept him as his subordinate, and he still resisted in his heart. But now, he feels that being able to become Andy's subordinate is a gift from heaven and a great blessing to him. He must not miss it. If he misses it, he will regret it for life. Back then, he had pinned his lifelong dream on Red Skull, but that scum failed. Now that he has met someone who is 1,000,000 times stronger than Red Skull, he has a strong intuition that this man will definitely allow him to realize his quest. And it is very likely that you will achieve much higher achievements than you expected. So, how could he miss it? How could Andy have imagined that he would completely change Dr. Zola's mind just by releasing his breath, and this influence is no one else. The world I'm referring to is the entire universe. Andy said lightly, his tone undeniable. Although they had been prepared for a long time, Viper and Dr. Zola were still stunned when they heard what Andy said. Now, I'll give you two choices. The first one is to surrender to me and be loyal to me forever. The second one is to die. Andy said coldly, without any emotion in his tone. Viper and Dr. Zola looked at each other, then knelt down in front of Andy, and said in unison, "We are willing to surrender at the feet of the Master, and will always be the most devout slaves of the Master, and never turn our backs." Hearing the two swear, Andy looked at them with a half-smile, and said, "I figured it out, figured it out." It was said that the heads of the two of them were like chickens pecking rice, so don't order too fast. The Master is majestic, heroic, and imposing, and looks like a dominator at first glance. We are able to become the Master's servants, that is our luck in 3 lives. We naturally think clearly, and we will never have any second thoughts in this life, and we will do our best to help my king. Dr. Zola came straight to a rainbow flattery. Andy nodded in satisfaction, and said, "Those who know the current affairs are brilliant, I like to deal with smart people. In the future, there will be more flattery like this. I love to hear it. Yes, Master. Dr. Zola rejoiced inwardly. To be able to win the favor of the Master would naturally be of great benefit to him as a slave. Okay, it's time to talk about another serious business. Andy said suddenly. Business? I don't know what the Master is referring to. Viper and Dr. Zola looked at Andy curiously. It's very simple. I need all the good things that Hydra has made over the years, such as the photon energy cannon you just used, and super serum, etc. Andy said seriously. Chapter 20. Master, I'm afraid I can't give you the things you want now. Dr. Zola expressed doubts. Why? Andy asked with an uneasy expression on his face. It's like this. The photon energy cannon is a high-energy weapon I just developed, but it hasn't been mass-produced yet. There is only one at present, and then. As Dr. Zola spoke, he shifted his gaze to Bismarck. Obviously, this high-energy weapon just manufactured was directly crushed into iron slag by Bismarck. Hearing what he said, Bismarck blushed slightly with embarrassment, but she couldn't be blamed for that. She has always been merciless towards the enemy. The power of the photon energy cannon is so powerful that even she dared not resist it head-on, and could only use the shock barrier to resist it. With such a weapon, she naturally wanted to destroy it. It's not your fault. You did a good job in the battle just now, and you will be rewarded a lot when you go back. Seeing that Bismarck blamed himself, Andy comforted him with a smile. Thank you, Commander. Hearing Andy's words, Bismarck's mood immediately rose, and she was looking forward to the rewards that Andy said. Because according to the rhythm of the past, the so-called rewards are exactly the intimate activities she wants. What about the super soldier serum? Andy asked. As far as he knows, the Hydra organization started the super soldier serum replication program 70 years ago, and the Winter Soldier was born in this program. The most perfect super soldier created by the Hydra organization is naturally Bucky. But Andy wants to gain a firm foothold in this world. In addition to possessing strong strength, he also needs to form a powerful force team. This team must be all elites and only obey him, and he is the behind-the-scenes manipulator behind this powerful force. This is also the main reason why he chose Viper and Dr. Zola, because they both have rich experience in leading the Hydra organization. If it is changed to the workplace, the two of them are leaders with rich management experience, and it will be of great benefit to him to build his own team by directly including them. More importantly, the super soldier serum replica in Dr. Zola's hands can create many super soldiers for him. And these super fighters will all become sharp knives in his hands in the future, overcoming obstacles for his road to supremacy. In addition to making powerful super fighters by himself, he also has to recruit the subordinates he wants from all over the world. Definitely, this is something for later, so I won't mention it for now. The off-the-shelf super soldier serum is no longer available, and creating a new super soldier serum requires a lot of capital investment. After all, the super soldier serums developed before all had considerable side effects, and it was precisely because of this that Baron Zima destroyed the Winter Soldier back then. Explained Dr. Zola. Andy is not alone in thinking about building a super soldier corps. Whether it is Red Skull 70 years ago or General Ross in modern times, they all have this crazy ambition. However, both of them failed. The Winter Soldier created by Red Skull caused a lot of trouble within the Hydra organization because of its instability. In the end, it was directly destroyed by Baron Zima, and now there is only one Bucky left. As for General Ross's super soldier plan, he finally created the monster of abomination, which almost cost him his life. Speaking of disgust, Andy's face showed interest. According to the current timeline, Hulk and Abomination should appear soon. He couldn't miss this big event no matter what. After all, he was still counting on this event to get a lot of points. Funds are not a problem. Your master lacks many things now, but the only thing that is not lacking is money. How much money do you need? Is 100 billion enough? Andy looked at Dr. Zola with a half-smile and said. Dr. Zola. Dr. Zola has lived for hundreds of years and has seen many local tyrants, but this is the first time he has seen a local tyrant as aggressive as Andy. It was 100 billion when he opened his mouth. Even he was taken aback. He suspected that Andy opened the mint. You don't need that much, 1 billion is enough. Dr. Zola said with shame. When the research on the super soldier serum was first started, only $1 billion was spent. Now it's just a re-examination of the previous research, so naturally there is no need for such a large amount of funds. Your so-called large capital investment is 1 billion, is this money? Andy said with a speechless face. Dr. Zola. 1 billion is not money? Oh, my God! Am I following such a rich master? Dr. Zola couldn't help thinking in astonishment, this master is so proud. That, master, or I want a little more, 2 billion. Dr. Zola promised. Roll. Chapter 21. So, you don't have anything valuable in this base? Andy looked at Dr. Zola with disdain and said. I can't say that. After all, this is one of the main strongholds of our Hydra organization. There are a lot of guns and medicines stored in the base. These things should be useful to the owner. Dr. Zola thought for a while. Road. Ordinary guns and ammunition, don't you have money? What is this? Garbage. Andy said with a look of disdain, not paying attention to it at all. Yes, the master is right, these are rubbish, not worth mentioning. Dr. Zola said hastily. He just followed Andy, the super Chable master, and he hasn't gotten used to it for a while. The man in front of him is by no means comparable to ordinary people. It seems that I have to continue to work hard to adapt, but this also shows that I have not followed the wrong person. Who would not love a strong and rich master? Now it seems that the so-called Hydra organization is nothing more than that, but it doesn't matter, starting today, you will completely leave this useless organization. And I, Andy Morgan, will create a superpower that surpasses any existence. Andy said with a wicked smile, his eyes were full of ambition. Andy in the previous life, because of his own ability, can only be an ordinary person who keeps his own way. But now fate made him live again and gave him 2 gold fingers. Under such conditions, how could he be as content with being ordinary as before? In this life, he wants to live recklessly, he wants to be a world-renowned careerist, and he wants to hold his destiny in his own hands. Any existence that tries to threaten him will be trampled under his feet and allowed to be pinched by him. If other people said that, Viper and Zora would think he was joking, talking nonsense. Above any existence? What arrogance, what arrogance! But when these words came out of the mouth of the man in front of him, it seemed that there was some kind of magic power, which convinced the two of them. Immediately, they looked at Andy full of admiration, even to the point of almost faith. Even if they joined the Hydra organization before, they didn't feel this way. Especially Viper, a coquettish woman, looked at Andy with stars in her eyes, and her body couldn't help becoming hot. Suddenly, full of estrogen burst out of her body, making her body tremble uncontrollably. She was crowned with bliss on the spot, she went to heaven. If Andy knew that he was only capable of one sentence, and asked Viper to explain directly, I don't know how he would feel. There is no one left for this damn charm that has nowhere to be placed. Master is mighty, your devout servant is willing to bow to you, after death. Viper and Dr. Zola knelt down in front of Andy devoutly. Seeing this, Andy nodded in satisfaction. These two subordinates have paid off pretty well, at least they still have a bit of insight. Since it is a useless place, there is no need to keep it, let's destroy it. Andy said lightly, looking at the base whose exit was blocked. After saying that, he lightly clenched his fist, and suddenly a terrifying energy wave like a volcanic eruption was released from the surface of his fist. Then he waved his hand, and the energy burst out, directly turning into a beam of energy light with a diameter of 100 meters and bombarding the rock wall above his head. Under this devastating bombardment, the rock wall above everyone's heads and the entire mountain range were directly annihilated, turning into ashes and disappearing. But the huge amounts of energy beam of light did not stop there, but went straight into the sky, directly into the outer space. If someone is in space at this moment, they will see this terrifying scene. A bright beam of light, like a sharp blade, rises from the surface of the earth and pierces the vast starry sky, full of murderous aura. Feeling this powerful energy fluctuation, seeing such a scene, Bismarck, the ship's mother, couldn't help being shocked, and looked at Andy with eyes full of admiration and awe. Although she is a 9th level master, she is far behind the level sub-god Father Andy, who is enough to destroy stars, and the two are completely incomparable. Needless to say, Viper and Dr. Zola, whose legs trembled after being frightened by this scene, slumped on the ground with a terrified expression on their faces. The entire mountain range was shattered with a light punch, and the aftermath of the ability went straight to the sky, and then to outer space. This kind of strength is simply horrifying. Monsters are not enough to describe Andy's horror. God. Only the word God can describe the image of Andy in their hearts at this moment. This is a miracle. Just one punch is enough to level a city with a population of tens of millions. How did they know that Andy didn't even show 10% of his own strength? If he exploded with all his strength, he would be more than a mountain and a city under one punch. The entire planet will cease to exist, such is the destructive power of the powerful level sub-god Father. If you go one step further and become a strong level God Father, then with just a few gestures, it is enough to destroy a galaxy. And God King Odin is this realm. Andy believes that it won't be too long before he leaves this realm. Chapter 22. An unremarkable punch directly established Andy's absolute throne in the hearts of all his subordinates. And this punch not only shocked his subordinates, but also shocked the whole world. At 3:10 p.m., suddenly an astonishing beam of energy erupted from a certain mountain range in California, piercing into the sky, causing panic to the local residents. What is the giant energy beam that suddenly appeared? Could it be that there is a secret military base similar to Area 51, hidden in the mountains of California? Thunders shook the sky, shining forever. The giant beam of light from California attracted the curiosity of a large number of people. A certain religious organization claimed responsibility for this incident. They said that their predecessors were crossing the catastrophe. Because the matter of the energy light beam continues to simmer, people from the local police station and the military have intervened in the investigation. Please look forward to the results of the investigation. Section after section of news was broadcast on various TVs, and Andy, who was watching as the person involved, smiled and said nothing. Just one punch has caused such a huge amount of sensation. If he debuts as a star, no one will be able to match him. However, he doesn't like to show his face in public. Wouldn't it be nice to quietly be a beautiful man behind the scenes? Master, Viper's strength is low, it's reached its limit, I can't hold on anymore. At this moment, Viper, the new subordinate who was kneeling under the desk, said with a flushed face. As Andy's devout servant, she is not only willing to go through fire and water for her master, but also willing to sacrifice herself actively. A word from Andy before made her undercurrent surge, and now she is given the opportunity to face it head-on. How could she hold it? Andy is not a saint. Why don't the women who take the initiative to send it to your door, and I am not Lu Xiaowai, so naturally I don't have to sit still. Come on. Andy pinched Viper's chin and smiled evilly. Viper, a woman with a beauty and figure no less than that of Black Widow, but she is not as casual as Black Widow. If the woman in front of him was the bus girl Black Widow, he would naturally look down on him, but Viper was another matter. Besides, unlike Sophia and Bismarck, the Viper as a slave is just her plaything, coming and going as soon as she is called, without any pressure. Yes. Today's Viper is Andy's most loyal believer, no matter what the master asks her to do, she will never refuse. California, in the ruins of Hydra's secret base. This was originally the secret base of Viper and Dr. Zola, but now it was blown into ruins by Andy's punch, so it naturally became a ruin. What kind of attack is it that can cause such terrible damage? An entire mountain range was razed to the ground, and the entire base was reduced to ashes. Could it be that woman did it again? Looking at the devastated scene, Natasha Romanoff, who was sent to investigate, looked shocked. Although it was not the first time she had seen the powerful strength of that woman, the scene in front of her was beyond her imagination, and it was too terrifying. The energy value has been calculated. Guess how big it is? At this moment, Phil Coulson walked over with a mysterious expression on his face. Before that, he was sent by Nick Fury to investigate Pierce's cronies, but if he didn't know, he was shocked. Following Pierce's line, he actually found a lot of information about the Hydra organization, and finally discovered several secret strongholds. But what he and Nick Fury didn't expect was that when they took the initiative to attack these bases, they found that someone had arrived first and destroyed these bases in advance. According to the clues they found, they quickly targeted Bismarck, because judging from the damage at the scene, only this powerful woman could do so. So without saying a word, they immediately rushed towards the last base, trying to catch up with Bismarck. But the ending still disappointed them. When he arrived halfway, the beam of energy that shocked the whole world erupted. By the time they arrived on the scene, the entire secret base of Hydra had been completely razed to the ground. So there is the present scene. How old? Natasha Romanoff asked curiously. 84 gigajoules, equivalent to the power of an H-bomb. Phil Coulson said with a complex expression. What? How much? Are you kidding me? Black Widow looked at Phil Coulson incredulously, thinking that Phil Coulson was joking with him. Phil Coulson had already guessed Natasha Romanoff's reaction. Because at the beginning when he got this data, his reaction was exactly the same as that of Natasha Romanoff. He also thought that the technician had made a mistake, but after repeated confirmation by the technician and the other party told him that it was correct, he accepted the terrifying answer with a look of disbelief. Although I know this is unbelievable, I have to tell you that the data is accurate and true. Phil Coulson said with a complex expression. The power of a nuclear explosion. Did someone detonate a nuclear weapon here? Natasha Romanoff muttered in disbelief. This is almost impossible because we didn't detect a little bit of nuclear radiation, it's pure energy fluctuations. Phil Coulson explained. Existent energy fluctuations. You mean that woman? Natasha Romanoff hesitated to speak, and a storm arose in her heart. It's not sure yet, but it's very possible. Phil Coulson nodded and said. Come on, Nick has already gone to Morgan Manor, we have to tell her the news. Natasha Romanoff hurriedly said as if thinking of something. Chapter 23. Don't worry, even if we don't tell him the current situation, he won't mess around, after all, the woman's behavior before is already scary enough. Phil Coulson said. Natasha Romanoff nodded, and said, It's true, that woman is simply a monster, I really don't know how she appeared. I have to ask her about this, maybe the officer can find out something. Phil Coulson said thoughtfully. Just when Natasha Romanoff was still worried about Nick Fury on the other side had already arrived at the gate of Morgan Manor. Looking at the towering and mighty gate of the manor, Nick Fury felt a rare tension in his heart. The person he wanted to visit this time was not simple. He was the heir of the Morgan family. Not to mention anything else, this identity alone was enough for him to be cautious. Not to mention, there is a woman who looks like a monster in the huge manor behind this door. In this way, it is difficult for him not to be nervous. Nick Fury and Hill agent stood quietly at the door, looking a bit cramped. It seemed that it was the first time seeing Nick Fury like this, and the Hill agent on the side was very surprised. Sir, this is the first time I've seen you look so reserved. Agent Hill said with a smile on his face. There are really not many situations that can make me cautious. After all, according to the current situation, the owner of this manor will become the owner of the Morgan family. You should know what this means. Nick Fury said with a little deep meaning. Definitely, as a world-class top-chable family, the head of the Morgan family represents supreme power. Hill agent nodded. You're only right, if this heir is an ordinary person, it's fine, the key is that he still has such a terrifying thug. Now he has strength, power, and financial resources all in one, but if his mind is slightly wrong, it will be a huge threat to our entire world. Nick Fury said with an extremely solemn expression. Hearing this, Agent Hill nodded with a look of approval. The significance of their S.H.I.E.L.D. existence is to solve supernatural events that ordinary people cannot solve, so as to ensure the stability and peace of the world. Now on Andy Morgan, they not only discovered supernatural events, but also discovered that this person may pose huge amounts of threats to the entire world. In this way, they naturally have to be cautious, and it is normal for Nick Fury to behave like this. While the two were talking, they planned to ring the doorbell. But before their hands touched the doorbell, a powerful aura erupted from the manor like a volcanic eruption. Suddenly, the mountain shook and the ground shook. Nick Fury and Hill Agent staggered and fell to the ground together, in a state of embarrassment. But before the two could react, a coercion as heavy as a mountain came crashing down. In an instant, the bodies of the two who were just about to stand up immediately fell to their knees again, and then they could no longer move. The sudden scene made the two of them look shocked. Even Nick Fury, who was used to seeing big scenes, was full of panic in his heart. But he immediately realized that the person behind this coercion should be that mysterious woman. Just a coercion is enough to frighten him into immobility. Is this the real strength of that woman? Scary, really scary. Nick Fury thought silently. But the more this happened, the stronger his desire to see him. Because deep in his heart, there has always been a great and crazy idea. And now it can help him realize this idea. There is only the woman behind this door. Who is it that dares to sneak around here and find death? Bismarck's voice exploded in the ears of the two of them like a bell. While covering his ears, Nick Fury said in horror, "S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury, please see Mr. Andy Morgan, please allow me to come in and talk to Mr. Andy, I have something important to discuss." Not long after he finished speaking, he felt that the whole world was quiet for a few seconds, as if the woman was asking. A few seconds later, the voice like Hong Zhong rang again, saying, "What kind of shit S.H.I.E.L.D. My commander is also available to you if you want to see it. Get out." "What? You?" Nick Fury's face was ashen when he heard Bismarck's words. It was the first time since he became the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. that he was disgraced like this. To use the word bullshit to describe S.H.I.E.L.D. is a great humiliation to him and S.H.I.E.L.D. It is unbearable, this woman is too arrogant. Although she did have the ability to be arrogant, he still couldn't accept it, and he wanted to continue to say something. But at this moment, the coercion on him suddenly soared, becoming several times heavier in an instant. Immediately, he threw his pressed body onto the ground, and a mouthful of blood spewed out, making the words he wanted to say stuck in his throat, and he couldn't speak anymore. "I told you to get lost, don't you understand?" Bismarck's tone was as cold as Death God's sigh, and the scythe was already on Nick Fury's neck. As long as she wanted to, she could kill him at any time. Under such momentum, even Nick Fury had no choice but to give up, and could only say with a weak breath, Excuse me, let's go." Puff. As he said that, another mouthful of blood gushed out, looking extremely embarrassed and miserable. Chapter 24. Even Nick Fury couldn't have imagined that his visit today would end in such a miserable end. He originally thought that he was the director of SHIELD. With this title, even if Andy was the head of the Morgan family, he should give him face and meet him. After all, he was considered a high-ranking government official, and there was an inexplicable relationship between the government and the Morgan family. In this way, as a government official, he should be treated with courtesy by Andy. But the result surprised him. Not only did he not receive the so-called courtesy, he didn't even see Andy's shadow. He didn't see anyone, so he was rejected, but as SHIELD director, he was humiliated and almost lost his life. In this way, the anger in his heart accumulated like a volcano, almost erupting from the top of his head. FAC immediately list Andy Morgan as a SSS-level dangerous person. This guy must be watched closely. In the car, Nick Fury said with a gloomy face. While talking, another mouthful of blood was spit out. Obviously his body suffered a lot of injuries. Sir, I understand how you feel at the moment, but he is the head of the Morgan family. Is it inappropriate for us to directly list him as a threat? Hill agent asked. Although she was very dissatisfied with Andy Morgan's arrogant attitude, she couldn't help hesitation when she thought that the other party was the head of the Morgan family. You must know that the influence of the Morgan family is all over the world, and many projects of their government also have Morgan capital. As a result, many government officials have to worship the Morgan family as the god of wealth, for fear of offending them. At this moment, Nick Fury wants to directly put Andy on the threat list, and he is still at the SSS level. As the senior leader of S.H.I.E.L.D., she naturally needs to remind Nick Fury. Hey, I understand what you mean, forget it, let's discuss this matter in the long run, and make a decision later. Nick Fury sighed. It was the first time since he took the position of SHIELD director that he felt so aggrieved. But what else could he do besides being aggrieved? The opponent is the Morgan family. Even if he is aggrieved, he has to bear it. Of course, Andy didn't know about Nick Fury's aggrieved mood. At this moment, he was lazily lying on Bismarck's lap, with his eyes slightly closed, enjoying Bismarck's delicious food. Commander, who is that man? He looks quite impressive. Bismarck asked curiously while putting the peeled grapes into Andy's mouth. Before Andy could answer, the Viper who was waiting on Andy said, that black corned egg is a very troublesome guy, quite difficult to deal with. He is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the #1 opponent of Hydra organization. The opponent of Hydra, so this is still a just organization. Bismarck joked. Because the Hydra organization has always been an evil force in her eyes, so S.H.I.E.L.D., which stands on the opposite side of the Hydra organization, is naturally a representative of justice. Hearing Bismarck's words, Viper looked embarrassed, but when she thought that she had left the Hydra organization, her expression immediately returned to normal. They have always claimed to be the incarnation of justice and said they want to protect world peace, but in my opinion, their behavior is often the same as ours, or even worse. Obviously, for S.H.I.E.L.D., Viper still hates it from the bottom of his heart. After all, the two forces have been hostile for many years, and it is by no means easy to change their views on each other. How can there be so much justice in this world? It's just that they stand on different positions. Over the years, led by the army of the country of Sam, how many appalling human experiments have been secretly conducted, who knows? Many disasters in this world are caused by them, so I don't like S.H.I.E.L.D., an organization that claims to be righteous. Andy said calmly. So that's why, Master, you don't want to see that annoying guy. Hearing what Andy said, Bismarck finally understood. Okay, let's not talk about him, it will affect the mood. What's the situation with Dr. Zola? Andy asked, looking at the housekeeper Sophia. Dr. Zola is very satisfied with the new working environment. He said that your secret shipyard, Master, far exceeds any secret base he has ever stayed in. Now he is busy in the office. Sophia laughed. As long as he is satisfied, provide him with all the materials he wants, and get out the photon energy cannon and super soldier serum as soon as possible. These two things are of great use to me. Andy said thoughtfully. Understood. Sophia nodded seriously. In addition to Dr. Zola, Bismarck, and Viper, you two must not be idle. I have a new task for you. Andy looked at Bismarck and Viper and said. A plan he's been thinking about for a long time. It's time to start. Chapter 25. Participation Event 1. Destroy the secret base of the Hydra organization. Ending. Destroy many secret bases of Hydra, and conquer Dr. Zola and Viper. Reward, points plus 100,000 points. Participation Event 2. S.H.I.E.L.D asks for a visit. Ending. Reject Nick Fury's request to see him and beat him. Reward, points plus 50,000 points. After giving Bismarck and Viper new tasks, Andy's consciousness entered the system interface. Andy receives a reward from the system for completing 2 more events. Including the previous 300,000 points, we now have almost 450,000 points, and with 500,000 points, we can synthesize and become a shipgirl again. But I still have to prepare materials and ability templates. These 2 things are the big ones, and more points are needed. Andy muttered to himself, and brought up the properties panel. Host, Andy. Morgan. Integral points, 455,010. Shipgirl, Tier 9 Shipgirl, Bismarck. Ability, Monster Power, Undead Body, Starburst Turbulence. Comprehensive Evaluation, Level Sub-Godfather Strong. If I want to synthesize a powerful shipgirl again, I have to continue to work hard to collect points. 450,000 points are not enough. Andy said to himself. Then, he looked down at the watch in his hand, and the time pointed to 8:30 in the evening. At this point, Bismarck should have arrived. According to the information he just received, a few days ago, Hulk, who had been hiding for several years, was exposed in Brazil. After that, Hulk wandered back and forth, and set foot on the land of Sam's country again. According to speculation, at this time, Hulk's old enemy, the Abomination, should have also appeared. So, how could Andy miss this opportunity to watch a good show? Hulk vs. Abomination, it's a real big deal. As long as he participated in this event, he would definitely receive a good system reward. Such a good thing, he naturally had to take part in it. Definitely, as the informer behind the scenes, he doesn't need to go to the front line himself, it's enough for his subordinates to handle everything. On a certain street in New York, Bismarck fell from the sky and gently landed on the top of a building. She sat on the edge of the roof, looked at her watch, and scanned the street under her feet. It's almost time. Why haven't those 2 guys appeared yet? It's really boring. I'm still in a hurry to go back and warm the commander's bed. Bismarck said to himself, with a look of boredom on his face. Compared to going out to do such an easy task, she prefers to stay by the commander's side and take good care of her. But since the commander asked her to come out, no matter how boring she is, she will still complete the mission well. Otherwise, he would be punished by the commander, and when he thought of the punishment called no progress, she shuddered. This punishment was too terrible, too cruel. The building where Bismarck is located is hundreds of meters high. From this height, the objects below are like ants, with a panoramic view. Such a height, let alone sitting on the edge of the roof, just look at it, it is estimated that the buttocks will be scared to pee. But for Bismarck, this height is no different from her sitting on a chair on the ground, and it is absolutely impossible to get injured. Just as Bismarck was swinging his thighs, he was humming a pop song he learned from the commander. A terrifying roar suddenly came from the street below, followed by an explosion. The flames exploded like stars at night, illuminating the entire dark street. Seeing such a scene, a cold smile appeared on Bismarck's face immediately. It finally appeared, I have been waiting for a long time. After saying that, Bismarck jumped directly from the top of the hundreds of high buildings, and his whole body was like a shooting star, and landed on the deserted street with a bang. The huge amounts of impact shook the ground under Bismarck's feet into a deep pit with a diameter of about 10 meters. At this moment, two figures of huge amounts of swiftly passed by the street beside her. Like a beast in the wilderness, a bloody fight was launched between the blocks. These two huge amounts of figures are not others. It was Bismarck's long-awaited Hulk and Abomination. In addition to the two of them, not far from them, 5 armed helicopters followed all the way. The full name is tracking and shooting, as if observing who to help. General Ross, these two monsters, who should we help? A soldier on the helicopter gunship looked at the old man beside him in horror and asked. This old man is General Ross, who wants to build a super soldier army. One Hulk was already giving them a headache, and now another one appeared, and it was bigger than the Hulk, so they didn't know what to do. Attack that new one, that BD Brinsky dared to disobey the order and kill him for me. General Ross said with a livid face. Wait, a woman in white appeared below. At this moment, everyone was attracted by a woman in white. That woman is none other than Bismarck. Chapter 26. I didn't ask you to block all the nearby blocks, why are there still civilians? General Ross said with an extremely ugly expression. We have indeed asked people from the local police station to evacuate the crowd. I don't know why this woman is still there. The subordinate said with certainty. Sir, Hulk is being beaten by the abomination, he is about to die, should we help him? The gunner asked anxiously. We must not let Hulk die at the hands of Brinsky. Brinsky is a complete lunatic. If we let him win, we will be finished. General Ross said with an extremely serious face. Brinsky was one of his hand-picked fighters and received an injection of a replica of the super soldier serum. Therefore, he knew Brinsky very well. He was hoping to use the guy's powerful fighting ability to capture Hulk. However, his physical fitness cannot be compared with Hulk at all. In a match with Hulk, he was unfortunately severely injured by Hulk and almost died. So General Ross sent him to the laboratory again and injected him with a second copy of the super soldier serum. However, whether it is the original super soldier serum or a replica, they all have side effects. This side effect is to magnify the personality of the injector countless times. For example, Rogers, his personality is brave, resolute and kind. So after injecting super soldier serum, he became a 50/50th superhero that no one can match Captain America. And Red Skull is the negative teaching material, becoming the embodiment of evil. Brinsky is also a normal human being, so naturally he cannot escape the effects of this side effect. And Brinsky's biggest character personality is belligerence, with an overwhelming desire to fight. And he also received 2 injections of super soldier serum, so his combative personality was infinitely magnified. This directly turned Brinsky into a fighting maniac, and the whole person looked extremely violent. In order to be able to defeat Hulk, Brinsky went to the point of unscrupulous. In the end, with the help of Dr. Lan, he directly injected Hulk's serum. Thus, the supervillain of the Marvel Universe, the Abomination, was born. Sir, what about that woman? Once we fire, she will definitely die. Hearing what General Ross said, the gunner looked at General Ross curiously and asked. The whole block was blocked by us, and she broke in alone. This is her fate. Even if she dies, it's no fault of us. General Ross said ruthlessly. We know how to do it. A group of soldiers nodded, already made a decision in their hearts, and started to act directly. Immediately, the barrels of the 5 machine guns quickly protruded from the bottom of the armed helicopter, and then aimed at the Abomination on the ground. Target hates, fire. Da-da-da. With an order, the barrels of the 5 machine guns rotated rapidly, and while the flames were shining, bullets as thick as thumbs rained down towards the Abomination below. Hit by countless bullets, the abomination who was planning to strangle Hulk with an iron chain couldn't help raising his hand to resist the pain. Then he turned around and roared angrily, and the giant iron chain he was holding was turned around as a weapon by him. Immediately, one of the armed helicopters was swept by his chains, and then spun rapidly in the air, lost control, and fell towards the ground. And the location where the helicopter crashed was no other place, it turned out to be where Bismarck is now. Seeing such a scene, everyone mourned silently, imagining the tragic appearance of Bismarck being smashed into meatloaf in their minds. In the eyes of all of them, Bismarck, the woman in white who suddenly appeared, was sure to die. After all, in this world, there is no human who was hit by a gunship helicopter and survived. Women who don't have a clear mind, remember to be smarter in the next life. Seeing such a scene, although General Ross couldn't bear it, there was nothing he could do. In such a situation, no one can save her. However, when everyone was mourning for Bismarck, an unimaginably shocking scene appeared. The white-clothed woman who seemed certain to die in their eyes, unexpectedly walked out of the raging fire unscathed. And the raging fire that can devour everything in the world, in the eyes of this woman in white, looks like a fake, and it can't even burn her skirt. Such a scene, like seeing a ghost, shocked everyone. Some even pinched their own thighs, as if to judge whether they were dreaming. But soon they discovered that they were not dreaming, all this was real. In this way, they couldn't help being even more frightened. Bismarck naturally had no mood to pay attention to their fear. How did they know that the reason why she is not afraid of the flames is because the surface of her body is protected by an invisible barrier formed by shock force? But these are not important, the important thing is that Bismarck is angry at this moment. Chapter 27. Bismarck had waited quite a while for the Hulk and the abomination to come here, which already made her a little impatient. And just when he was about to finish the task quickly, several armed helicopters moved first and smashed at her. This completely disrupted her rhythm, so how could she not be angry? Walking out slowly from the raging fire, Bismarck stared coldly at the armed helicopter in the sky, without saying a word, raised his fist and punched it from the air. Crack! The thunder-like explosion left a deep mark on everyone's eardrums, directly causing them to have a splitting headache, and they couldn't help covering their ears. Before the group of people could react, they discovered in horror that cracks appeared in the space in front of them. The cracks swept towards them like a stormy sea, and under their stunned expressions, they slammed heavily on the armed helicopter they were riding on. Suddenly, the four armed helicopters immediately shattered and fell out of control towards the ground. Faced with this sudden scene, a group of soldiers in the helicopter jumped out of the plane with panicked faces. As a result, some people narrowly escaped death by falling on the roof of a nearby building. And there are some unlucky ghosts who are not so lucky. Some of them fell to their deaths, and some fell together with the helicopter and were buried in the sea of fire. With just one punch, General Ross's elite troops were wiped out. This scene was totally unexpected to General Ross. At this moment, he stood up from the roof with difficulty, his face was full of fear and disbelief. Fortunately, he jumped fast just now, otherwise he would probably have been turned into pieces along with the helicopter. Damn it, what kind of monster is that woman? Where did she come from? General Ross roared angrily, his face full of surprise. But in the face of his questioning, no one could answer. Because no one knows how Bismarck got here. No one knew what she wanted to do. After easily destroying 4 armed helicopters, Bismarck finally looked better. A group of annoying flies, it's finally quiet now. Bismarck sneered and closed his fists, his eyes shifted to Hulk and the abomination. And her sudden appearance not only shocked General Ross and his party, but also attracted the eyes of Hulk and hatred. At this moment, the two of them stopped fighting temporarily, and turned their eyes to Bismarck, becoming bystanders instead. Such a scene looks quite funny. It was like a duel match that was originally in full swing, but the audience's quarrel suddenly attracted the attention of the audience. Then the two duelists who were originally the protagonists became spectators and watched quietly from the side, which is no one else. Suddenly finding himself the center of attention, Bismarck himself was a little surprised. But she quickly got used to it, with the cold smile still on her face. You two have fought enough, right? When you've fought enough, just kneel and surrender obediently. That green shiny guy, please cooperate by the way and let me complete the ability collection task. Bismarck's mission here is very simple, that is, to collect Hulk's ability with the ability template capture card that Andy gave her. For Andy, the Hulk and the Abomination are not as important as a technical talent like Dr. Zola. In Andy's eyes, these two guys are, at best, lunatics and reckless people who only know how to destroy things. As for the destructive ability, not to mention himself, just his shipwife Bismarck is enough to beat them by several blocks. In this way, he naturally did not have the idea of subduing them. Andy is more inclined to collect Hulk's ability than to subdue them directly. After all, Hulk's strength will increase with the increase of his anger value, which means that there is no upper limit to his strength. Even if this ability is compared with many ability templates in his system, it is quite excellent. Therefore, he naturally would not miss it. Hearing Bismarck's words, Hulk and Abomination thought they had heard it wrong, and their faces were stunned. After a while, they seemed to react. Immediately, the look of astonishment turned into fury, and the two roared at Bismarck, with fierce eyes and terrifying killing intent. Tisk tisk, it's exactly as the commander said, you two are really like mindless beasts, you know how to roar, it's so noisy. Bismarck said with a cold tone and an unhappy face. Where is the ignorant woman? If you want to die, I will help you. The hatred looked at Bismarck's eyes, as if looking at a dead man, and rushed towards Bismarck with a roar. Seeing this, Bismarck shook his head and said, I really don't cry when I see the coffin, and I can't communicate with you. Since you are disobedient, I can only beat you until you are obedient. Seeing the ferocious hatred, Bismarck clenched his fists calmly, and a unilateral massacre began. Chapter 28. Bismarck, who was a 9th level master, didn't take hatred at all. Not just abominations, even the Hulk. In his eyes, the Hulk and the Abomination are no different from ordinary beasts. As for their so-called extraordinary strength and self-healing ability, compared to Bismarck, it is completely scum. Seeing Rage's rushing hatred, a disdainful smile appeared on Bismarck's face. Kill me? You have to pay the price for this sentence, and the price is your dog's life. Bismarck smiled coldly, clenched his fists tightly, and there was a sudden crackling sound. This time, she didn't even use the power of shock. Instead, it was simply a punch. Seeing that Bismarck dared to fight him, a bloodthirsty sneer appeared on his disgusted face. In his mind, it seemed that Bismarck was punched into meatloaf by her. But what he never expected was that when he collided his fist fiercely with Bismarck's fist, a terrifying force far beyond his imagination immediately attacked along Bismarck's fist. Immediately, he was horrified to find that the power he was so proud of was not even a fart in front of this woman in front of him. When the two fists collided, his fist exploded. My body, which is not afraid of bullets, is as fragile as tofu dregs under the fist of this woman in front of me, which is ridiculous. Ah! The loathing flew backwards, while clutching its shattered fist and screaming miserably. Boom! The abomination like an arrow directly smashed into a building, and huge amounts of impact penetrated the entire building. Then it continued to fly backwards, until it flew hundreds of meters before the abomination was stopped by a thick stone wall. But at this moment the abomination has lost its fighting power. His whole body was limp on the ground like a puddle of mud, with blood spurting out from the corner of his mouth. It was very miserable. Such a shocking scene directly stunned General Ross. No one knows better than him what kind of strength hatred possesses. That is an existence that can be singled out with Hulk without gaining the upper hand. But with such a powerful existence, in front of this woman, he couldn't even hold a face-to-face meeting. One punch, just one punch, directly destroys it. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would definitely not believe it, he would only think it was a fantasy. But now this scene actually appeared in front of him. So, how could he not be shocked? Jaws are about to drop. But after the shock, General Ross's eyes turned full of fanaticism. General Ross is known to be a deranged hawk. He has devoted his whole life to building an army of super soldiers for the country of Sam. Hence his concern for powerful biological anomalies. The same goes for the Hulk, and the Abomination. But now that he suddenly saw such an existence as Bismarck, his old problem immediately occurred. He even started to think of Bismarck. This woman is not afraid of flames, her power is far beyond hatred, she is really too strong. If such physical fitness can be used on soldiers, then our country of Sam will be invincible, and no one in this world will be our opponent again. General Ross pondered with great excitement. If Bismarck knew that General Ross had actually set his mind on her, he didn't know how he would feel. With his ruthless character, it is estimated that he will be crushed to death directly. Blowing the Abomination into the air and making it lose its fighting power, Bismarck didn't stop there. Instead, he jumped out of a height of hundreds of meters. Like a meteor, it fell directly from the sky. Then he stepped down, and the target was the Abomination that had lost its fighting power. Seeing this, the disgusted face was full of fear, and despair appeared in the eyes. If this foot stepped on him, he would definitely die. He never thought that he would end up like this. I have just acquired such a powerful force, and I haven't defeated Hulk yet. This is about to die at the hands of a woman? His heart was full of unwillingness, and then full of regret. But there is no regret medicine in this world. Everyone has to pay for their actions. So is hatred. In his horror, the Bismarck who fell from the sky was getting closer and closer in his eyes. In the end, he only saw a slender thigh stepping directly on his head. Afterwards, his eyes became pitch black, and all perceptions of the outside world disappeared. It feels like the computer is turned off. But in the eyes of outsiders, Bismarck is like an ancient monster, carrying the power of destroying the world, and tramples down the hatred with one foot. There was a thunderous bang, and a deep pit of tens of meters suddenly formed. And Bismarck's feet were covered in blood. The hatred that originally said to kill Bismarck didn't even have time to scream, but was directly trampled into a pulp by Bismarck. So far, the classic villain hate, pawn. Chapter 29. No one thought that the hatred would die in such a way, which was too sudden. In addition to being astonished, everyone present looked at Bismarck with more fear. They originally thought that the woman in white in front of them was a commoner. Still worrying about her IQ, thinking that he is an unclear woman. But who knows, it turns out that the Joker is actually themselves. What kind of unknown woman is that white-clothed woman? She is simply a devil crawling out of hell. With one punch, the Abomination lost its combat effectiveness, and with one kick, it was directly crushed into flesh. How powerful is this to be able to do this? Such a question popped up in everyone's mind, but no one could tell them the answer. Because except for the Commander Andy, everyone who has experienced the power of Bismarck is dead. It's ridiculous to dare to say that you want to kill me with this strength. Looking at the hatred under his feet that turned into a puddle of flesh, Bismarck looked disdainful, and his eyes were full of disgust. Fortunately, she covered her body with an invisible barrier formed by shock force in advance. So the body was not really stained with blood, otherwise it would be a little disgusting. Your opponent has been killed by me, what do you think now? Do you come here and cooperate with me to complete the task, or let me step on your feet and make you lose your ability to resist? Then complete the task at my mercy? Bismarck said with a half-smile while walking towards Hulk. Her tone was cold and domineering, with a touch of undeniable supreme momentum. If only she had talked to Hulk like this before. The madman Hulk would definitely jump at him without the slightest hesitation and fight her hard. But now, Hulk hesitated for a moment, then let out a low hum, and said, "Helper! Helper!" Bismarck was stunned. Then he laughed and said, "You big green idiot, I'm not your helper." "Not a helper, an enemy," Hulk said blankly. Hearing this, Bismarck shook his head speechlessly. "Forget it, I'm too lazy to waste time with you, I'll do it myself." As he spoke, Bismarck rushed forward, turning into an afterimage and appearing in front of Hulk. Her speed was so fast that even the fast Hulk couldn't react. Her unremarkable punch had already hit Hulk hard in the stomach. An existence as strong as Hulk couldn't stop it at all. The huge body was directly punched into a shrimp shape. The whole body is arched. Before Hulk could recover from the punch, Bismarck's palm had already grabbed his neck. Then he slammed him heavily on the ground, causing the whole ground to vibrate. Being attacked in this way, Hulk's anger soared into the sky, and immediately roared angrily, looking at Bismarck with murderous eyes. Seeing this, instead of being afraid, Bismarck showed interest on his face. "The commander said that the angrier you are, the stronger you become, so I'm curious, where is your limit? Come on, give me another shout," Bismarck said jokingly. Then he smashed it heavily on the ground, smashing another small hole in the ground. Roar! Hulk attack! Hulk was humiliated like this for the first time since being gamma-rayed and turned into the Hulk. To be beaten by a woman on the ground is simply a shame. This couldn't help but make his anger surge even more, his eyes were bloodshot, and it looked terrible. Just when Bismarck was going to continue hitting him, he turned over and broke free from Bismarck's control. Then roared and punched Bismarck. As if he didn't expect Hulk to be able to break free from his shackles, Bismarck showed surprise on his face. "Not bad, you can break free from my shackles, you are really good. At least it's much better than that useless guy just now. From this point of view, I don't have to kill you. But with your strength, it is still not enough in front of me," Bismarck said with a sneer. Immediately, he raised one of his hands, and even caught Hulk's furious fist with one hand. Hulk never thought that he could be caught so easily with his full-strength punch. This was completely beyond his imagination. Just when he was astonished, Bismarck's other fist hit him, directly sending him flying backwards. Then Bismarck did not pause, and directly followed him, who was flying upside down. At the same time, Bismarck held a card in his hand and pressed it on Hulk's forehead. This card is nothing else than the ability template capture card that Andy gave her. After playing for so long, it's time to start the mission. Chapter 30. 10 seconds. It only takes 10 seconds to complete the collection, so during these 10 seconds, you'd better not have any resistance, or if I get angry, I will kill you," Bismarck said in a cold voice. The tone is beyond doubt. In fact, her words were superfluous at all, and even Hulk couldn't take it when he punched her hard on the forehead. Immediately, he fell into a brief coma, not to mention resisting, but unable to speak. 10 seconds is so fast, it's just a blink of an eye. When the time came, Bismarck put away the card directly, and the task of collecting ability templates came to a perfect end. "The cooperation is good, Mr. Hulk, thank you," Bismarck said jokingly. Then she threw Hulk away like throwing garbage. Hulk, who was still in a semi-comatose state, was like a kite with a broken string. With a bang, it was smashed heavily on the glass window of a building. Then fell into a room in the building. As if stimulated by an external force, Hulk immediately opened his eyes with a look of shock on his face. He turned over quickly, subconsciously wanting to attack, but found that there was no one around him. That terrible woman was not even near him at all. Only then did he recall that he seemed to have lost his ability to resist after being punched by that woman just now. Immediately, a turbulent wave arose in his heart. Since he transformed into the Hulk, he has never beaten someone else. It was the first time in his life that he was hanged and beaten like today, and by a woman. This feeling is both humiliating and unbelievable. It had to be said that that woman was the strongest existence he had ever met so far. Not to mention the current him, even if he is an order of magnitude more angry, he probably cannot be that woman's opponent. Wanting to understand this, while his heart was full of bitterness, a thought that had been dusty in his heart for many years was aroused again. In his opinion, with such strength as Bismarck, he is completely transcendent in this world. But from what the woman said just now, it seems that there is a more powerful commander behind her. Now that there are commanders, he has reason to speculate that there must be a force against the sky behind this woman. In this way, if he can join that force, perhaps no one will dare to attack him again. Although he himself transformed into the Hulk, he is also invincible and fearless of enemies. But one thing he couldn't deny was that he was really tired. He didn't want to be run around like he was chasing the beast again. The reason why he is willing to set foot on this native land again this time. He just thought that Dr. Lan could turn him back into a normal human being and allow him to live a peaceful life again. But unfortunately, things backfired. Instead of being cured by Dr. Lan, he found that Dr. Lan was not a good person. He even secretly copied his own serum and injected it into Brinsky. It is precisely because of this that such a warlike and bloodthirsty monster like Abomination was created. Fortunately, this time, that woman made a move and directly killed the hatred. Otherwise, the consequences would be so serious that I can't even imagine it. And after failing again and again, it also made him basically hopeless about turning back into a normal human being. That being the case, why don't you change your mind? The next best thing is to find a strong and reliable force to attach to. He had never been able to find such a power organization before, so he had no choice but to do anything. But now that he met Bismarck by chance, why didn't he start with this woman? In this way, he may really be able to live a stable and peaceful life again. If Bismarck knew that Hulk would have such an idea, he would probably be dumbfounded. After all, she hung Hulk up and beat him up. In such a situation, Hulk even planned to let her take shelter. This idea is no one else. Definitely, I think so. As for whether it can be done, it depends on Hulk himself. Just when Hulk was thinking this way, he immediately walked to the window, planning to start taking action. However, he was still one step too late. After successfully completing the task, Bismarck jumped up without any hesitation. Immediately, her whole body flew into the night sky like a rocket, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Seeing Bismarck who disappeared like the wind, Hulk sighed with a complex expression. Then he gave General Ross a murderous look in the distance. Then, he resolutely jumped down from another glass window of the building. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from General Ross' sight. Looking at the messy neighborhood, but he found nothing. General Ross couldn't help but punched the hard floor in a rage. Fack, one day I will catch both of you. Chapter 31. Both Bismarck and Hulk were naturally unaware of General Ross' incompetent roar. But even if he knew, he probably wouldn't take it to heart at all. After all, in their eyes, General Ross is nothing to fear. Bismarck, who leaps thousands of meters, seems to be able to fly. The speed was incredible, and it didn't take long to return to Morgan Manor. In the room, there was an endless humming sound. Obviously, his own commander is still exercising with Sophia and Viper. In order to allow them to have a strong body, the commander really worked hard. It's so late, and the commander is still working so hard, how can I slack off as a subordinate? Thinking in this way, Bismarck pushed open the door, took off his belt, and joined the training army. No way, exercise makes people happy. After a long time, the exercise is over. Andy was wearing pajamas, leaning lazily on Bismarck's lap, with a relaxed expression on his face. In his hand is a card, which is Hulk's ability template card. Bismarck, you have made another contribution. What reward do you want? Andy praised while playing with the cards in his hand. Commander, this is what I should do. It is an honor for Bismarck to share the commander's worries. Bismarck said respectfully. Hehe, there is no need to talk about polite words, and the rewards must not be less, just say it, as long as it is suitable, I can satisfy you. Andy pinched Bismarck's pretty face and smiled. Before Bismarck could answer, Sophia, the housekeeper on the side, had already smiled and said, Master, don't you understand Bismarck? Besides asking for your rewards, how can she ask for anything else? Hearing this, Bismarck blushed, as if he had been hit, and glared at Sophia coquettishly. Sophia, you talk too much, you hate it. Hey, do I hate it, or does the young master hate it? Sophia said jokingly. Bismarck's face blushed even more directly. UBD, see if I don't teach you a lesson, I'll give you a lot of rewards today. Bismarck was so ashamed that he immediately rushed towards Sophia. In a short while, the two had a commotion, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Seeing this, Andy shook his head and smiled wryly. Obviously, he was already familiar with this scene. Ignoring the fight between the two women, Andy was directly attracted by the system prompt in his head. Participating event, Hulk War Abomination event. Ending, kill the Abomination, defeat Hulk, and collect Hulk's ability template. Reward, points plus 500,000 points. One event directly rewards 500,000 points, the needle does not poke. Looking at the system's rewards, Andy secretly rejoiced. As expected, he still needs to participate in more big events. He had a total of 450,000 points before, and later spent 200,000 points to exchange for an ability template capture card. In this way, there are only 250,000 points left, and now with the bonus of 500,000 points, it will reach 750,000 points. Calling up the personal attribute interface, it was exactly as he thought. Host, Andy. Morgan. Points, 756,500. Shipgirl, Tier 9 Shipgirl, Bismarck. Ability, Monster Power, Undead Body, Starburst Turbulence. Comprehensive Evaluation, Level Sub-Godfather Strong. Now that Hulk's ability template is in hand, it's time to prepare the metal materials. This time, let's take a look directly in the system store. Andy said to himself. Although there are many precious materials in the Marvel world, such as the real Adamantium integrated on Bismarck, such as Wakanda's Vibranium, such as carbon steel sodium, such as Ulu metal and so on. But even for an existence like him, it is not so easy to collect these materials in a short period of time, at least it is much slower than exchanging them directly in the system. Opening the system wall, Andy quickly browsed through it. Soon, he was attracted by a magical metal material. This metal material comes from another beautiful comic world, namely the DC world. The name of this metal is N-metal, also known as the Ninth Metal. Produced in Sanaga, the hometown of Hawkman and Hawkgirl in the DC world. N-metal can defy gravity, and the belt made of it can allow users to fly. In addition, it can also greatly increase the wearer's body self-healing speed, as well as enhancing the wearer's heat resistance, anti-magic, and strength effects. Not to mention anything else, just its anti-gravity property, which can make people fly, is very attractive. You must know that until now, he and Bismarck have not yet been able to fly. For such a powerful existence like them, they can't fly, which always feels a bit degrading to them. In this way, Andy is naturally very interested in this N-metal. The key point is that N-metal is quite cheap, 1 ton of N-metal only needs 300,000 points. This price is so high, there is no one else. And this material can not only be used for ship synthesis, he can also directly make it into a belt for his subordinates to use. In this way, it is tantamount to giving blessings to one's subordinates, which is also of great help in improving their strength. Based on this N-metal must not be missed. Chapter 32. Thinking this way, Andy didn't have hesitation, and directly spent 300,000 points in exchange for a ton of N-metal. Immediately, a detailed introduction about N-metal appeared in front of Andy's eyes. N-metal has the ability to subvert all science and magic. Not only can it counteract gravity to allow users to fly, it can also be used to attack ghosts, and even have a certain restraint effect on magicians. At the same time, equipment made of N-metal can also strengthen the user's strength, reduce energy damage, accelerate wound healing, and protect the user from extreme temperatures, etc. Not only that, the purest N-metal can also make the user stay young and live forever, triggering the user's special awakening ability. Looking at the introduction of the system, Andy was secretly startled. This material is really extraordinary. Its role is comparable to that of any metal in the Marvel world. Treating this metal as a material, coupled with Hulk's ability template and ship synthesis, I don't know how powerful a Shipgirl can be enlightened. Andy couldn't help looking forward to this. After spending 300,000 points, Andy has 450,000 points left. And synthesis requires 500,000 points to enlighten the Shipgirl. Obviously, it is impossible for him to perform the Shipgirl enlightenment today. But it doesn't matter, it's only 50,000 points short. It is enough for him to participate in an incident at will. After finalizing a new synthesis plan, Andy withdrew from the system. At this moment, Sophia and Bismarck, who were still fighting, suddenly looked at each other. Immediately, a sly look flashed in his eyes, and Bismarck pretended to push Sophia. Sophia fell on Andy's body, and said coquettishly, "Master, look at Bismarck, she bullies me, you have to help me." "I can't, it's because your own strength is not enough, you framed me, Commander, you have to help me." Bismarck said imitatively, and then fell into Andy's arms. Looking at the two lovely girls in his arms, Andy had a bad premonition in his heart. He looked at the two with a half-smile, and said, "It's no problem if you want me to help you, but can you be more honest with your hands?" Hearing this, the two women had a smirk on their faces, and they said in unison, "No." After saying that, the two had obviously discussed it, and one attacked the other, and directly attacked Andy. Being treated like this, Andy couldn't bear it anymore, and immediately fought back with all his hands. In the dark night, Fort Johnson, inside a secret military base in Florida. A gunship flew quickly from the sky. General Ross, who had just been picked up from the block, was on the plane, and the capture of Hulk tonight was a complete failure. Not only did Hulk fail to catch it, but even the abomination that Brinsky transformed into fell directly. This is a great loss for General Ross. But even so, he brought back a bit of abominable stump from the scene for study. The helicopter landed slowly, and General Ross walked down with a tired face. At this moment, a female officer walked over quickly. "General, Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., is here, and he's waiting for you in the conference room." "Nick Fury? How could that guy have the time to come to me?" Hearing the female officer's words, General Ross started talking to himself in astonishment. "I don't know the specifics, but he mentioned that it seems to be related to Hulk and that mysterious woman. Is it related to that woman? Come on, take me there." Hearing the word mysterious woman, General Ross's face immediately became interested, and he asked someone to lead the way. Galloping all the way, soon came to the conference room. In the conference room, Nick Fury's back was facing the door, and his gaze stayed on the projection screen in front of him. At this moment, what was playing on the screen was the scene of Hate being hanged and beaten by Bismarck. Seeing this familiar scene, General Ross said with an ugly face, "Nick Fury, you are really powerful. We just shot this video. I didn't expect you to get it." Hearing General Ross's words, Nick Fury pressed the pause button on the remote control. Turning around with a blank expression, he looked at General Ross and said, "It's not supernatural powers, but we still have the ability to call up a little video screen in our s.h.i.e.l.d. Humph, you're still as annoying as before. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Hearing Nick Fury's arrogant words, the fiery General Ross' face suddenly darkened. It's nothing, I just came to inform you that the big green guy has already been spotted by me. From now on, our s.h.i.e.l.d will take over his affairs, so you don't have to worry about it anymore. Why? General Ross said angrily. Just because we are s.h.i.e.l.d, you should know what our organization stands for. So, don't make yourself look like an ignorant child, it's boring. By the way, you'd better not hit that woman's idea. Otherwise, God will be hard to save, don't blame me for not reminding you. After speaking, Nick Fury ignored General Ross' expression and left directly. Seeing Nick Fury walking away quickly, General Ross couldn't help but clenched his fists tightly, and monstrous anger was brewing in his heart. Chapter 33. In the middle of the night, the dark clouds are like beasts. The entire red light district of New York was swallowed up, and the downpour came crashing down. A black umbrella and a green leather jacket are walking in the heavy rain. Pa-ta! Pa-ta! The sound of high heels hitting the ground echoed throughout the street along with the sound of rain. Attracted by the sound of footsteps, several tattooed men looked over together. Immediately, as far as the eye can see, there is a charming and beautiful woman. The eyes of a group of men immediately glowed green, like a group of hungry wolves. This bar is the most famous consumer gold cave in this block. But all the men who come here are looking for happiness. As for women, they naturally become the prey of men, this is an unwritten rule here. A series of whistles sounded immediately, and the woman seemed not surprised by such provocative behavior. Not only that, but a bloodthirsty sneer appeared on her face. Holding a black umbrella, he stopped at the door of the bar. A group of men laughed and gathered around. Hey, girl, come to play? I'll take you. A tattooed young man who smelled of alcohol went straight to the woman's shoulder. The man sneered and said, his eyes kept looking at the woman, just like looking at a commodity. There were other men beside the tattooed man. Kikai laughed at this moment, his face was full of flirting. Looking at the man's palm on her shoulder, a bloodthirsty killing intent appeared in the woman's eyes. Playing with your mother. Rude words sounded from the woman's mouth. At the same time, the tattooed man was horrified to find that the palm of his hand on the woman's shoulder turned purple. Immediately, the purple color spread rapidly, reaching the top in just an instant. The man yelled in horror, but before he could yell a few times, his body twitched continuously. In a few seconds, the tattooed man fell to the ground foaming at the mouth, he was dead and couldn't die anymore. The sudden scene stunned the other men around. A group of men staggered and fled while screaming in fright. But they hadn't walked a few steps, and their bodies began to twitch. Then Chi-Chi fell to the ground, and there was no sound for an instant. Obviously, they were all dead too. In an instant, several men were all killed. And the woman who was the murderer seemed to be okay. As she walked into the bar, she took out an embroidered handkerchief from her pocket and wiped her shoulders again and again. My body, only the master can touch it, as for you trash, anyone who touches it will die. The woman said with a look of disgust, and threw the embroidered handkerchief in her hand on the ground. This woman is none other than Andy's new recruit Viper. As one of the leaders of the Hydra organization, Viper's strength was originally impressive. Otherwise, she would not have the nickname Mrs. Hydra. And a week ago, his master Andy got a very special N medal. And also made her a belt and a ring. After wearing the belt and ring made of metal, in addition to being able to fly, she even found that her constitution, which is immune to any toxins, has changed, and she has an extra ability to make poison out of thin air. In this way, she became a veritable viper, with poison all over her body, very dangerous and terrifying. And because of this ability, her strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Became another right-hand man of Andy after Bismarck. As for why she came to the bar, this is naturally because of Andy's order. A week ago, Andy assigned new tasks to both Bismarck and her. Among them, Bismarck is mainly responsible for Hulk. And the task she received was to sneak into the gangs in New York City and find a man named Jinbing. Then subdue it. If you can't subdue it, you can kill it and replace it. So, here she is. Jinbing is a character because he rarely appears in Marvel movies. Some people are not familiar with him. But those who are really familiar with the Marvel world know that Jinbing is not an easy guy. He is the supervillain in the Marvel world and the biggest gang leader in New York and even in the United States. He is thoughtful and wise beyond ordinary people. More than 90% of his body is made up of muscles, and his strength is astonishing. He can punch through a wall with his bare hands. And he is also a top fighter in the world. Like the Punisher, it has the highest level of human combat power. Whether it's Spider-Man, Daredevil, the Punisher, or X-Men, they all have the experience of fighting against gold. Because any of their actions may offend Jinbing's hegemony. Sabotage a casino, stop a smuggling case, and catch some mobsters. The source of almost 40% of the criminal activities in the entire country of Sam is Jinbing. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the underground emperor of the entire Marvel world. And as a man who wants to dominate the world, a king of the underworld like Jinbing, he naturally wants to take it for his own use. Definitely, if he doesn't know what to do, then he can only eradicate it. And that's why he sent the Viper here. Chapter 34. In the noisy bar, a group of coquettish women swayed their bodies heartily on the dance floor. A group of hungry wolf-like men around the dance floor screamed and gulped down drinks, creating a crazy atmosphere. In addition to these drinking men, on the sofa not far away, a group of drug addicts were puffing. Viper glanced around the huge bar, but didn't find the person he was looking for. So, she shook her head mockingly, and said to herself, "It's really troublesome. It seems that this is the only way to do it." While Viper was talking to himself, he took out a strangely shaped pistol from his waist. This pistol is exactly the photon energy gun modified by Dr. Zola, and its power is less than 1/10 of that of the photon energy gun. But it is light, and compared with ordinary pistols, its power is by no means comparable. A photon energy cannon can knock down a building in one shot, although this photon energy cannon can't do the same. But it can definitely detonate an armored vehicle with one shot, just such power, coupled with such convenience. Its practicality is far better than that of a photon energy cannon. With such a weapon in hand, I have it to kill the enemy. Holding the photon energy gun in hand, the Viper directly pulled the trigger and shot into the sky. Boom! There was a loud bang like a bomb. A large hole about 2 meters in diameter was blown out of the ceiling of the entire bar. The sudden sound startled everyone. Everyone subconsciously squatted down with their heads in their hands, and screamed, and the scene immediately became chaotic. Looking at the chaotic bar, Viper had a playful smile on his face. She jumped lightly, and the flight ability of the belt made of N-metal took effect immediately. Immediately, her whole body seemed to be weightless, and she flew directly to the DJ's position. After turning off the loud music and picking up the microphone, Viper looked down at the people in the bar and spoke coldly. "I'm booking this bar today. If you don't want to die, get out immediately, you only have 1 minute." After speaking, Viper casually dropped the microphone in his hand on the ground. Then he calmly sat down on a chair. "Next, just wait quietly. Sometimes looking for someone, you don't have to take the initiative to find someone. It will be much easier to change your thinking and angle." Before coming to this bar, she had already investigated it. This is the bar that Jinbing visits most often. When he is free, he will come here for entertainment, and talk about gangster business by the way. Now she just smashed his bar and drove away his guests. She was sure that this matter would soon reach Jin Bin's ears. And with Jin not having the personality of revenge, he will definitely come to her on his own initiative. In this way, it just happened to follow her wishes. She herself would not have to look for him aimlessly. Sure enough, just after Viper made this one, the staff at the bar immediately picked up their mobile phones and notified Jin Bin. At the same time, the gang members in the bar were not idle either. Dozens of strong men in black suits surrounded Viper, looking like a thug in a suit. But looking at a group of strong men in black, Viper showed no fear, but a sneer on his face. You don't need to look at me so fiercely, you should be thankful. Fortunately, the gun in my hand didn't fire at you just now, but fired into the sky. Otherwise, I can guarantee that you will not even have the chance to stand in front of me. Viper jokingly said while playing with the photon energy gun in his hand. Seeing the weird pistol in Viper's hand, a group of strong men in black couldn't help being startled, and subconsciously took a few steps back. Seeing this, Viper nodded with satisfaction, and said with a sneer, "That's right. Stay away from me, otherwise it will be very dangerous." Seeing Viper's arrogance, the main person in charge of the bar said with an ugly face, "Smelly woman, who are you? How dare you come here to smash our place, do you know whose territory this is?" Hearing this, Viper smiled and said, "I definitely know, otherwise what would I do to shoot, wasting my bullets? Don't you see that I'm waiting for your boss, Jin Bin now? By the way, I forgot to tell you. My patience is limited, if your boss, Kim, doesn't get here in 10 minutes. I'll burn your whole bar to the ground and you'll all be dead." Saying that, the smile on Viper's face suddenly disappeared, and turned into a cold and vicious look. The name of the Viper is vividly reflected at this moment. Hearing that Viper directly said their boss's name, a group of gangsters showed surprise on their faces. Now that he knew that this was Jin Bing's territory, the woman in front of him actually. "How dare you be so arrogant?" From this point of view, the background of this woman must not be simple. But no matter what, those who dare to come here to make trouble have never had a good end. In their view, the Viper is the same. Although she has a pistol that is as powerful as a cannon in her hand, they are not vegetarians. There are nearly 30 of them here, and everyone has a gun in their hands. Given the huge disparity in the number of people, they didn't believe that they couldn't kill the woman in front of them. After understanding this, the person in charge of the bar looked at Viper with a gloomy expression. "Let us all die? I'm afraid you don't have the ability, do it." When the person in charge gave an order, more than 30 people immediately raised their guns, aimed directly at the Viper, and planned to shoot. Looking at the black muzzles of the guns, Viper didn't panic at all, but instead had a bloodthirsty evil smile on his face. "I really don't cry without seeing the coffin. Since you want to die so much, then I will fulfill you." Chapter 35. When the words fell to the ground, Viper slowly got up and walked towards a group of gangsters confidently. At this moment, a group of gangsters immediately discovered in horror that their bodies could not move suddenly. In fact, from the very beginning, the Viper had already used its poison-making ability to spread a poisonous gas similar to paralyzing powder in the air. This poisonous gas is colorless and odorless, and cannot be detected with the naked eye, but once such paralyzing powder is inhaled, in a few minutes, the body of the inhaler will fall into complete paralysis, lose the 5 senses, and thus directly lose the ability to move. This poisonous gas is equivalent to a group attack skill, and it may not be effective for some powerful characters. But in a situation like this moment, it is simply not very easy to use to deal with a large number of cats and dogs. The whole body suddenly fell into paralysis, and everyone couldn't even hold the guns in their hands, and they all fell to the ground. In this way, to Viper, these people in front of him were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, without any threat at all. Walking leisurely towards a group of gangsters, it was like stepping into the land of no one. See Viper walking towards them swaggeringly. The faces of a group of gangsters immediately revealed incomparable fear. They have lived for so long, and have followed the boss Jinbing for so many years, what kind of scene they haven't seen. But it was the first time they encountered such a situation where they lost their mobility without knowing it. Such an encounter, in their opinion, is simply unimaginable and incomprehensible, as if they have seen a ghost. Their hearts were struggling desperately, trying to regain control of their bodies. But what makes them desperate is that no matter how hard they struggle, everything is in vain and has no effect at all. At this time, Viper had already walked in front of them without haste. Myanlu sneered and said, "Originally you could live for at least 10 minutes, but since you are so impatient to die, how can I live up to your ideas? So I changed my mind, I will continue to wait for your boss to come, and you will die first." As Viper spoke, he sneered and activated his poison-making ability. Suddenly, a purple poisonous gas enveloped every gang member like smoke. The moment of being contaminated by purple poisonous gas. A group of people whose limbs were paralyzed and unable to move, unexpectedly began to tremble non-stop. Immediately, a group of people fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, looking at the incomparable pain. Because their limbs could not move, only their bodies were constantly shaking, so the scene looked very strange. It feels like the tide of the sea is ebbing, those fish and shrimps left on the shore have a miserable fate. Stop! At this moment, a cold shout sounded from the door of the bar. I saw an unusually burly and tall man appearing in Viper's line of sight. This man is none other than Jinbing she has been waiting for. Jinbing is about 2 meters tall, and 90% of his body is muscular. He looks like a humanoid monster. Although not as scary as the Hulk, the intimidation is by no means a joke. Before that, Viper would still be afraid of it. But now her overall strength is blessed by N-metal, and she also has the awakening ability to make drugs. Her strength has directly reached the 6th level. With such strength, even ordinary superheroes are no match for her. In this way, she is naturally not afraid of Jinbing in front of her. Seeing Jinbing appear in front of him, Viper had a playful smile on his face. "Jinbing, you are a bit late, the poisonous gas has attacked their hearts and lungs, even if I stop now, they will not survive." Sure enough, as soon as her words fell to the ground, the bodies of dozens of gang members stopped shaking and died directly. Seeing such a scene, Jinbing's eyes burst into incomparable anger. "No matter who you are, no matter what your purpose is, I will definitely kill you today." As Jinbing said, he winked at the 3 men with strange shapes beside him. Anyone who has seen Spider-Man's parallel universe can recognize these 3 people as Jinbing's right-hand man, Prowler, Scorpion, and Tombstone. "Chop off her head and use it as a memorial to my subordinates," Jinbing said with a gloomy expression. "Yes." The 3 of them nodded, their eyes bursting out with terrifying killing intent. When the words fell to the ground, the 3 of them rushed towards the Viper like a scourge. Seeing this, Viper showed a playful smile on his face. Then he directly raised the photon energy gun in his hand. Without further ado, he fired a single shot at the 3 of them. Boom! Dazzling white light flashed at the muzzle of the gun, like the sun, hurting people's eyes. The 3 of them closed their eyes subconsciously, only to find that a beam of energy light had bombarded them. The power of the photon energy gun can even detonate an armored vehicle, so the bodies of 3 humans are nothing. With one shot, the 3 of them were directly blasted to pieces by the beam of energy light, and they died. Chapter 36. That's it? You dare to yell in front of me, are you kidding? Viper said with a sneer, his eyes full of disdain. After saying that, she looked coldly at Jinbing who was not far away. "Is there anything else you want to say? If you have anything, say it quickly, or it's my turn to say it." Rao Jinbing, the underworld emperor, was also shocked by this scene. He is the clearest about the strength of his 3 subordinates. Although the strength cannot be considered too strong, but it is not vegetarian. It is quite difficult for ordinary superheroes to subdue them. But at this moment, the three of them didn't even touch the woman's body, so they were directly shot and killed. So, how could he not be shocked? Even he had to be afraid of that gun. Seeing Jin, he didn't intend to speak for a while. Viper smiled calmly. You don't need to be so vigilant against me, because your vigilance is meaningless to me. Today I am here to give you fortune. Congratulations, you have been chosen by my master. From now on, as long as you are willing to join our camp, dedicate your loyalty, and serve my master. My master will keep you safe in the future and allow you to continue to live in this world well. Viper said calmly, as if talking about something trivial. Hearing her words, Jin Bin was already furious, clenched his fists tightly, and there was a sudden crackling sound. What if I say no? Jin Bing looked at Viper coldly and said. As the strongest underworld emperor in New York, Jin Bing is ruthless and lawless by nature. Although he was very afraid of the photon energy gun in Viper's hand. But it is impossible for him to agree to an existence like him to be subservient to others. Unless, there are enough interests to impress him. But he is already the emperor of the underworld, what else can impress him? So, this may be very small. As if he had guessed that Jin would say that, Viper shook his head with a smile. She actually put away the photon energy gun in her hand. It seems that you are very confident in your own strength? That being the case, let me smash your self-confidence today. It will also let you see the benefits of joining our Lord's camp. Viper said disdainfully as he walked towards Jin Bin. After saying that, she rushed out with a stride, came to Jin Bing in an instant, and then punched out directly. Seeing that Viper put away his weapon and wanted to fight him in close quarters, Jin Bin pulled a bloodthirsty evil smile from the corner of his mouth. You must know that what he is best at is close combat. In close combat, he has never lost so far. Even the daredevil who walks in the dark and the Punisher are no match for him. In this way, he naturally didn't pay attention to Viper, who was a woman. Not only that, but in his mind, the miserable appearance of Viper being punched into meatloaf already appeared in his mind. Just as Viper punched, he sneered and clenched his fist, and punched out the same. Immediately, it collided with Viper's fist. He thought that his punch would be enough to knock the Viper into the air, but what he never expected was that. The moment he collided with that woman's fist, he felt a huge force coming. Immediately, instead of knocking the Viper away, he was defeated by this huge force. The body began to fly backwards involuntarily. Boom! With a loud noise, Jin Bing's body, like a humanoid chariot, directly smashed through the stone wall behind him like a cannonball. The whole person fell into the ruins in a state of embarrassment, with a dull expression on his face. She was blown away by a woman's punch. What happened to that terrifying force? Such a huge force came from the hands of a woman. Is that guy still human? Jin Bing set off a storm in his heart, and immediately lost his language function. Is this the close combat you are proud of? Is this your confidence? Now it seems nothing more than that, even extremely ridiculous. I want to kill you easily. But don't worry, as long as you are willing to join my lord's camp, I will spare you from death. And as long as you perform well, you may still be rewarded by our lord. At that time, your strength will get a qualitative leap. Tell me your options now. Surrender, or die. Viper stood in front of Jin Bing coldly, like a sculpture without emotion. Her fists are clenched tightly. As long as Jin refuses, she will punch down without any hesitation, send Jin directly and hit the road. It seemed that he was overwhelmed by the Viper's terrifying aura, and also seemed to be tempted by the benefits that the Viper said. But no matter which one it is, Jin is not hesitation at the moment. Can you tell me who the master is? As if he had figured it out, Jin Bing said with a complicated face. Hearing this, Viper let go of his fist, with a smile on his face. Being able to get Jin to ask this question means that he has surrendered. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the evening, come to this place on time, and you will know everything you want to know. Viper dropped a card, turned and walked out of the bar. The black umbrella and the green leather jacket disappeared into the rainy night not long after. Jin Bing picked up the card on the ground, looked at the address on it, and showed horror in his eyes. It seems that the world is going to change. Chapter 37. The heavy rain was still falling, echoing the constant tide in the room. Bismarck and Sophia lay on the bed, looking at the heavy rain outside, with expressions of enjoyment. My favorite thing is to stay at home and sleep on a rainy day. This feeling is really great. Sophia said with a satisfied face. Yeah, me too. Bismarck snorted coquettishly and agreed. Exactly, me too. Andy said with a smile on his face behind her, grabbing Bismarck's blonde ponytail. Hearing this, the two girls gave him a coquettish look and said, I hate it. Is it really annoying? Why can't I see it at all? Andy smiled, let go of Bismarck's ponytail, and grabbed Sophia's instead. After a long time, the rain slowly stopped, and the originally lively room also returned to calm. A black umbrella returned to the manor. It was the Viper who had returned. How is the matter going? Andy looked at Viper with a relaxed expression and asked. Master is very clever. Just like what you said, Jin Bin is extremely thirsty for power. After being defeated by me, he surrendered. I asked him to come to the manor tomorrow night. Viper said truthfully. Very well, I won't be involved in the meeting. I will leave Sophia to you. I have more important things to do. Andy said after thinking for a while. Okay, Master. Sophia nodded and agreed. As Andy's personal butler, receiving guests was originally her job. It didn't matter to her who she was interviewing. After all, no matter who came to their manor, they had to submit. You did a good job this time. If you have anything you want, tell me. Andy said majestically. Viper doesn't want anything. It's an honor for Viper to share the worries of its master. Viper is happy to do so without asking for anything in return. Viper knelt on the ground almost prostrate, with a pious expression on his face. Since seeing Andy's powerful strength, she has been completely fascinated by Andy. And a week ago, with Andy's help, she raised her strength several levels. This can't help but make her admire Andy even more. In her eyes, Andy has become an omnipotent god-like existence. So, as a pious believer, how could she dare to ask for anything extravagantly? Andy knew a little bit about her thoughts. What surprised him was that this woman's loyalty to him was really rare. It seems that there is nothing wrong with subduing this woman. I've always been a person who clearly distinguishes rewards and punishments. Meritorious deeds will be rewarded, and mistakes will be punished. Come to me. Andy said quietly looking at Viper. Hearing this, Viper nodded and quickly crawled in front of Andy. Seeing this, Andy raised his hand and gently pinched Viper's chin, lifting her pretty face. I am very satisfied with your performance these days. You are obedient and well-behaved, and you work hard. You should be rewarded. Don't be afraid, speak out what you think boldly. I like women who ask for it. Andy said with a half-smile. Hearing this, Viper blushed, and immediately mustered up his courage, saying, I just want a strong spur from the master. Big, force, whip, police. Yes, I understand. Andy nodded with a smile, and gently pulled the Viper into his arms. A day later, in the laboratory of the underground shipyard. Dr. Zola is standing in front of Andy respectfully. Master, according to your request, I have installed the upgraded version of the photon energy cannon on all ships. The performance of the current photon energy cannon is more stable and more powerful, said Dr. Zola. Well, very good. Besides the photon energy cannon, I heard that you have already obtained the super soldier serum. Andy asked curiously. Yes, thanks to the master, it has been made. Not only that, but I have also improved on the original basis, and now the side effects of the serum are significantly reduced. It will not cause people to go berserk, and now it can be used directly. Dr. Zola nodded, and took out a tube of green potion from his machine body. That green potion was exactly the super soldier serum that Sam's military had dreamed of. After receiving the super soldier potion, Andy glanced at it, then turned his gaze to Sophia beside him. Are you sure you want to inject this serum? You have to know that even I can't guarantee what kind of changes it can bring to you. Andy looked at Sophia with a questioning face and said. Hearing this, Sophia nodded firmly, and said, Sophia also wants to share the worries of the young master, and also wants to become stronger. Even if I can't reach the height of Bismarck, I must be no worse than the Viper. Otherwise, every time I fight with the young master, I will be the first to lose. I don't accept it. You goblin, what you said earlier is just an excuse, and the latter is the real reason, right? Andy said with a speechless expression. Hearing his words, Sophia's face turned red, she pouted and said, That's right, because of this, I, Sophia, can lose in any aspect, except in serving the young master. After all, I am the young master's personal butler, and it is my duty to serve the young master, so how can I lose to them? Okay, you are awesome, you are really a dedicated personal butler. If I don't give you this super soldier serum, I will feel sorry for you. Andy couldn't laugh or cry, and directly threw the serum in his hand to Sophia. Hey, thank you, master. Sophia happily took the serum and went to inject it directly. Chapter 38. The injection of the super soldier serum was done in no time. As a test subject of the improved super soldier potion, Sophia's changes are astonishing. Just like when Rogers injected the drug back then, Sophia's physical fitness has also been greatly improved. Whether it's height, strength, or nerve reaction speed, they have all improved significantly. Sophia was originally an excellent killer with impressive strength. Now getting the strengthening of the super soldier serum directly made her a fifth-order master. You know, even many superheroes are only at level 5 to 7. If it can reach the 5th level, it can already rival most superheroes. Come on, give me your strongest punch. Andy said, looking at Sophia. Sophia nodded, clenched her fists with a serious face, and then blasted out with all her strength. Hoo-hoo! Sophia's fist was as fast as lightning, and as it rubbed against the air, amazing tearing air sounds erupted. Listening to the tearing air sounds, Dr. Zola on the side showed surprise on his face. Tearing air sounds with bare hands, it's too scary. But after being shocked, his face displayed on the screen showed a smug look. After all, this super soldier serum was improved by him. So it can be said that Sophia at the moment is his masterpiece. Boom! The heavy punch hit Andy's palm directly. A punch capable of tearing air sounds did not cause any damage to Andy. In this regard, everyone is not surprised at all. After all, the man in front of him is a man who can hit a nuclear explosion with one punch. With such an existence, receiving Sophia's punch is nothing. Feeling the power of Sophia's fist, Andy nodded in satisfaction. That's right, hit with all your strength, about 20 tons, your strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Hearing Andy's words, Sophia's face was full of excitement. Master, I feel it too, my physical fitness has improved by more than a little bit. I feel like I have inexhaustible strength and inexhaustible energy. I can guarantee that the current me can definitely last another 5 minutes in your hands. Hehe, is that so confident? An XI didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Definitely, if you don't believe me, we can try it. I don't know why, but when I see you, young master, I feel so hot. Master, is this just a side effect of the super soldier serum? Sophia said with a hot face, she looked like she was on fire. Hearing Sophia's words, Andy couldn't help being taken aback, feeling a bad premonition. As we all know, super soldier serum can not only greatly improve the user's physical fitness. At the same time, it will also infinitely magnify a person's greatest characteristics, and this is the side effect of the Super Soldier Serum. Although Dr. Zola has improved the current Super Soldier Serum, the side effects have been weakened a bit. But the weakening is only weakening after all, and it has not completely disappeared. In other words, the Super Soldier Serum will still amplify Sophia's personal characteristics. And what are the characteristics of Sophia? Obviously, it was full of desire and love for him as a young master. So, if there is no accident, Sophia's desire for herself has been infinitely magnified. That's why she felt hot when she saw herself. It's over now. Andy patted his forehead, looking depressed. Sophia had enough desire for him as a young master before, but now this desire has been infinitely magnified. What will the consequences be like? He couldn't even imagine it. Just when Andy was still sighing about his future destiny, Sophia, who was like a hungry wolf, had already rushed towards her with glowing eyes. Seeing this, Andy shook his head with a wry smile, blocked her, and then led her into his secret office. Now is not the time for you to turn into a tiger or wolf. As a strong person, the most important thing is to be able to restrain your desires. I hope you can do it. Hey, what are you doing? Andy originally wanted to educate Sophia, and let her know what kind of conduct a strong person should have. But before he finished speaking, Sophia squatted in front of him in a charming manner. Sophia doesn't want to be a strong person, Sophia just wants to be by the young master's side forever and serve you well. As for everything else, it's not important, Chilu. Sophia said in an indistinct voice, she looks so charming. Seeing her like this, Andy immediately failed. You girl, I really can't do anything about you, and now you don't even listen to me. That being the case, then I have to punish you, young master. Well, Sophia voluntarily accepted the punishment, please punish me severely. Sophia gritted her silver teeth lightly, and said with a coquettish voice. You are too much, lie down and see if I don't take care of you. Andy looked serious, and immediately pulled off the belt around his waist. Chapter 39. After a fierce love education, Sophia finally became obedient. Master, I didn't lie to you, I did last a few minutes longer. Sophia said with a face full of credit. Andy couldn't help but shook his head with a wry smile and said, you really are hopeless. Hey, isn't it because of your infinite charm, young master, that you made me very sick? Sophia said coquettishly, and took a rainbow fart along the way. Hearing this, Andy could only shake his head and smile wryly. By the way, I was worried that your strength was not enough. So I dare not give you belts and rings made of metal. Now you should be strong enough to use these two pieces of equipment. While speaking, Andy handed the belt and ring made of metal to Sophia. After receiving the equipment, Sophia looked excited. She had wanted the metal that could defy gravity for a long time. Seeing Bismarck and Viper flying naturally in the air before, she was really envious. However, her young master was worried that she was not strong enough and was afraid of accidents, so he never gave it to her. Now her strength has finally improved, so Andy can rest assured to her. Without a trace of hesitation, she immediately put on the belt and ring. Among them, there is a photon energy gun pinned to the belt. She knew that this weapon was improved by Dr. Zola's photon energy cannon. She has seen the power of this photon energy gun before. That was a terrifying weapon capable of detonating an armored vehicle with one shot. With this gun, her combat effectiveness has undoubtedly been raised to another level. And the function of that ring can be regarded as the stabilizer used by flight. Interacts with the belt to allow the user to burst into supersonic flight speed. In addition to the role of a stabilizer, this ring can also release laser cutting rays, which are quite terrifying. Not to mention that metal may stimulate the wearer's abilities. Just like this is enough for Sophia to step into the 6th level. In other words, the current Sophia is not weaker than the Viper. This can be regarded as meeting her requirements. After equipping everything, Sophia immediately ran out to practice. Andy didn't bother to care about her, and walked out directly. At this moment, Bismarck walked towards him with excitement and joy on his face. Because Dr. Zola installed a photon energy cannon on her hull, and other more advanced equipment. In addition, the ability of Zhen fruit has been used a lot these days. This gave her a new understanding of the development of the tremor fruit ability. This can't help but raise her strength to another level, although she has not yet reached the level of the sub-celestial father. But at least it was getting closer, which naturally made her very excited. The little one is so happy? What happened? Andy looked at Bismarck with a smile on his face and asked. Hehe, I won't tell you, Commander, guess it. Bismarck pretended to be mysterious. Hehe, now you know you're cheating on me, what should I do? Andy laughed. Commander, you just came out of the room with Sophia, can you still deal with me now? Anyway, I'm not afraid, it just so happens that my strength has also improved a lot, why don't you compare? Bismarck raised his eyebrows with a confident expression on his face. Hearing what Bismarck said, Andy was immediately defeated. Although I have excellent kidney power, I am not made of iron, and I still have to exercise restraint when it is time to restrain myself. Otherwise, I would really become a ruthless pile driver. Don't, let's fight another day, there are still important things to do now. Andy waved his hand and smiled. Is there anything more important than the battle between our master and servant? Bismarck looked curious. Definitely, come with me. Andy said mysteriously, and came to a light cruiser. It's time to start synthesis and attunement to my second Shipgirl. Andy said to himself, and directly pressed his hand on the hull, a look of anticipation appeared on his face. Just as his voice fell to the ground, his consciousness triggered the system's synthesis attunement function. Suddenly, a piece of system information appeared in front of his eyes. I found a light cruiser, do you want to be a Shipgirl? Attune. Andy replied decisively with consciousness. Do you need synthesis attunement? Prepared material substances and ability templates can be selected. Synthesis attunement. Andy confirmed directly with his consciousness. He had prepared what he needed days in advance. The reason why they waited until today was entirely because of insufficient points. Now that he had accumulated enough points, he naturally didn't have to wait any longer. Light cruiser and metal and Hulk ability template. Synthesis attunement needs to consume 500,000 points, confirm the synthesis attunement? Confirm. Andy said silently in his heart. Immediately, the same scene as when synthesis enlightened Bismarck appeared again. I saw that the light cruiser under his feet was surrounded by a circular blue light full of technological sense. The blue halo was constantly spinning around, and in less than a minute, a turbulent woman in a maid outfit appeared in front of Andy. The Shipgirl is randomly generated from the blue character template, and the Shipgirl is generated successfully. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the synthesis Shipgirl Belfast. Shipgirl, Belfast. Level, Tier 9. Equipment, triple-mounted 152mm high-level dual-purpose guns, quadruple-mounted 533mm magnetic torpedoes, double-mounted 113mm anti-aircraft guns T3, Type 93 pure oxygen torpedoes, and photon energy cannons. Skills, Flight, Metal Body, Anger Transformation. Chapter 40. The new Shipgirl who appeared in front of Andy was none other than the perfect girl, Belfast. Hi Commander, a maid Belfast greets you, from now on, I will dedicate my life to you. As a maid, I am willing to dedicate everything to the Commander, please let me know if you need anything. Oops, Commander, why is your collar messed up? Let me sort it out for you. As soon as he appeared, Belfast walked up to Andy. Seriously straightening Andy's collar, looking like a good wife and mother. But what Andy didn't expect was that just after Belfast had tidied up the collar, She actually passionately kissed Andy on the cheek. "Commander, you look very tired, is there no one around you to take good care of you? But it doesn't matter, you now have the most perfect maid in my world, and I will definitely take care of you meticulously. Please tell me your needs from now on." Listen to Belfast's suggestive voice, combined with her fiery body. Even Andy, who is used to seeing beautiful women, couldn't help but take a second look. And with just one look, Belfast felt needed. She happily said, "Commander, do you need Belfast?" Belfast can offer everything, such as... As Belfast spoke, he lifted the corner of his maid's skirt. "Andy." "Bismarck." Bismarck was quite curious, what did Andy say was more important than fighting her? But she didn't expect that the more important thing Andy said was to synthesize a shipgirl again. This can't help but make her feel very uncomfortable, and at the same time, her heart is full of a sense of crisis. She always thought she was Andy's only wife, the only baby in his heart. Although there were other women besides her before. But in her heart, she didn't regard Sophia and Viper as her competitors. After all, she has always thought that she is different from those ordinary humans, and cannot even belong to the same species. Since she does not belong to the same species, she is naturally unique and irreplaceable. In this way, she naturally has no so-called sense of crisis. But now it's different, the commander actually hinted at another ship girl, who is really the same kind. The key point is that this woman's figure is too bad. The towering level is simply too high, making it unattainable for her. The most terrible thing is that this Belfast is completely opposite to her cold and frosty personality, and is the kind of passionate personality that is extremely easy to make people like. And she clearly knows that his commander likes active women the most, so the woman in front of her is simply in line with the commander's preferences. And judging from Belfast's performance at the moment, this woman is even more fiery and open than she imagined, and she even lifted her skirt face to face. That's not bad, this woman has completely attracted the commander's attention, and she has already shown an expression of enjoyment. This is not good, if it continues, she will fall out of favor with the commander. Thinking of this, a fighting spirit immediately appeared in her eyes. As the commander's first ship's wife and a very attractive mature woman, how could she lose the battle for the commander's favor? Immediately, she walked in front of Andy on a catwalk, and said in a charming way, "Commander, you are a bit too much. How can you be so intimate with a strange woman? If you are tired, Bismarck can also relax for you. As for this kind of unknown woman, how can she know your preferences?" Hearing this, Belfast said, not to be outdone, as a perfect maid, no one knows how to serve the commander and take care of the commander better than me. Leave it to me. Let go, who are you? What qualifications do you have to serve the commander? Have you asked permission from me, the commander's first personal general? Bismarck said coldly. A terrifying aura erupted from her body. Then, the anger in the whole scene suddenly cooled down. Humph. Joke, I am Belfast is the most perfect maid in the world, taking care of people is my strong point, I want to serve commander, why do I need to ask for your permission? Who do you think you are, want to fight with me, I am willing to accompany you. Belfast clenched his fists and said arrogantly. Suddenly, an aura not weaker than Bismarck burst out, and the two auras collided with each other. Suddenly, there was lightning and thunder all around, it was very scary to watch. Seeing this, Andy couldn't help but shook his head with a wry smile. He didn't expect that the two ship girls would have a quarrel when they met. This is impossible. As the saying goes, if the harem is not peaceful, how can the world be peaceful? He snorted coldly, and said lightly, you two are so courageous, are you ignoring the existence of me as a commander? Chapter 41. Hearing Andy's words, the two ship girls couldn't help being startled, and immediately fell to their knees in front of Andy in fright. The two of you are of the same kind, and both of you are my most loyal subordinates. As the saying goes, you are born from the same root, so why rush each other? You don't have to eat each other's jealousy, and don't fight among yourself because of the favor, this is my taboo. If you violate it, I will not forgive you lightly, and I will definitely give you the most severe punishment of just rubbing but not getting in. Do you understand? Andy said with a stern face. This was the first time Bismarck saw Andy get so angry. She nodded quickly, not daring to do it again. The rookie Belfast may not know it yet, but she is very aware of how terrible the punishment of just getting in is. In her opinion, that was simply the cruelest way of punishment in the world, without humanity at all. Just thinking about this punishment made her feel uncomfortable. The feeling that she couldn't get what she wanted made life worse than death. Bismarck knew he was wrong. Bismarck will never be jealous of Belfast again. We will definitely become good sisters. Belfast knew it was wrong, and I will not compete with Bismarck anymore. I am willing to become good sisters with Bismarck. The two girls quickly said that no matter what they thought in their hearts, they must say so in front of Andy. Otherwise, once Commander Hot gets angry, the consequences will be serious. In their hearts, Andy is their heaven, their faith, and everything to them. If the commander doesn't want to see them because of such things, it will be more painful than death. Hearing what the two said, Andy nodded in satisfaction. That's about the same, I don't want to see that scene again. If you really want to compete, come to my room at night, and I will use my method to make you score high and low. Hearing Andy's words, a gleam of excitement flashed in Bismarck's eyes. Commander, is it true? Then I will go to your room to compete with Belfast at night. Belfast, do you dare? Why not? Let's go into the commander's room together tonight. I want to see how strong you are. How can I miss Sophia in such a competition? My strength has also improved a lot. I will join in at night. At this moment, Sophia walked in from the outside and said with a smile on her face. Andy! What are you doing for fun? Didn't you just show off your fighting power to me? How long has it been since then, and the desire to fight again? Looking at Sophia, Andy said with a look of astonishment. Hearing this, Sophia nodded embarrassingly. Master, I feel like my body is slowly heating up again. Go take a cold shower when it's hot, I have to leave beforehand. After Andy finished speaking, he walked away quickly. It is impossible to stay here. Otherwise, he would have to be eaten by the three of them. In the luxurious hall of the manor, Andy closed his eyes with a calm face. Now that synthesis has enlightened a new shipgirl, Belfast. Then he can naturally start to integrate new skills again. To what extent will the blessing of the system evolve the skills of integrate this time? I'm really looking forward to it. Andy thought silently in his heart, subconsciously opened the system interface. Suddenly a system message popped up. Discovered a new shipgirl Belfast, and found a skill that has not been integrated. Do you want to integrate the shipgirl Belfast's ability? Integrate. Andy chose integrate without any hesitation. Congratulations to the host, successfully integrate the ability of the shipgirl Belfast, get flight, and metal body, anger transformation. Modifier, the flight ability you have obtained has been multiplied by 100 times, and the highest speed of flight can reach 100 times the speed of sound. Modifier, the metal body you obtained has been multiplied by 100 times, and evolved into an anti-magic body, which is immune to all magic attacks. Modifier, the boosted skill you have obtained angry transformation gets a 100-fold boost and evolves into a 100-fold Realm King Fist. What? 100 times Realm King Fist? Looking at the content displayed by the system, Andy was stunned. He didn't expect that Hulk's wrathful transformation would become Kyoan in the world of Dragon Ball after gaining a 100-fold boost. But if you think about it carefully, this seems to make sense. After all, Hulk's anger transformation is not a skill that can be directly used to attack. This is an augmentation skill. When Hulk is angrier, his strength becomes stronger, which is similar to Kyoan. It's just that the strength of Hulk's boost depends on his anger level, while Kai Wonkin comes directly from the superposition multiple. The 100 times Realm King Fist means that Andy can improve his fighting skills by 100 times in a short period of time. You must know that he is now a strong level sub-godfather. Once his combat power is increased by 100 times, it will be absolutely terrifying. Although it was impossible for him to step directly into level godfather, it was infinitely close. So, how could he not be surprised? Immediately call out the personal attribute interface. Host, Andy. Morgan. Integral points, 12,030. Shipmaiden, Tier 9 Shipmaiden, Bismarck, Tier 9 Shipmaiden, Belfast. Ability, Monster Power, Immortal Body, Starburst Turbulent Flow, 100 times the speed of sound flight, Anti-Demon Body, 100 times Realm King Fist. Comprehensive evaluation, level sub-godfather strong. Sure enough, even if I can use the 100 times Realm King Fist, I still can't reach the level of level godfather. I have to keep working hard. Andy said silently. But even though he didn't step into level godfather, he is very excited and happy with what he has gained now. Chapter 42. Just when Andy was secretly happy about his new harvest, the door was suddenly pushed open gently. Immediately afterwards, 3 furtive figures sneaked in. Because it's night, and Andy always likes to turn off the lights and think. So there was only faint moonlight shining in from outside in the room, and the sight line was very bad. But even so, Andy recognized at a glance that these 3 figures were his 2 shipmaidens and a personal butler. Do you think I'm blind? If you want to enter my room, just knock on the door and turn on the light. What are you doing sneakily? Andy said speechlessly. Hearing his voice, Bismarck, Belfast, and Sophia smiled awkwardly. Immediately, Sophia spoke first. Master, we are here as promised. Who asked you to come here? Andy gave the third daughter a blank look, and said speechlessly. You. Are you right? Sophia said to Bismarck and Belfast beside her. Yes, Commander, you asked us to come. Bismarck laughed. Commander, I have made up my mind. I still want to compete with Bismarck. For this battle, we have all put on our combat uniforms. Belfast said. Battle uniforms. At the moment, the lights were dim, and Andy didn't see what they were wearing clearly, so he was stunned, feeling baffled. Turn on the light, and show our young master our battle uniform. Sophia smiled slyly and turned on the light in the room. Suddenly, a nosebleed scene suddenly appeared in front of Andy. As they said, they did change into combat uniforms, but this combat uniform was not that combat uniform. Is this your so-called combat uniform? Nurse? Stewardess? What are you? Andy asked, pointing at Sophia's outfit with a dumbfounding face. Family teacher. Sophia adjusted her glasses and smiled, with a shy face. Where are you playing? Andy smiled helplessly. That's right, let's play cosplay. Sophia said charmingly. Commander, Sophia said you will definitely like it, right? Bismarck and Belfast bit their lips lightly. Hearing this, Andy couldn't laugh or cry, and had to say that Sophia is the one who understands others. Yes, she was right. I like it very much. Andy said from the bottom of his heart. Who doesn't like this posture? Then Commander, what are you waiting for? Let's see my fighting power. Belfast couldn't wait to take the lead in attacking Andy. Seeing this, Andy smiled and went straight to the front. In the dark night, a green figure gallops rapidly in the damp forest. Behind him, several armed helicopters were chasing after him, and fired sidewinder missiles at him from time to time. However, the reaction speed of this green figure was extremely fast, and its jumping ability was also astonishingly terrifying. He always jumps out of the way when a missile is about to hit him. Not only that, but he can also find an opportunity to lift up the boulder on the ground and throw it like a cannonball to fight back. In this way, not only did he avoid the helicopter's pursuit time and time again, but he even took down an armed helicopter. This green figure is none other than Hulk, who escaped from the city a few days ago. After being beaten up by Bismarck, he hid in the forest in the suburbs of New York, and lived a stable life for a few days. However, just this afternoon, his tracks were discovered by General Ross. So, he fell into the situation of fleeing again. On the armed helicopter, General Ross's face was extremely livid. "Nick Fury, you old fox, do you think you can keep this monster by sending me away? You're so naive. I've spent years and years hunting down the Hulk and I can't just give up. Even if I can't catch him, he will never let you pick up the ready-made one. I will destroy it so that none of you can get it." General Ross said with a distorted expression. The whole person seemed to have fallen into madness. "General, Hulk broke into the forest below and disappeared," a soldier reported. "Give me a full-scale bombing and force him out," General Ross said coldly. "All-round bombing. General, this is not good. There may be other residents below," the soldier said in amazement. "Are you disobeying my order?" General Ross stared at the soldiers around him coldly, his eyes full of murderous intent. Immediately, the soldier didn't dare to speak anymore, nodded his head, said yes, and started to act directly. The missiles seemed to be free of money, like sowing seeds, sowing toward the forest below. Boom! Explosions continued to sound, and the forest below directly turned into a sea of flames. At this moment, an angry roar came from the sea of flames. Then a green figure leaped up, jumped 100 meters high, and jumped out of the sea of flames. But because of this, Hulk re-exposed his tracks. "Humph, this time I'll see where you're going, chase after me. No matter what the price is today, he must be caught. If the arrest is unsuccessful, then kill him completely," General Ross said with a gloomy face. On the other side, feeling the gunships chasing after him, Hulk roared constantly. He had nowhere to go. If it goes on like this, sooner or later he will be exhausted by the opponent and finally caught. It won't work if this continues. He must find a shelter that can shelter him. Immediately, the thoughts he had before reappeared in his mind. That woman. Only that terrible woman can help herself. I must enter the place where that woman is. Only in this way, this group of damned guys dare not continue to chase. As soon as he thought of this, a place immediately appeared in Hulk's head. Morgan Manor. According to his investigation in the past 2 days, that terrible woman lived in Morgan Manor. So, without saying a word, he immediately adjusted his direction and ran straight towards downtown New York. The goal of this trip is the Morgan Manor where Andy lives. Chapter 43. The pitch-black night, like a demon hiding in the abyss, opened its mouth wide and devoured half the world. The challenge from the 3 girls was over, so it goes without saying that the 3 girls were defeated, and they all begged for mercy and called their father, and Andy let them go. Satisfied now? Know who is the file-size king? Andy looked at the 3 of them with a smile. Hearing this, the 3 women blushed and nodded, and said in unison, "We know, you are the king, and we are the little kings who are suppressed. Why do I feel so comfortable listening to what you said? Ha ha ha." Andy laughed loudly, very satisfied with the reaction of the 3 girls. "Commander, don't get too excited, let's fight again tomorrow, we will definitely become kings," Bismarck said confidently. "You must know that the first person to beg for mercy was her, the glamorous sister, followed by Belfast, but Sophia, who is a human being, lasted the longest. Hee, arrogance is not something you say with your mouth, I'll wait for your challenge." Andy smiled with confidence. Just as the 3 of them were chatting and joking, suddenly an alarm sounded. This immediately made Andy's face ugly. At the same time Viper knocked on the door and entered. "Master, I found an unknown object running towards us in a straight line at an extremely fast speed. Behind this object, several armed helicopters were also found, and in the waters outside our manor, 5 warships were also found. Viper knelt in front of Andy, reporting in detail. Today's Viper is the top leader of Andy's intelligence team, and she is in charge of all intelligence information. Viper was originally an excellent agent, and its strength was not weaker than that of Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. Now with the blessing of N-Metal, its strength is far behind Natasha Romanoff by several blocks. It is a perfect fit for her to be in charge of the intelligence business, and this is also a manifestation of Andy's trust in her. Viper naturally understood this point. For Andy's trust, Viper was extremely grateful, so he worked extra hard. "What is that object? Have you found it?" Andy asked curiously. "It's been found out, it's the Hulk who was crushed by Miss Bismarck last time," Viper said with a complicated expression. She still has lingering fears about Bismarck's strength. After all, Bismarck almost killed her back then. "Hulk? Why doesn't this guy find a place to hide and come to me?" "So, the old man, General Ross, followed him?" said Andy. "Yes, it's General Ross." Viper nodded. "It seems that the green-skinned monster hasn't been beaten enough by me, and it dares to provoke it. Commander, let me go out and teach him a lesson. This time I won't hold back, I will kill him," Bismarck said with a murderous expression. Hearing this, Andy shook his head thoughtfully. Said, "Hulk has always been arrogant and never takes the initiative to approach people. This can be seen from his fleeing experience over the years. If my guess is correct, he took the initiative to come to me this time. He should have been convinced by you, Bismarck. He seemed to have had enough of running for his life day and night, and wanted to seek safety." "Master, do you mean that Hulk is here to surrender?" Viper looked shocked. She never expected such a result. In her impression, Hulk is a lunatic who doesn't know what to do. Such a terrifying lunatic would not be afraid to kill him, let alone voluntarily surrender. But now, something that seemed impossible to her had happened. So, how could she not be surprised? This feeling is the same as seeing a ghost in daylight, it's unbelievable. Besides this reason, I can't think of any other reason. Andy smiled. Not to mention Viper, even he himself was surprised. Being able to subdue Hulk, Bismarck is no one else capable. Let him in. Among other things, this guy is also a genius physicist. It would be very helpful to me if I could get it together." Andy thought for a while and said. "Because of Hulk's terrible destructive power, many people ignore Hulk's own job. You must know that before Hulk's transformation, he was a serious Dr. Banner and a physicist with great ability. The reason why he became the current Hulk was also caused by his own gamma bomb experiment failure. It would undoubtedly be a good choice if Dr. Banner could be won over and let him continue researching gamma bombs." "Understood, I'll do it now." Viper nodded, turned around and walked out. "Master, are you really going to put this monster in? He is an unstable bomb, and he may bring us trouble at any time." Sophia looked worried. He is indeed a monster that often causes troubles outside, but in my place, he is afraid that the monster will not get up." Andy looked at Bismarck next to him with a playful face and smiled. At this time, Bismarck squeezed his fist and said with a sneer, "I hope he will be a monster. Then I can beat him with peace of mind again." "Okay. Act like I didn't say it." Chapter 44. Outside Morgan Manor, Hulk stopped at the door. Originally, with his jumping ability, he could jump directly into the manor. But when he thought of his purpose of coming here, he insisted on not doing it. After all, he had come to seek asylum, not to fight. If you jumped directly into the manor, it would be a trespass. Isn't it funny that an intruder expects others to protect him? Even though he's violent as a Hulk, that doesn't mean he's stupid. On the armed helicopter in the distance, a soldier looked serious. General, Hulk has entered the territory of the Morgan family, shall we continue to chase? The Morgan family, is that the giant consortium? General Ross asked with the same serious expression. As an Air Force Lieutenant General, he naturally knew the Morgan family. Not only does he know that he has lived for so many years, and some of the projects he has participated in have been funded by the Morgan family. Therefore, even with his extremely violent personality, he is extremely afraid of the Morgan family. This is a super consortium capable of influencing the decision-making of their country's government. Before that, he would definitely stop this operation. But now, when he thought of receiving the transfer order, his face became extremely angry. I've worked so hard all my life, for what? It's not for our country to have an invincible super army. I have paid so much, but the higher UPS turned a blind eye, even wanting to transfer me away and dismiss me from my post. That being the case, why should I take orders from you again? This time, whatever the cost, I'm going to get Hulk. Even if the entire Morgan Manor is blown up into a sea of flames and razed to the ground, it will not hesitate. General Ross thought viciously in his heart. He's paranoid to the point of insanity about capturing Hulk. Even the Morgan family didn't pay attention. Keep chasing, no matter where he escapes, I will catch him this time, at any cost. General Ross said through gritted teeth. But General, that's the Morgan family. Shall we report to the higher-ups? The soldier worried. Hearing this, General Ross directly smashed the radio communicator that notified his superiors. Here I am the boss and my orders are everything. Besides, this is just the outside of Morgan Manor, what are you afraid of? Whoever reports to my superiors again, I will kill him. General Ross roared angrily. Yes. Seeing General Ross's look of killing people, all the soldiers in the helicopter were frightened, and no one dared to object. General, Hulk stopped at the gate of Morgan Manor. Humph, of course he has to stop, because he can't get into Morgan Manor. Just in time, save yourself the hassle and get moving, launch the shock web. General Ross sneered. Yes. Hearing the order, all 4 armed helicopters flew down. At the same time, a grid with huge amounts of power was pulled open, overwhelmingly pressing down on the Hulk below, and the feeling was like fishing. The grid is made from an extremely resilient material and was made specifically for the Hulk. After their many experiments, so far, no one has been able to tear it into pieces in a short time. In addition, this net is also connected to a high-voltage electric current. Once touched, it will be electrified and smoke instantly. They believe that with this net, they will be able to catch Hulk this time. But just as General Ross looked expectant, he thought that this time it would be foolproof. The gate of Morgan Manor in front of Hulk was opened from the inside. Then Hulk burst into it immediately with a look of joy on his face. As a result, the power grid, which they thought to be infallible, went straight to nothing. Let the Hulk escape again. No. Seeing such a scene, General Ross roared hysterically. General, Morgan Manor has opened the door to Hulk, what should we do now? The soldiers said in horror. In fact, at the beginning, they were very surprised. You must know that with Hulk's jumping ability, he can jump directly into Morgan Manor. But Hulk didn't do that, instead he ran to someone else's door like a guest who wanted to visit. It's the first time they've seen Hulk behave like this, which is already incredible and inconceivable. But what surprised them even more was that the Morgan family was willing to let the monster Hulk in. You know Hulk is a mobile disaster. But now they didn't just let Hulk in. She even offered to open the door for him. This is clearly to protect the monster Hulk. So, how could they not be surprised? Besides S.H.I.E.L.D., they didn't expect another force to intervene in Hulk's affairs. Is this green-skinned monster already so popular now? I've said it before, no matter who it is today, it won't save him. Give me a shout out to the people inside, give them 5 minutes, hand over the Hulk. Otherwise, I will order the naval fleet to destroy the entire manor. General Ross's eyes were murderous, lawless. What? Hearing what General Ross said, a group of soldiers were stunned at first. General! Shut up, do as I say, I will bear all the consequences. General Ross said without a doubt. Chapter 45. In Morgan Manor, Hulk was led into the hall by the Viper. Hulk, who was always lawless outside, was surprisingly calm at the moment. This can't help but make Viper look stunned. It seems that no matter who it is, there is a nemesis. The Hulk's nemesis in front of him should be the Bismarck who crushed him. You wait here. Remember, just be safe when you come here, otherwise you should be very clear about the consequences. Hulk hearing Viper's words, Hulk nodded in a rare way, and he was neither angry nor growling. This is really beyond Viper's imagination. Is this still that lunatic? Shaking his head, Viper ignored Hulk and retreated respectfully. Immediately, Hulk was the only one left in the huge hall. Scanning the hall, the bored Hulk sat down on the floor like a child. At this moment, a few footsteps came slowly. Startled, Hulk stood up immediately. Sit down. No need to stand up. The speaker was none other than Andy. Surrounded by Bismarck and Belfast, Andy appeared in front of Hulk. Seeing Andy, Hulk had a suspicious look on his face. After all, it was his first time to come to Morgan Manor, so naturally he didn't know Andy. But when he saw Bismarck next to Andy, a look of dread immediately appeared on his face. This woman is indeed here. Such a powerful woman can only accompany that young man. Then this man should be the commander that the woman mentioned. After a while, Hulk had his own analysis. Hey, let you sit down. Do you hear me? Do you want to be beaten? Seeing that Hulk didn't listen to Andy and continued to sit, Bismarck couldn't help but said coldly. Hearing Bismarck's voice, Hulk nodded quickly and sat down again. That's about the same. Bismarck nodded in satisfaction. Seeing this, Andy couldn't help but find this scene very funny. You must know that in the Marvel world, Hulk is the existence of gods blocking and killing gods, and Buddhas blocking and killing Buddhas. But at this moment, Hulk is as obedient as Bismarck's little follower. The contrast is simply too great. It's unbelievable. Should I call you Hulk now, or Dr. Banner? Andy looked at Hulk in front of him calmly and said. The Hulk in front of him was very different from the Hulk in his memory. In his impression, Hulk is supposed to be that fearless, lawless lunatic. And the state of Hulk in front of him is more like the fusion of Hulk's personality and Banner. It always gave him the feeling that he lacked a part of wild domineering. Definitely, that's not to say the current Hulk is bad. It's just a simple cognitive gap. Hulk, Banner, whatever. As if he had just learned to speak, Hulk's voice was immature, and he spoke slowly, like a child. Hearing this, Andy smiled wryly and shook his head, saying, It seems that some interesting changes have taken place in your body. However, I still like to communicate with mature people, so please step back for now. Get Dr. Banner out. After saying that, Andy's body turned into an afterimage, appearing in front of Hulk's huge body. One of his fists, unremarkable, hit Hulk directly in the jaw. Hulk immediately rolled his eyes and passed out instantly. Stronger than the existence of Hulk, even in the face of Bismarck, he can bear it for a while. But in Andy's hands, he couldn't even hold a punch. It is conceivable that the difference in strength between the two is huge. The fainted Hulk's body immediately began to shrink, and it didn't take long before he became human again. Pour him a bottle of cold water to wake him up. Andy returned to the throne and said calmly. It's as if he didn't do anything just now. Yes. Bismarck nodded, and immediately woke up Banner with water. After waking up, Banner looked at Andy in front of him in horror. Although he was in Hulk form just now, just like Andy said, his body did undergo some changes. That's when he began to slowly accept the existence of the Hulk personality. And Hulk's personality doesn't know if it's because of his defeat on Bismarck's side. He, who has always been violent, is gradually willing to communicate with Banner's human personality. So the two personalities gradually influenced each other. There is a trend to integrate. So, there is the current scene. Even in human form, Banner still remembers what just happened. It seems that you and Hulk's personalities have already begun to integrate. Andy was a little surprised. After all, in his impression, it was during the Avengers Alliance 4 that Banner really accepted the existence of Hulk. You seem to know me well. Banner looked at Andy in surprise as well. Yes, better than you think. Andy shrugged. But this is not important, let's get straight to the point and explain your purpose directly. Andy's deep blue jewel-like eyes looked at Hulk calmly, as if he could see through him. Stared at by Andy's bright eyes, Banner couldn't help feeling a little apprehensive. There was an incomparable aura about the man in front of him. It made him feel scared unconsciously. This is really terrible. But this also shows in a disguised form that his choice is not wrong. The man in front of him can definitely protect himself. Hulk was just about to open his mouth to explain why he came. At this time, there was a shout of huge amounts of outside. Listen, people inside, you have 5 minutes to hand over the Hulk, or we'll burn the whole estate to the ground. Chapter 46. Hearing the shouts outside, everyone's attention was attracted. Even what Banner originally wanted to say was stuck in his throat and he didn't continue to speak. Because Banner was too shocked to speak. As a famous physicist, Banner naturally knew where he was now. That is the territory of the Morgan family, the top chaebol family in their country. The dignity and majesty of this place is no less than their Congress. Even in some respects, it is even more honorable than the ones from the Congress Hall. After all, the Morgan family can control the economic lifeline of the entire country. If they are not good, then the whole country of Sam can't be good. So no matter which government personnel, no matter what level the government personnel are, in front of the Morgan family, everyone has to bow down and speak nicely. Otherwise, the chaebol family could tell him to leave with a finger. But now someone is shouting outside. Said that the Morgan family's estate would be razed to the ground. In this way, how could he not be shocked? His jaw almost dropped from shock. He knew that General Ross was a lunatic, but he didn't expect him to be so crazy. He even provoked the Morgan family and this man in front of him. This is simply courting death. Hearing the shouting outside, Andy froze for a moment. Then a cold smile appeared on his face. Hee, are you going to raise my manor to the ground? Ross is really a veritable madman. I admire his courage, but I am anxious about his IQ. I really want to see how he raised my place to the ground. Just rely on the 4 Apache gunships outside? Or the 4 battleships parked in the open sea? Belfast, this time I will treat it as a practice for you. You go and tell them that these 2 things are not enough. Andy said coldly, with the terrifying killing intent in his eyes. Got it, Commander. Belfast smiled slightly, his body floated into the air, and flew out quickly. Outside the manor, General Ross held a timer and looked at it seriously. General, what if they don't let Hulk out? A soldier asked worriedly. His mind is still clouded. He didn't expect that General Ross would really yell at the Morgan family. If you don't hand it over, you will die. General Ross slashed the railroad. But at this moment, a woman is like a god. Suddenly, it flew out slowly from the building of the manor. Seeing such a scene, everyone was stunned. They have never seen anyone who can still fly in the sky. Is that human being? What is going on with this manor? Take the initiative to let Hulk in. Unexpectedly, there was another monster woman living in it. General, that woman is flying towards us, what should we do? The faces of the soldiers were full of horror. Keep an eye on that guy, if she dares to behave badly, kill her. General Ross said coldly. Because Nick Fury's S.H.I.E.L.D. did not share information with him, and deliberately blocked the news about Bismarck. So he didn't know the current situation of Morgan Manor, let alone the scary woman who easily killed the abomination at the beginning also lived in this manor. In his eyes, the Morgan family is still the super Chable family, no different from before. So, when he saw someone flying out of the manor, even he was shocked inside. While being shocked, his face became more and more ugly. Woman who walks in the sky, when did so many monster women start appearing in this world? What is the relationship between this guy and the woman who appeared in the city a few days ago? Or it doesn't matter. It seems that the Morgan family is no longer just that Chable family. Forget it, no matter what you become now. It's impossible to keep Hulk unless I die. General Ross said with a sullen face, resolutely. After talking to himself, he directly picked up the radio communicator and sent orders to the 4 warships parked in the open sea. The situation has changed. All personnel should prepare for the battle. There is no need to count down the timer. Once you hear my order, attack the target immediately. Got it, sir. A reply came from the communicator. Hearing the reply, General Ross finally looked better. In his opinion, it doesn't matter who owns the manor, and it doesn't matter who this sudden woman is. Even if she was the woman who killed the hate in seconds. In his eyes, it is absolutely impossible to withstand the fleet's missile attack. You must know that the missiles loaded by the 4 warships parked in the sea are enough to easily destroy an island. This kind of firepower is used to attack a manor and a woman, it is like killing a chicken with an overkill. I have to say that he thought beautifully, but the reality is often slapped. Just when General Ross was thinking self-righteously, Belfast was suspended in midair with a disdainful expression, looking at them coldly. It's like watching a group of dead men. My commander asked me to come out and give you a message. If you want to destroy our manor, remember to be well prepared. You can't do it like this, let's have a longer memory in the next life. Now, I will send you to reincarnation. After saying that, Belfast's figure disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 47. By the time Belfast reappeared, she was already in front of one of the Apache gunships. Without the slightest hesitation, Belfast sneered and punched out. What kind of power is Belfast? Simply inheriting the battleship has a power of about 300,000 tons. Coupled with the integrated ability to increase the transformation of anger, she can explode several times the fighting power. In this way, the power she erupts is also extremely terrifying. With such power, an Apache gunship is nothing. Just like paper, it was directly pierced by Belfast's punch. Boom! A huge amount of explosion sounded loudly. The helicopter directly turned into a firework, exploding in midair, gorgeous and bleak. How is this possible, blowing up our Apache gunship with one punch? This woman is the same monster as the woman last time. Is this manor a paradise for monsters? Quick retreat, quick retreat. The scene in front of him completely exceeded the imagination of normal human beings. A group of soldiers were stunned and completely lost the desire to fight. At this time, General Ross immediately grabbed the machine gun mounted on the helicopter and fired directly at Belfast. While shooting constantly, he said angrily, "A bunch of trash, if we don't kill her today, we will be the ones who will die. Hurry up and fire Sidewinder missiles at her, hurry up." Hearing what General Ross said, the soldiers immediately reacted and fired missiles at Belfast without saying a word. But what kind of existence is Belfast? It is a 9th-level powerhouse whose flight speed can easily break through the speed of sound. The machine gun fire was directly ignored by her, his metal body was definitely not something that bullets could hurt. And the Sidewinder missile was nothing, she easily dodged it. Immediately, the missile flew towards the forest in the distant suburbs. Boom! The explosion sounded suddenly. I saw that the forest in the distance was directly blown out of a huge amount of hole. It looked like a bald old man's head, which was very abrupt. And the powerful shock wave came towards the face with the air wave, blowing Belfast's skirt loudly. Let her look so elegant and beautiful, like an angel, sacred and inviolable. Is this your strength? Weak, it's really too weak. Killing you with your hands will make my hands dirty. Belfast sneered and said, his eyes were full of disdain. After saying that, her ship outfit suddenly appeared around her. The triple-mounted 152mm anti-aircraft gun T3 is suspended on her left side, and the double-mounted 113mm anti-aircraft gun T3 is suspended on her right. The quadruple-mounted 533mm magnetic torpedo was suspended beside her right leg, and the Type 93 pure oxygen torpedo was suspended beside her left leg. And the most powerful photon energy cannon was directly suspended on her chest. In the blink of an eye, Belfast directly turned into a moving humanoid arsenal. A bunch of useless garbage, destroy it. Belfast said coldly. The voice fell, and the triple-mounted 152mm dual-purpose guns directly launched an attack. Bang bang bang! The artillery fire roared, destroying the dead, and the speed was extremely fast. A group of people never thought that the woman in front of them could transform and can use thermal weapons in such a weird way. So no one reacted. When they reacted, the shells were already in front of them, and they couldn't dodge them at all. In the end, they could only scream in despair and fear. Together with the helicopter, it turns into a firework and explodes in the air. I don't know if it was luck, but General Ross escaped by chance. His reaction speed was unusually quick, and he jumped out of the helicopter quickly. Not only that, but he also held a walkie-talkie in his hand. As he fell to the ground, he roared into the walkie-talkie. Launch an attack, launch an attack. As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body banged and smashed directly into the mud. Hearing his order, the battleship commander, who was more than 10 nautical miles away, immediately sounded the battle horn and pressed the launch button of the cruise missile. Boom! The 4 cruise missiles quickly lifted off and automatically adjusted their course in the air. He rushed towards Morgan Manor with overwhelming power. These 4 cruise missiles are the most advanced short-range missiles in the country of Sam, and their power is extremely astonishing. One drop is enough to easily destroy a building. Let alone destroying Andy's manor with 4, even one side of the plow is enough. Definitely, this refers to the surface part of the estate. But the really important part of Andy's estate is his underground shipyard. The scale is so large that it cannot be destroyed by a few missiles. But even if the surface part was to be destroyed, it could only be done when the manor had no defense system. But how could Andy's manor have no defense system? The existence of 2 shipgirls is already the strongest defense system in the world. The 4 cruise missiles broke through the speed of sound in an instant, galloping towards them with a thunderous howl. Hearing the roar, Belfast squinted his eyes and looked at the 4 short-range missiles. Is this what you really rely on? It's still not enough. Belfast smiled contemptuously, his body turned into a rainbow, and went directly towards the 4 cruise missiles. Chapter 48. Let me break your mysterious self-confidence. Belfast turned into Chonghong and said with a sneer. Immediately, her triple-mounted 152mm high-level dual-purpose gun easily hit the galloping cruise missile with an extremely precise attitude. This directly caused the cruise missile to be detonated in advance, and a burst of dazzling light burst out in the high altitude. The bursts of shockwave swept across the 4 directions like a stormy sea, shattering the glass of the building below. The vehicles on the entire street also sounded their sirens, as if they were wailing before death. But under such horrific scenes, Belfast is still calm, completely ignoring the explosion. The flight speed directly breaks through the speed of sound, passing through the explosion rapidly. That posture is like a king in the air, extremely mighty and domineering. In just an instant, he came to the sea not far from the manor. On the blue sea, there are 4 warships moored. There are 2 destroyers, 1 battleship, and 1 light cruiser. Such a fleet of warships was supposed to protect the people. It is to aim the muzzle at the enemy warships in Wangyang Sea. But they didn't. Instead, they aimed their guns at the Morgan family, the benefactor's father who supported them. This is an outright unfilial son, a white-eyed wolf, ABD who is supported by others and smashes people's jobs. So, how could Belfast spare them? It's really a good battleship formation, but you don't have a good eye for provoking the commander, so you can only be buried in the sea. Looking at the 4 warships under his feet, Belfast shook his head, a terrifying murderous look burst out in his eyes. And the officers of the battleship below, looking at Belfast suspended in the air, all showed disbelief on their faces. This woman actually walks in the air, is she still human? His body is actually suspended with the weapons and equipment of the battleship. That's a 152mm dual-purpose gun and a 533mm magnetic torpedo. Humanoid battleship? Where did this monster come from? A group of people were discussing, and their hearts were full of panic. But just when they were at a loss, a dazzling white light lit up on Belfast's chest. That white light is the photon ability cannon built by Dr. Zola. Belfast has not been used since it was equipped. Now it is time to take advantage of this opportunity to try out the power of this photon energy cannon. The photon energy cannon was fully charged in an instant. With a bang, a huge beam of light bombarded the battleship below with devastating power. With such a short distance and such a fast speed, the battleship had no time to react, and was immediately hit head-on. The photon energy cannon carried extremely hot high temperature and impact force, and blasted the battleship into pieces in an instant. Huge amounts of the hull exploded in Wangyang Sea, turned into a giant mushroom cloud, and rose to the sky. It looks like a fiery red giant jellyfish jumping out of the water. The picture is beautiful, but extremely bloody and bleak. Because the speed of the explosion was so fast, the members of the battleship didn't even have time to scream. He was directly buried in the sea of flames, and sank together with the entire hull into the dark deep sea like hell. Seeing such a scene, the officers on the other 3 battleships were horrified, and their legs trembled unconsciously. My heart was completely occupied by despair and fear, and I even forgot to fight back. As expected of a photon ability cannon, this level of power is indeed powerful. Belfast nodded in satisfaction, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. Then, she did the same, firing 3 more photon energy cannons in an instant, directly sinking the other 3 warships. After easily destroying all the battleships, she turned around, turned into a rainbow and galloped towards the sky, disappearing in an instant. And because there was a pause in the next 3 attacks, some officers jumped out of the ship in time and escaped for their lives. Only then did he survive by luck, watching Belfast leave quickly. The backs of a group of survivors were already covered in cold sweat, and some of them were already incontinent, which was because they were scared to pee. Quickly evacuate here, and never set foot here again. A group of people swam towards the distance as if fleeing, with the purpose of escaping from this sea area. And in the countless years to come, those who participated in today's battle, they all listed this sea area as a hell-level forbidden area. I dare not set foot again in this life. What is majesty? This is majesty. In the blink of an eye, Belfast returned to the manor. Just when she was about to claim credit from the commander. However, he saw something unusual in the deep pit below. All I could hear was a terrifying roar coming from the pit below. And she remembered correctly, that place was exactly where the so-called General Ross fell. She originally thought that General Ross, an ordinary human being, would die if he fell from a height of 100 meters. But according to the current situation, it seems that it is not so simple. If you're not dead yet, then I'll give you a ride. Belfast fell from the sky and landed directly on the edge of the big pit. And at this moment, there was a bang. A red figure with huge amounts of lightning struck directly towards the facade of Belfast. Chapter 49. Belfast couldn't help being surprised by the sudden attack from the Red Shadow. But she is a 9th level master, even such a close-range attack cannot hurt her. As soon as her eyes were fixed, she immediately saw the appearance of the red figure clearly. The image of this guy in front of him is somewhat similar to Hulk, who volunteered to surrender to the commander. It's just that Hulk has green skin, but the giant in front of him has red skin. This is a red giant. At this moment, the scene was captured by the surrounding surveillance, and it was also seen by Andy, who was sitting on the throne. With just one glance, he recognized who the red giant was. This is another villain in the Marvel world, the Red Hulk transformed by General Ross. In the original Marvel world, General Ross was in order to defeat Hulk. It was finally agreed to have the two supervillains MODOK and the Headmaster use gamma rays to transform themselves into a red giant. But now, I don't know what happened, and General Ross obtained the transformation ability one step ahead of schedule. This can't help but surprise Andy, but he has already collected the Hulk's ability template. Although I don't know why General Ross can transform at this time. But it didn't matter to him. Just glanced at it, and he didn't pay attention. Is this why this old man dared to provoke my Morgan family? It's ridiculous, let's do him. Andy opened his mouth lightly, not paying attention to the red giant at all. No matter who he is, if he dares to challenge His Majesty, there is only one end, and that is death. After speaking, he didn't have the slightest desire to read on, and entered the room with Bismarck and Sophia. Outside the manor, the giant fist of the red giant has already blasted towards Belfast angrily. But facing his attack, Belfast tilted his neck slightly and easily dodged. Oh, what a surprise! I didn't expect that you, like that green monster, also have the transformation ability. That being the case, what qualifications do you have to arrest others? Belfast sneered. Then he punched out with an unremarkable punch. Her ordinary punch was as fast as lightning in the eyes of General Ross, and he couldn't react in time. It was hit immediately, and the power like a storm swept over. The red giant was like a cannonball, and with a whoosh, it smashed into the hillside not far away. Huge amounts of force leveled entire hillsides. This shows how powerful Belfast's mediocre punch is. Because of the dismissal and transfer order from above, General Ross went straight into madness. In order to catch Hulk as soon as possible, he was obsessed with injecting the serum extracted from the corpse of the abomination. Afterwards, under the irradiation of gamma rays, he, the iron-blooded general, also gained the ability to transform. But I don't know if it's because of the difference in genetic material in the body. Unlike Brinsky's abomination, who turns pale yellow, and Dr. Banner's Hulk, who turns green. After General Ross transformed, he became the current red giant. General Ross thought that after his transformation, he would have the power to compete with the woman in front of him. But now he realizes how wrong he was. Although he has become a red giant, in front of this woman, he is still weak and makes him despair. Facing the attack of the woman in front of him, he could only be beaten, and he had no room to resist. What is the gap? What is the natural moat? This is the gap between heaven and earth. It is definitely not something that he can cross simply by transforming. But he is still not convinced, he is still not reconciled. He roared angrily, jumped up directly from the ruins, and continued to charge fiercely towards Belfast. Seeing this, Belfast smiled coldly, his eyes full of disdain. The strength of strength does not lie in howling. In the face of absolute power, your howling is nothing but a roar of incompetence. Don't struggle anymore, I'll send you on your way now. Belfast clenched his fists as he spoke. Then she rushed out with a stride, and her speed instantly surpassed the speed of sound. The terrifying explosive power is combined with the 300,000 tons of power she originally possessed. The power that can be erupted is comparable to that of a meteorite falling. Boom! A roar suddenly sounded. I saw the color of the world change, and the sand and stones flew away. The huge amounts of shockwave penetrated the red giant's body in an instant. Under this fist power shockwave, the red giant's body is like tofu. It exploded directly, turned into a puddle of blood, and dissipated between heaven and earth. And shockwave, like a shooting star, didn't stop there. After blasting the forest behind the red giant out of a road tens of meters wide, it continued to rush into the sky, dividing the clouds in the entire sky into two, with an earth-shattering momentum. Such a scene stunned the residents of nearby towns. Everyone looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with horror, thinking that the end had come. And the instigator of this incident, Belfast, had already retracted his fist and shook his head with a look of disdain. I can't even catch a punch from me, it's really boring. Chapter 50. Killed the red giant with one punch and split the entire sky in two. Compared with Bismarck, who possesses the shaking fruit ability, this kind of strength is not far behind. After all, this maid in Belfast is also a super powerhouse of the 9th rank. It's finally done, I wonder how the commander will reward me. Belfast muttered to himself expectantly. While speaking, he quickly returned to the hall, only to find that Andy was not on the throne. At this moment, she heard a strange noise coming from the bedroom not far away. Immediately, she pouted, with a resentful expression on her face. But he didn't say anything, but consciously took off his maid outfit, put on a combat uniform, and walked into the room. Seeing that Belfast was back, Bismarck and Sophia looked at each other and smiled. We see you fighting so hard outside, and we feel very uncomfortable, so we are giving you solidarity. Solidarity? Are there any of you who are so supportive? How can I hear you in the room? Dao Mei said with a speechless expression. Can't you hear it? But we've been screaming as hard as we can. Sophia said jokingly. Belfast. Okay, you guys are kidding me. See if I don't clean up you. With a smirk on his face, Belfast rushed towards Bismarck, and then gave Andy a hard push on the back. Ah, Belfast, you are going to die. Bismarck shouted red-faced. Hey, it's not me who is going to die now, but you, let's see if you dare to tease me. Immediately, the three girls started arguing in front of Andy. But for all of this, Andy has long been used to it, so it's not surprising. While Andy's place was bustling with excitement, Sam's Congress had already exploded. What are you talking about? That BD General Ross actually bombed the Morgan family's estate. A white middle-aged man patted the table angrily and said. This man is none other than the current president of Sam Country. The main reason why he was able to win the election was that he had the support of the Morgan family's capital behind him. But now his supporters were bombed by officials of his own government when he was in office. So, how could he not be angry? If he doesn't handle this well, he will lose his position as president. Mr. President, don't worry, General Ross didn't succeed, and the manor is still fine. The Secretary General beside him said quickly. Does it have anything to do with being successful or not? The point is that the old man made a move with the Morgan family, which is already an unforgivable crime. Why, you still expect him to be successful and raised the Morgan manor, so you think it's causing trouble? Growled the president. He was really scared and worried about this matter. For such an important matter, why didn't I hear the news in advance, why didn't I be notified in advance, the president wondered. Listen. I heard that General Ross didn't report it on purpose, so he did it right away, the Secretary General hesitated. What? That BD, he's trying to trick me on purpose and wants me to abdicate early, right? I'm going to send this BD to a court-martial, and I'm going to judge him, the president roared angrily. Mr. President, this may disappoint you. General Ross is dead, he died outside Morgan Manor, and was killed by a mysterious woman. What, dead? This BD died just like that, and left such a mess, is he asking me to wipe his a? Fuck. The president held his forehead with a headache on his face. Seeing him like this, the Secretary General standing aside hesitated for a while, and said, "Mr. President, do you want to prepare a car? Let's go directly to Morgan Manor and explain to the new patriarch face to face." Explanation? It's all like this. Do you think the other party will listen to my explanation? I'm going to apologize and plead guilty, you know, the President said with an ugly face. It's not just me. Call out the Supreme Commanders of the Navy Headquarters and the Air Force Headquarters, and let them plead guilty with me, otherwise if this matter becomes serious, we will all have to step down early. I am still young, I don't want to retire and go home to work. Yes. The Secretary General nodded repeatedly, not daring to say anything more. By the way, although General Ross usually has a grumpy temper, he is not a fool. He would never go out of his way to do such a terrible thing for no reason. Have you found out his motive? The President asked after thinking for a while. Check it out. Before this incident, General Ross received a dismissal and transfer order. The transfer order was issued by the Air Force Headquarters, but the opinion was raised by Nick Fury, the Secretary General said. Nick Fury? This matter has something to do with S.H.I.E.L.D. The President said with an ugly face. It should be. The Secretary General nodded. Go, bring Nick Fury first, I want to interrogate him myself. Chapter 51. General Ross's challenge to the majesty of Morgan Manor not only shocked Congress. Even more shocking was Nick Fury's SHIELD. Even Nick Fury himself didn't expect that General Ross would do anything to Morgan Manor. This is unbelievable, unbelievable. Is that guy crazy? He actually attacked the Morgan family. He is courting death, doesn't he know? Nick Fury said angrily. Sir, he's dead, he was punched to pieces by a mysterious woman. Natasha Romanoff said leisurely. That means he deserves to die, he deserves it. At the beginning, I clearly reminded him not to hit that woman's idea. But he took my words as a deaf ear. He even went to Morgan Manor to make trouble. Isn't this delivering it to your door and letting others kill it? Wait, what does another mysterious woman mean? Nick Fury said with a look of surprise. Sir, look for yourself. This is a video released by the Morgan family themselves. The new head of the Morgan family is far beyond our imagination. By intentionally releasing the video, he is obviously trying to scare the monkeys. Natasha Romanoff said with a complicated face. Since she became an agent, she has met countless characters. But a man like Andy who is so young yet possesses such power and arrogance. This was the first time she had met him, and she was both curious and admired for this man, and her emotions were very complicated. What kind of secrets are hidden in Morgan Manor? When did it become a monster factory? After watching the video information provided by Natasha Romanoff, Nick Fury said in shock. The blonde woman had already frightened them before, and now there was another one. And looking at the combat power, it is no weaker than the blonde woman before. In this way, even he, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was shocked. Only the new patriarch Andy Morgan can answer this question for us. But the difficulty for us to meet that person is no less than climbing to the sky. So the answer to this question, perhaps only time will tell us in the end. Natasha Romanoff shrugged, teasingly. At this moment, Nick Fury's personal cell phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, Nick Fury's face became serious. Hello. Nick Fury connected directly to the phone. He only said a word, and he didn't continue talking the whole time. The call time is very short, about a minute. But in this minute, Nick Fury's complexion went from serious to ugly to dripping water. Putting down the phone, Nick Fury sighed. I don't think it will take time to tell us that Mr. President is summoning me now. And I will be asked to follow to Morgan Manor later, so I will be able to meet the patriarch in a short time. Mr. President wants to see you, why do you want to go to Morgan Manor together? Natasha Romanoff asked in a daze. It's very simple, go plead guilty. Go make an apology. Nick Fury said with an ugly face. What? Hearing Nick Fury's words, Natasha Romanoff was stunned. Mr. President took Nick Fury to the Morgan family to apologize? If she hadn't heard it with her own ears, she should have wondered if her ears were broken. This is incredible. Because of the existence of the President of the country of Sam, let you take the initiative to apologize and plead guilty. In this world, probably only the Morgan family can do this. Inside Morgan Manor, Andy sat on the throne with a majestic expression. At this moment, in front of him, Dr. Banner knelt respectfully on the ground. Your troubles have been completely solved, General Ross, an old man, will never be able to arrest you in his life. Now, do you still want to stay with me and be your physicist again? Andy looked at Dr. Banner quietly and said. Hearing this, Dr. Banner nodded without any hesitation. I've had enough of the days of fighting and killing. If possible, I would like to become an ordinary person. But this should be impossible, and I gave up myself. Now I just want to live a safe and stable life. It doesn't matter whether I can become an ordinary person or not. Therefore, it is my wish that I can continue to be a physicist with you, and only need to deal with physical data every day. Dr. Banner said seriously, his eyes were pure and calm. For some reason, since he entered this manor, he seemed extraordinarily calm. Instead of the tension of being hunted down every day, I felt a sense of security in my heart. It is precisely because of this sense of security that he feels comfortable staying in this manor. That feeling is like finding a backer. How can I feel at ease? Hearing this, Andy nodded silently. He said to Sophia beside him, go and arrange an independent laboratory for him. Yes. Sophia immediately went to arrange it. Chapter 52. Morgan Manor, as one of the strongholds of a super Chable family. The level of luxury inside is definitely second to none in the world. Even Mr. President, who is used to seeing big scenes, couldn't help but secretly dumbfounded. After all, poverty limits their imagination. It can make the president of the country of Sam have such an unconfident idea. Probably only the Morgan family. Passing through the path of green trees, it didn't take long for the four of them to arrive in front of the buildings in the manor. Looking at the not too high building in front of them, everyone felt extremely nervous. Because at the moment, there was a blonde woman standing at the door. This woman is none other than the ship's wife Bismarck. As for Bismarck, although everyone still doesn't know her name, but the scene of her blasting a dozen F-22 fighter jets with one punch still echoed in their minds. Sure enough, this woman is really in this manor. So what is the relationship between her and Morgan's new owner? There is another mysterious woman. Are they in a gang? Although he had expected it, it was when he saw Bismarck appearing in front of him. Nick Fury still couldn't help but wonder. At this moment, Bismarck spoke. Remember, the commander only gave you 10 minutes. I will explain what you want to say within 10 minutes, and then get out of bed consciously. Do you hear me clearly? Bismarck said coldly, his tone full of doubts. Hearing this, the faces of the four people are not very good looking. You must know that they are all top figures in the country of Sam. On the outside, one of their decisions can change the course of the entire world. But at this moment in Morgan Manor, an unknown woman dared to talk to them like this. Naturally, they felt uncomfortable in their hearts, but when they thought of this woman's horror, no matter how uncomfortable they are, they have to bow their heads obediently and confess their cowardice now. Understood, 10 minutes is enough. Mr. President said with a sneer, looking quite humble. If this scene is captured by the outside media, it will definitely shock people all over the world. Being the president of the country of Sam, he actually nodded and bowed to a woman in Morgan Manor. It's unbelievable. Seeing such a scene, Nick Fury felt very uncomfortable, but he didn't say anything. After all, the arrogance of the woman in front of her has her arrogance. Come with me now. Bismarck led the way, and a group of 4 had to follow behind, not daring to show their air. Not long after, the 4 of them came to a hall full of luxury and luxury. In the very center of the hall, there is a throne inlaid with various precious stones. If there is a jeweler here at this moment, they will definitely be shocked by that throne. Because it is inlaid with the most expensive jewelry in the world. This seat alone is estimated to be worth billions of dollars. Everyone guessed that the Morgan Manor would be very luxurious. But they didn't expect them to be so extravagant. This is simply treating money like nothing. At this moment, a handsome young man like a prince. Sitting majestically on the throne, he was staring at them with stern eyes. This man was none other than Andy Morgan, the head of the Morgan family they asked to see this time. Beside Andy, there were 2 other women standing respectfully like maids. And those 2 women were obviously not good at it, the aura emanating from them. It is also like an abyss monster, extremely terrifying. Immediately, everyone's hearts were unanimously frightened. How many monsters live in this manor? It's too scary. Originally, they were still angry about Bismarck's 10 minutes. But at this moment, let alone 10 minutes, they felt like they couldn't stay for even 1 minute. President, Commander of Navy Headquarters, Commander of Air Force Headquarters, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D, the 4 of you have quite a lot of official titles. A calm voice came from Andy's mouth, with a hint of contempt and disdain in his tone. At the same time, a mountain-like coercion descended, directly pressing on the 4 of them. Immediately, the 4 people's knees softened and they all knelt down on the ground. Your official titles are indeed not small, but you think that with your official titles, you can challenge the majesty of my Morgan family. Andy's tone was suddenly cold and full of murderous intent, bursting out like a demon from hell. The 4 of them knelt down on the ground, getting cold directly from the top of their heads to their heels, and the cold sweat even wet their backs in an instant. The president immediately kowtowed in fright and explained, No, Mr. Patriarch, everything is a misunderstanding. We are well aware of our dereliction of duty, and this meeting is here to plead guilty. Chapter 53. Confession? Can you admit it? Andy sneered. Hearing this, the president was stunned and dared not speak at all. Why don't you talk anymore? Didn't you say you want to plead guilty? Andy sneered, staring at the president kneeling in front of him like a beast. The president of the country of Sam is like a child who has done something wrong at this moment. Being punished and reprimanded by the elders, he didn't dare to move. Mr. Andy, this matter is General Ross's personal behavior and has nothing to do with the government. At this moment, Nick Fury on the side suddenly spoke. As director of S.H.I.E.L.D, he has dealt with countless supernatural events and seen countless vicious beings. Therefore, his courage are by no means comparable to that of ordinary people. Even in the face of Andy at this moment, he dared to speak so bluntly. Hearing Nick Fury's words, Andy moved his eyes to him. Immediately there was a sneer on his face, and he said, "What a behavior, one sentence put all the responsibility on a dead man." As expected of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, Nick Fury, you are really good at sophistry. There is nothing wrong with saying that you are an old fox. But it's understandable for others to say that, but you dare to say it without shame. Are you looking down on our Morgan family, or me? Andy's tone was suddenly fierce, and a supreme aura burst out, directly pressing on Nick Fury's body. Suddenly, Nick Fury, who had already knelt down on the ground, heard a cracking sound from his knees. It shattered directly, and blood splattered everywhere. Nick Fury immediately screamed. The whole person hit the hard floor with his head on the ground, and his body fell to the ground. Secretly let people collect information about the Morgan family, you let people do it, right? Did you suggest that Air Force Headquarters write the dismissal and transfer order for that old man of General Ross? The monitor on Dr. Banner was also installed by you, right? Andy looked at Nick Fury with a half-smile and said. Hearing this, Nick Fury's face was full of shock and disbelief. General Ross's dismissal order was public, and Andy knew it was normal. But the other two things are the top secret of their SHIELD. Except for a few key figures, it is impossible to be noticed by outsiders. But at this moment, the man in front of him has a lot of treasures, and he has spoken out one by one. So, how could he not be surprised? Don't be so surprised, or I will really think you look down on me. And for those who look down on me, their fate is generally not very good. Such as my good-for-nothing brother, such as your colleague Pierce, or that old General Pivrose. Do you want to be the fourth after them? Andy said lightly, with a calm tone. But the words spoken in such a calm tone sent chills down Nick Fury's spine. In the end, the coolness penetrated directly into the depths of the soul. Mr. Andy, you misunderstood, I didn't mean that. All my actions are just to better protect this world. This is the meaning of our existence at S.H.I.E.L.D, and I think you can't deny it. Several unusually powerful beings have indeed appeared in your manor. And the impact of such an existence on the entire world cannot be ignored. As the Supreme Commander of S.H.I.E.L.D, it is my duty to investigate and find out whether it is friend or foe. Nick Fury endured the severe pain in his body, gritted his teeth and said. No matter how cunning and possessive Nick Fury is. But one thing is worthy of admiration. That is, his courage and responsibility are indeed few people can match. Even at this moment, Andy had a flash of admiration in his eyes. In the face of absolute strength and severe pain, he can still remain calm and tell his own position. This kind of fearlessness is really amazing. But no one buys his fearlessness. Bismarck even yelled angrily. Presumptuous, you can decide whether it's an enemy or a friend. Accompanied by Bismarck's angry scolding, the overwhelming killing intent was suppressed. The terrifying murderous aura made Nick Fury tremble, and his face turned pale and bloodless in a short moment. That feeling was like the end of the world. Just now Andy was just pure imposing coercion, not killing intent. But at this moment, the woman in front of him is truly full of killing intent. He has a strong intuition, as long as the man in front of him gives an order. This woman would really kill him. But Andy didn't do that immediately, but looked at Nick Fury with a sneer. Really, you have been investigating for so long, have you confirmed whether I am an enemy or a friend? Andy sneered, asking with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Forgive me for my incompetence, Mr. Andy, your security measures are impeccable, and we found nothing. Nick Fury said truthfully. Can I think that you, a fearless person, are giving in to me now? Andy laughed, with disdain in his eyes. Hearing this, Nick Fury was silent and didn't speak because he didn't know how to answer. In fact, he is indeed giving in, but his self-esteem does not allow him to admit it. In this way, he can only choose to remain silent. Chapter 54. If you don't speak, it's the default. It's really disappointing that you, who have always been tough, have times to give up. But fortunately, you confessed, and you saved your life because of this. But you can be spared the death penalty, but you cannot escape the life penalty. You can't even tell whether the Morgan family is an enemy or a friend, so what's the use of your eyes? Andy said blankly, then raised his hand. Immediately, an invisible shock erupted, and the four fell to the ground and screamed. I saw Nick Fury's left arm exploded directly, turning into powder and disappearing without a trace. As for the other three, the entire left eyeball exploded directly, and Chi lost his left eye. With your discernment, one eye is enough. If there is a next time, what you will lose is not your eyes. It's your dog's life. Get out. Andy said angrily. Immediately, the four of them felt as if their eardrums were going to explode, and they were so scared that their souls were about to fly. Without a trace of hesitation, they dragged Nick Fury, who had suffered a serious knee injury, and ran towards the gate as if fleeing. I was afraid that if he ran slower, Andy would kill them. Seeing their embarrassment, Andy pulled an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. The supreme aura of looking down on all living beings emanates from his body, like a god king. This is the ultimate reason why he wants to become stronger constantly. In this world, the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and only the strong can have dignity and control their own destiny. Only then can any enemy be trampled underfoot, and only then can he control the power to kill all things, and all life and death are only in one's own mind. As for whether it is good or bad, good or evil, what is important? Xian is king. Time flies like an arrow, and a month passes quietly. During this month, Andy lived quietly in the gentle countryside every day, and his life was not too comfortable. The newly joined Dr. Banner hasn't transformed for a month. Firstly, there was really nothing to make him feel angry here, and secondly, he didn't dare to transform. With Bismarck and Belfast on board, unless he wanted to die, he really didn't dare. After all, it can't be like before. Once he gets angry and transforms, he will be the one who gets beaten up. It's really not worth it. On this day, Andy leaned lazily on the sofa in the room. Sophia, the official, is serving her carefully with the two heavens of ice and fire that she has just learned. But there was an urgent news on TV. The chairman of Stark Industry, Mr. Tony Stark, who has been missing for a month, was successfully rescued 3 hours ago. Currently being treated at St. Mary's Hospital in New York, our frontline reporters are at the gate of the hospital. Let's connect. Watching the sudden news break, Andy had a meaningful smile on his face. The guy who is as good as a god with a mortal body has finally appeared. I have been waiting for a long time. Isn't the young master the only one in this world who can stand shoulder to shoulder with a god with a mortal body? Is there anyone else? Chilu Chilu. Sophia was busy with her mouth, while faltering. At this moment, Andy's face changed slightly, his dragon body shook, and said, "This guy is different from me, strictly speaking, I am no longer immortal." And Tony Stark, a playboy, has always been an ordinary human being. Speaking of which, I admire him quite a lot. His lifestyle is what I once dreamed of. Being rich, powerful, drinking, and having women is really the envy of others. Sophia swallowed her throat slightly, and said curiously, "Master, excuse me for being stupid, why can't I understand what you are saying? In terms of wealth, this guy is inferior to you, not to mention power, you can crush him to death with one hand. As for women and wine, young master, don't you have them all in front of you now?" As Sophia spoke, she took a sip of the cold beer and said charmingly. Seeing this, Andy laughed dumbfounded, gently squeezed Sophia's chin, and said, "You're right, that's why I said it was me. Now I don't lack at all, you goblin has already met the two conditions of having wine and women. Master, there's still a lot of wine, how about I continue drinking?" Sophia licked her lips and said coquettishly. Andy shook his head with a smile, and said, "Drinking is bad for your body. Compared to drinking, I still prefer sports." Hearing Andy's words, Sophia had a heart-to-heart connection, let out a coquettish sigh, and then consciously lay down in front of Andy. Everything after that was done in one go and went smoothly. After a long time, Andy came to the throne in the hall. Below, Viper respectfully knelt down on the ground and said, "Master, the information you want me to collect has been collected. The terrorist who kidnapped Tony Stark has been found out, and all the address information has been obtained. Very well, I will leave the next thing to you, Bismarck, and get back that first-generation armor for me." Andy said to Bismarck beside him. "Yes." Bismarck nodded, took the information from Viper and read it seriously. As for the Viper, you set off at once and go to Russia. Go find a man named Ivan Vank and catch him for me, I will be of great use. Andy fiddled with the wine glass in his hand, thoughtfully. Understood, I'll leave immediately. Viper nodded, and quickly retreated. Chapter 55. Anyone who has watched Iron Man 2 knows who Ivan Vank is. This is the second Russian genius scientist who knows how to make arc reactor besides Tony Stark. His father, Anton Vank, was exiled by Tony Stark's father, Howard Stark, because he wanted to use Tesseract to make ill-gotten gains. After Anton's death, his son Ivan decided to bring down the Stark family and avenge his father. He first made a set of Morning Whip armor by relying on the arc reactor technology left by Anton Vank. Raid Tony on the racetrack, but because his arc reactor spins low, Iron Man beats him to prison. Later, he was smuggled out of prison by Justin Hammer, so he cooperated with Justin Hammer. Using his resources, he secretly installed the controller on the unmanned mechanical armor. In addition, they made their own steel whip armor, and greatly increased the speed of the arc's reactor. While Justin Hammer presides over the Expo, Whiplash remote-controlled drone mecha armor, along with War Machine, attack Iron Man. But in the end, he was killed by the arc pulse cannons of Iron Man and War Machine. It can be said that it is a pity that such a character can definitely be of great use if he makes good use of it. That's the main reason why Andy asked Viper to find this guy. As long as he cultivates well, he can create a powerful mechanical armor army for him with the talent of the whip. At that time, combined with the Super Soldier Legion created by Dr. Zola, relying on these two legions alone, he will be invincible on Earth. So, how could he miss such a genius? As for Tony Stark's first-generation armor, Andy has no intention of letting it go. It is also good to use it as a reference for Ivan Vank when it is brought back. Hearing Andy's order, Bismarck did not delay too much. After carefully reading the information collected by the Viper, he jumped straight away, turned into a Chonghong, and disappeared into the sky. New York, St. Mary's Hospital, Tony Stark has just had a physical. A dark-skinned man walked into the ward and hugged him. This person is none other than Tony's best friend, Colonel Roddy. Still riding in your happy Jeep? Come with me next time, okay? Roddy patted Tony on the back full of excitement. Before Tony's accident, Colonel Roddy asked him to build a car with him. But Tony didn't agree, and got into someone else's car instead. Then he was kidnapped. Facing the ridicule from his old friend Roddy, Tony Stark smiled wryly and shook his head. I will definitely listen to you in the future, but get out of here now, I don't want to stay for a moment. Patting Colonel Roddy on the shoulder, Tony said with a complicated expression. I don't like places like hospitals either. I'll take you home first. Take care of yourself at home during these days. Colonel Loudis said. Regarding Roddy's kindness, Tony Stark shook his head and said, I'll come home later, I have an important thing to do now. Is there anything more important than your body now? Colonel Roddy asked curiously. Old friend, just promise me this time. Potts, you arrange a press conference for me immediately. Tony looked at the little Pepper beside him, and said without doubt. Hearing this, little Pepper was also surprised, but as a secretary, she nodded and said, Understood, I will arrange it immediately. Colonel Roddy seemed to have seen Tony's serious expression for the first time. How did he know, after experiencing this kidnapping incident? Tony History Stark's soul has been baptized, the former playboy no longer exists. The current Tony Stark has turned his prodigal son back and fully understands the meaning of the word responsibility. History Stark Group is a military enterprise, and it makes money by selling various weapons, which is understandable. But today's Tony Stark was kidnapped and almost killed by a weapon made by his company. Not only that, through this kidnapping, he saw the disaster that weapons bring to human beings. He once thought that the weapons he made were used to save people, but now he found out that he was completely wrong. Weapons have no thought, and when used by the right people, they save lives. But if it is used by terrorists, it is the devil's sickle, an evil thing that specializes in harvesting life. He couldn't make the weapon Stark's work created choose the user. The only thing he can do is to shut down the military weapons department of Stark Industries, and no longer sell weapons to the outside world. Half an hour later, Tony Stark came to the press conference. Immediately, a large group of reporters surrounded him. His kidnapping has already made headlines. Now that he has returned safely, one can only imagine what kind of repercussions it will cause. Ignoring the reporter's question, Tony walked directly to the front of a group of reporters, and then sat on the floor. Today's press conference will be more casual, please sit down together. Hearing this, a group of reporters sat down obediently, waiting for Tony to say something with anticipation on their faces. Actually, I just want to use this press conference to make an announcement. Immediately, I will permanently close down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division. Because I suddenly realized that besides manufacturing weapons, we, Stark Industries, can contribute more to the world, thank you. Tony Stark expressed his decision calmly. After speaking, he left the press conference without looking back, leaving a group of reporters in shock. Chapter 56. Looking at Tony Stark, who walked away quickly. Obadiah Stannis, another shareholder of Stark Industries, quickly explained to the reporter. Then he quickly followed Tony Stark's footsteps. Tony, I know it hurts to be kidnapped, you must be so tired, right? You go back and have a good rest first, your announcement is just a joke, I will explain it to friends in the media. Stanley patted Tony on the shoulder and said with a smile. The benefits of the arms business are so high that no other industry can match them. Closing down the weapons manufacturing department would be a huge loss to the entire history of Stark Industries. How could Stannis, one of the shareholders, agree with Tony's decision? Hearing Stanley's words, Tony stopped in his tracks and looked at him seriously. Stanley, you haven't seen what's going on in the Middle East. It should have been a paradise, but now it has become a hell on earth because of the weapons made by our company. I have experienced that despair firsthand, so we can't do this anymore, we can't make this kind of unconscionable money. But don't worry, I will definitely find a more profitable pollution-free project, and that's it. After finishing speaking, Tony Stark ignored Stannis' reaction, got into his sports car, and left. Seeing Tony Stark disappearing directly in front of his eyes, Stanislav's face suddenly darkened. It's unbelievable that our playboy has turned into a Madonna. But do you think that if you stop now, you can wash the blood off your hands? Tony History Stark, you are too self-righteous, too arrogant. This matter is not up to you alone. I am also one of the shareholders of the company. Stanley said with a gloomy face, his eyes full of killing intent. After he finished speaking, his personal cell phone rang. Boss, Tony Stark has found the armor that Stark escaped from the base. But those Al-Qaeda elements need us to provide them with the cluster missiles from last time in exchange. A man's voice came from the phone. He will give whatever he wants. The more weapons he gives, the more chaotic their area will be, and our business will naturally be better. Stanley sneered, he actually had contact with the Al-Qaeda who kidnapped Tony Stark. GG, I understand, I'll do it now. The man on the other end of the phone gave a wicked smile. Middle East, inside a natural cave. Al-Qaeda are putting piece after piece of armor together. Just one day ago, that nasty Sam country man escaped from them with a set of steel armor. Before leaving, that guy also burned their arsenal, causing them heavy damage. Just when everyone was very angry about this, several armored vehicles and trucks drove in quickly from outside the valley. Soon the car stopped at the entrance of the cave, and then several men in mercenary clothes got out of the car. At the same time, a bald man came out of the cave. This man is none other than the leader of this base and the mastermind behind the kidnapping of Tony Stark. His original plan was to use Tony Stark's ingenuity to create that horrible cluster missile. But he was tricked by Tony. Instead of creating cluster missiles for him, Tony created a super steel armor instead. In the end, with this set of battle armor, they killed a large number of their companions and escaped. In this way, his anger can be imagined. He was so angry that he wanted to go to the country of Sam. But at this time, the arms supplier Stanley contacted him and asked him about Tony Stark's iron armor. Being extremely sensitive, he immediately realized that this was a good opportunity to ask for cluster missiles. In this way, there is the present scene. Guests from the country of Sam, I have been waiting for you for a long time. The bald man came out with a smile on his face, raised his hand and shook hands with the boss of the mercenary. Is what we need ready? The mercenary boss said coldly while chewing gum. Definitely, it's all here, you can load it up and take it away immediately. The bald man pointed to the fragments of the first-generation armor on the ground and said. The boss of the mercenary nodded, and motioned for the younger brother beside him to load the car. But at this time, the bald man stopped them and said, Brother, have you brought what I want? Hearing this, the mercenary smiled and turned his head at the truck behind the armored body. Everything you want is in the car behind you. The boss said, you are regular customers, and those trucks will be given to you as gifts. As the mercenary boss said, he continued to ask his subordinates to load the fragments of the first-generation armor into the car. This time the leader of the base did not continue to block, but instead said with a smile on his face, Then thank you, Mr. Stanislav, happy cooperation. It didn't take long for the fragments of the first-generation battle armor to be loaded into the car, and a group of mercenaries immediately planned to drive away. Bon voyage, send my regards to Mr. Stanley. The head of the base bid farewell to the mercenary with a smile on his face. But at this moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, and a blonde woman appeared in front of them. I'm sorry, it should be impossible to have a smooth journey, robbery. Chapter 57. The blonde woman who suddenly fell from the sky was none other than Bismarck, who came from Morgan Manor. After receiving Andy's order, she took a supersonic flight all the way, and spent several hours from the country of Sam to the Middle East. This speed is not bad, but even so, there are still people who walked in front of her and loaded the first-generation battle armor one step ahead of her. If she had come a little later, she might have missed this armor. In this way, her mission will fail. Fortunately, she arrived in time now. The battle armor has just been installed in the car, which saves her trouble. Suddenly seeing a woman falling from the sky, a group of people thought they were dazzled, and their eyes were full of disbelief. However, they were all well-trained fighters, and they immediately realized that Bismarck was a bad comer. Immediately, both the Al-Qaeda members and the group of mercenaries raised their guns and aimed at Bismarck. Not only that, a group of people didn't even say a word, they directly pulled the trigger and shot towards Bismarck crazily. Facing the bullet attack like raindrops, Bismarck's eyes narrowed, and a barrier formed by shock force appeared in the space in front of him. Suddenly, time seemed to pause, and all the bullets stopped in mid-air. To be more precise, the bullet was held hostage by Bismarck's concussion force and was forced to stop in front of Bismarck. As expected of a soldier who spends his life licking blood in wars all year round, he is really ruthless and decisive. Bismarck's eyes showed admiration. The group of people in front of him were the most decisive fighters he had ever seen. This is a group of qualified fighters. Unlike the trash I met before, she had to talk a lot of nonsense before doing it, wasting her time. But since the other party has attacked her fiercely, she has no reason to be soft-hearted. Is the fight over? After the fight is over, it's my turn. Bismarck smiled faintly, his eyes narrowed, and the barrier formed by the shock force exploded in front of him. Immediately, the bullets that had stopped in front of Bismarck all flew back at a terrifying speed. Ahead. In just an instant, everyone in front of him was shot into a sieve, and dozens of people were killed on the spot. Looking at the corpses all over the floor, Bismarck was expressionless, as if he had no emotion. She stepped over the corpses one after another without haste, and walked to the armored vehicle equipped with the first-generation battle armor. He raised the entire armored vehicle with one hand, planning to leave here. But at this moment, another group of base elements rushed out of the cave quickly. Each of them held a gun in their hands, and looked fierce, as if they were going to eat people. But when they rushed out of the cave and saw Bismarck holding an armored vehicle with one hand outside, a group of people immediately swallowed involuntarily, their legs trembling unconsciously. An armored vehicle weighs at least dozens of tons. With such a weight, it is quite strenuous for a crane to lift it. But the woman in front of her was like lifting a bubble. He lifted it up with one hand. So, how could they not be frightened? Is that human being? This is obviously a humanoid monster. Faced with such an existence, how do you fight? This is obvious to die. So, they naturally stopped. But they stopped attacking, but not Bismarck. Seeing a group of vicious Al-Qaeda rushing out with murderous aura, Bismarck's eyes also showed murderous aura. Holding the armored vehicle with one hand, she stood up straight, like a sharp sword out of its sheath, showing its sharpness and no one can stop it. A group of ants dare to come out presumptuously, looking for death. Bismarck raised his foot with a sneer. Immediately, a white ball of light appeared on her toes, which was the sign of the explosion of the Zhen fruit ability. She stepped heavily on the ground with her toes, like a meteorite smashing into a calm lake. In an instant, the wind howled, the waves rose in all directions, and the powerful shock waves scattered towards the surroundings. Boom! The ground cracked directly, and the cracks were like flood dragons, engulfing all the land in a radius of 10 miles with unstoppable power. Suddenly, the entire base of the terrorists seemed to have suffered a magnitude 10 earthquake. All the buildings, including the natural cave, collapsed. The missiles in the arsenal were directly detonated, and the entire base instantly turned into a sea of flames. And the instigator of the incident, Bismarck, has already turned into a long rainbow, flew into the sky, and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 58. A day later, New York, inside the Stark Industrial Building. Steny crossed his legs and drank the fine red wine in his hand. Overlooking the night view of the entire New York City, it looks like a victory. At this moment, his assistant walked over quickly with a mobile phone. His face was extremely ugly. "Boss, something happened. Our people were suddenly attacked by the enemy in the Middle East, and the entire army was wiped out." Hearing the assistant's words, Stanislav thought he was joking with himself. "What nonsense are you talking about? My army is wiped out, maybe the other side has a legion. I don't have time to joke with you right now and say, what the hell is going on?" Stanley said with a look of disbelief. Hearing his words, the assistant couldn't help but start to falter. "Boss, I'm not joking with you, although this matter does sound absurd. But it did happen, our mercenaries, along with all the terrorists, died in that base. Because the entire base was destroyed by people, and now it is a barren ruins." While talking, the assistant played the video shot on the spot to Stanislav. Looking at the scene on the phone, Stanis' face suddenly became angry, and he threw the red wine glass in his hand to the ground. The sound of glass shattering was like the sound of his plan shattering, making it extremely ear-piercing and uncomfortable. "Where's that suit of armor? Did you get the armor back?" Stanislav asked angrily. No, the entire base seems to have suffered a major earthquake, and all buildings have collapsed. Our people searched the entire base, but couldn't find that armor. I guess it is very likely that the other party went there for that armor," the assistant said nervously. "Fake. Who did it? Check it out for me, check it to death, I'm going to cram his tendons and skin him. That set of battle armor is my future golden hen, it is priceless, you must get it back for me. Stan said angrily. Boss, we don't have any clues now, the difficulty of finding the armor is so high, it's so difficult. But although we didn't find that set of armor, our people found the blueprint of the armor in the depths of the cave. I have someone send it over, and it should be available tomorrow, said the assistant. Schematic. Great, you did a great job. With the design drawings, even if we don't have that set of armor, we may still make one by ourselves. You immediately search for outstanding scientists from all over the world, and dig them all up for me. I want to build my own armor. Hearing that he had found a blueprint, Stannis finally looked a little better, and immediately began to plan in his mind. Yes, I'll do it now. The assistant nodded and immediately retreated. Suddenly, Stanislav was left alone in the entire room. Looking at the night scene outside the window, Stanislav poured himself another glass of wine, with a sneer on his face. Tony, you wait. History of Stark Industries, one day it will fall into my hands. I am the real helm of Stark Industries. Stanislav smiled evilly, and drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. In the dark night, the howling wind swept the goose feather and heavy snow, swallowing the entire city of Moscow. On the bone-chilling street, several police cars surrounded a dilapidated small private house. Are you sure the person is inside? An older police officer looked at the young police officer in front of him and asked. Well, it's 100% confirmed. Our people have been following for a whole week, and we are sure that the wanted criminal lives in this private house. The young police officer nodded, with an affirmative expression on his face. Just confirm, that guy is as cunning as a fox, and it's not easy to find him. This time, you have made a great contribution. The old police officer praised. This is all taught by you, the old captain. The young police officer was secretly proud, it was not easy to be praised by the chief. Hehe, you just know how to talk, I love to listen. Well, finding the trace of that guy is only the first step. The most important thing is to arrest him. Have you deployed everything around? It has been deployed, and our people have surrounded this place layer by layer. Don't say he is alone, even a fly can't escape. The young police officer looked confident. Well, that's good, it's time to act. The old police officer glanced at his watch and said. Just as the police officers outside the house were planning to make an arrest. Inside the house, a man with a beard was quickly packing his luggage and preparing to run away. This man is none other than Ivan Vank. He is a most wanted criminal in Russia and has been hunted by the police for months. But by virtue of his extraordinary intelligence and super physical fitness, he managed to escape arrests one after another. This time, he tried to repeat the previous escape. But just after he was ready, a green figure appeared behind him silently. Aren't you tired of running away like a bereaved dog every time? The sudden sound startled Ivan Vank. However, he subconsciously picked up the hammer on the table and threw it at the figure behind him. His reaction speed should not be too fast, but what shocked him was that the hammer he threw fiercely was easily caught by the figure behind him. And it was at this moment that he saw clearly that the figure behind him was a woman. This woman is none other than Viper. Chapter 59. It's really good reflexes, and it's ruthless enough. He is a person who can do great things. Catching the hammer thrown by Ivan Vank with one hand, Viper said with a sneer. After saying that, she lifted her foot and kicked Ivan Vank upside down. But Ivan Vank was obviously not a good stubble, and he struggled to get up. He roared and picked up an iron stool on the ground and continued to attack the Viper. The whole person looked extremely crazy. Faced with Ivan Vank's attack, Viper turned a blind eye to it and stood still. Instead, he raised his hand to look at the famous watch in his hand. At this moment, Ivan Vank, who was originally extremely fierce, suddenly fell to the ground, unable to move. 3 minutes and 12 seconds, your physical fitness is really good, and you have lasted twice as long as ordinary people, which is really unexpected. But this also shows that the master's vision is really good, and there is really no one who can be seen by him as a waste. Viper squatted down, looked at Yvonne Vank on the ground with a half-smile and said. From the very beginning, she has used her poison ability. Ordinary people would have been rendered incapacitated by her nerve gas long ago. But the Yvonne Vank in front of him is actually so strong physically that he lasted twice as long as ordinary people. So, she was naturally quite surprised. Hearing Viper's words, Yvonne Vank was surprised and suspicious. Aren't you from the gangsters outside? Who are you and what do you want to do? Yvonne Vank asked while gritting his teeth as he fell to the ground. Of course I'm not one of the policemen outside, I'm here to help you. Viper said with a smile. Help me? Why? Yvonne Vank looked at Viper in surprise and asked. It's very simple, you are useful, my master has taken a fancy to you, so he ordered me to come and take you out of here. Viper said. I refuse, I can leave here by myself without your help. Yvonne Vank said angrily. Hehe, your departure means continuing to flee, and being treated as a lost dog. Viper taunted. Yvonne Vank was speechless and fell into silence. That's right, he can indeed escape here by his own ability. But after that, he still had to hide, no different from a lost dog. Is this kind of life really what he wants? Definitely not anymore. Seeing that Yvonne Vank didn't speak, Viper continued, and you made a mistake, I didn't come to ask for your permission today when I came to you. It's here to inform you that you are not qualified to refuse, and with your current appearance, do you think you can refuse? Viper looked mockingly at Yvonne Vank, who was unable to move, his eyes were full of mockery. Hearing this, Yvonne Vank continued to fall into silence. The woman in front of him was right. As he is now, there is no room for resistance, so how can he refuse? Being recognized by my master is a blessing you have cultivated in several lifetimes, haven't you always wanted to avenge your father? Don't you want to engage in cross-historical Stark industry and kill the son of the enemy Tony Stark? As long as you join us, you will not only be able to avoid the pursuit of those gangsters forever. The master will also give you a chance to take revenge, haven't you been waiting for this chance? Viper said to Yvonne Vank in a seductive tone. Hearing her words, Yvonne Vank was shocked. He didn't expect that the woman in front of him even knew his secret. This could not help but slowly weaken his sense of resistance. What you said is true, can you provide me with a chance to take revenge? Yvonne Vank asked suspiciously. Definitely, my master's means are as high as the sky. He's just a Stark industry. It's nothing at all. As long as you have the ability, he will definitely support you and provide you with a chance to take revenge. Viper nodded, affirming. There is no free lunch in this world. What exactly do you want from me? Yvonne Vank said with a serious face. You are really smart, yes, there really is no free lunch in this world. If you get something, you naturally have to give something, and your giving is very simple. My master only needs your wisdom, your technological creativity. As far as I know, you know how the arc reactor is made, right? Viper said thoughtfully. Hearing this, Yvonne Vank showed a sneer and said, it seems that I guessed right, you really came here for the arc reactor. Hehe, you're a bit self-righteous, I don't deny that arc reactor is really attractive. But if you think that my master is only here for it, then you are very wrong, my master's structure is not so small. Viper shook his head and said with a look of disdain. You actually think that the layout of the arc reactor is small? Yvonne Vank looked at Viper in shock, thinking he heard it wrong. After you meet my master, you'll know why I said that. You don't have much time left, give me your answer now. Do you stay here and wait to die, or let me undo the poison on your body and follow me to see the master? Viper looked at Ivan Vank in front of him coldly and asked. Hearing this, Ivan Vank fell into a moment of hesitation. Then, as if he had figured it out, he nodded and said, I promise you, go see your master. Very well, those who know the current affairs are brilliant, you will be grateful for your decision today. Viper smiled, raised his hand, and stuffed a pill into Ivan Vank's mouth. It was the antidote. Chapter 60. An antidote entered, and within a few seconds, Ivan Vank found that his body could move normally again. I have to say, the toxin ability of this woman in front of me is really terrifying, it is impossible to guard against. It's obviously not wise to be an enemy of such a woman, but fortunately he didn't do that. Otherwise, he might not be able to see the sun tomorrow. The outside has been surrounded layer by layer, how do you plan to leave? Ivan Vank looked at Viper curiously and asked. Definitely walked out. Viper smiled faintly, opened the door directly, and walked out swaggeringly. Seeing this, Ivan Vank was stunned, and could only silently follow behind her and walked out together. But the moment he walked out, he found out in horror. A group of police officers outside had already collapsed on the ground, all of them lost their ability to move. The encirclement, which even he thought was extremely tricky, turned out to be a deserted place in front of this woman. Such abilities are really terrifying. And at this time, a stealth plane suddenly appeared in front of them. Viper stepped onto the plane unhurriedly, everything seemed so calm and composed. This made Ivan Vank fall into horror again. What kind of existence is it that can control Sam's most advanced stealth aircraft at will? He couldn't help but fell into deep thought. What are you still doing? Let's go. Looking at Ivan Vank who was stunned in place, Viper said lightly. Oh well. Only then did Ivan Vank come back to his senses, and quickly followed Viper into the plane. Inside the secret shipyard in Morgan Manor. After nearly a day of hard work, Dr. Zola finally spliced the original armor together. Looking at the first-generation armor in front of him, Rao, a technological madman like Dr. Zola, also showed admiration on his face. Although the workmanship is very rough, the structural design of this armor is really an unparalleled work of art. Who made this armor? Dr. Zola kept admiring while looking around the original armor. The son of an old acquaintance of yours, Tony Stark? Beside Dr. Zola, Andy said lightly. Looking at the armor in front of him, Andy's eyes were full of admiration. Tony Stark, this guy is really a genius. Under such extreme conditions, it is possible to design such an advanced battle armor by hand at the same time. This brain really doesn't know how he grew up. If it weren't for the character template capture card provided by his system, it would not be able to collect the wisdom of the character. Otherwise, he would have to collect the brains of Tony Stark. But the Dr. Zola in front of him is not bad either, he even spent only one day assembling the entire battle armor. You must know that this set of armor is extremely cumbersome for ordinary scientists. Not to mention assembling it, it takes a lot of time to understand the function of each component. This can be seen from the original book, where Stannis spent several months looking for more than a dozen scientists to create the Iron Overlord. Howard Stark's son? What a surprise! Howard's ingenuity is already amazing. Unexpectedly, his son is even more perverted. God is really unfair. Give your best minds to the Stark family. Dr. Zola said with a look of emotion. This world is inherently unfair, but Zola, you are already very good, so don't belittle yourself. Andy said calmly. It's enough for the old slave to be appreciated by the master, this is the honor of the old slave. With Andy's words, Dr. Zola couldn't help feeling much better. Well, use your ingenuity and ability to work hard for me, and I will definitely not treat you badly. Andy patted Dr. Zola's robotic body and said. At this moment, the flight entrance and exit above the secret shipyard slowly opened. Immediately afterwards, a stealth plane slowly landed on the tarmac with a roar. Not long after, Viper took Ivan Vank out of the plane, and then came to Andy with a respectful expression. Master, the task you entrusted has been completed, and Ivan Vank has been brought back by me. Viper knelt in front of Andy and said, while winking at Ivan Vank beside him. Immediately, Ivan Vank also knelt down tactfully, a man who could make Viper kneel down. He, who can't even beat a Viper, dares to be presumptuous. He was genuinely arrogant, but not reckless. And Andy is the one who can give him a chance for revenge. He can't offend anything now. As for what to do in the future, let's wait until he avenges his father's killing. You did a good job, I will reward you later. Andy said. Thank you, Master. Viper secretly rejoiced. After many days, she was lucky enough to be blessed by her master again. She was about to die. Ignoring Viper's thoughts, Andy's gaze shifted to Ivan Vank on the side. Chapter 61. Worthy of almost crippling Tony. Stark's whip. Ivan Vank, a Russian scientist, not only has a smart brain, but also has a strong and well-developed body. Even ordinary fighters might not be able to possess this physique. This guy is really good. Ivan Vank entered the Russian State University at the age of 15, and was poached by the Russian AI Institute as soon as he graduated at the age of 19. In the following 10 years, he has been engaged in the work of artificial intelligence and high-precision mechanical design, and is a well-known technical genius in the field of Russian science and technology. Later, because he stole important research materials from the institute, he was listed as a most wanted criminal in Russia. Am I right? Andy looked at Ivan Vank in front of him, and said calmly. Yes, there is nothing wrong. Ivan Vank was not surprised that Andy was able to tell his resume. After all, his subordinate Viper was already so powerful, so it was normal for the master to be able to investigate his own information. It's really quite a rich resume. But don't worry, I don't have much interest in your past. Since you followed Viper to my place, it means that you are willing to join us. That being the case, from now on you are no longer a wanted criminal, but the chief AI intelligence researcher of my secret base. Do you have any opinion on this? Andy said straight to the point without extra nonsense. Ivan Vank hesitated for a while, and said, Are the conditions that Miss Viper said just now true? Definitely is true, don't you just want to avenge your father? I will definitely give you this opportunity, but whether you can succeed or not depends on your own ability. Because I'm not interested in participating in your personal grievances. Andy said very directly. That's enough, I don't need outsiders to help me take revenge. Ivan Vank nodded. If that's the case, that's even better. Andy nodded, then pointed to Dr. Zola beside him and introduced him. This is also an amazing scientist, you may have something in common. Remember, doing things here, rejecting all internal struggles, all introversion, this is a taboo. Once I find out, no matter what achievements you have, I will kill you unceremoniously, I hope you can hear clearly. Andy's face was suddenly cold, and his tone was full of unquestionable, overwhelming coercion descended. This can't help but shock Ivan Vank. He originally thought that Viper's aura was scary enough. But compared with the owner in front of him, it is nothing compared to the big witch. The ant is facing the elephant, the two are not comparable at all. I understand. Ivan Vank said respectfully, showing fear to Andy for the first time. From this moment, he already understood that the man in front of him was an existence that he could not offend no matter what. It's good to understand, now we can start talking about something serious. The armor next to you is the original armor made by Tony Stark. This is a very good high-tech weapon. He escaped from the terrorist base by relying on this armor. Otherwise, there is no need for you to take revenge, someone would have killed him for you long ago. Now I need you to refer to this armor to optimize and modify it, and then create a more advanced armor. You can do it, Andy said seriously. Hearing Andy's words, Ivan Vank looked seriously at the first-generation armor in front of him. Then he said with a look of surprise, I didn't expect that guy to start researching mech technology. But this battle armor is too rough and has no reference value. Master, if you want to develop armor technology, I can make you a more advanced crimson armor. Crimson mecha. Hearing Ivan Vank's words, even Andy showed shock on his face. He knew about the crimson mecha. During the Suel period, the Suel government had already started researching exoskeleton armor. Among them, the crimson mecha is their most successful product, and it has been iterated countless times during that period. However, after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, this research, like most other scientific research, stopped immediately. In this way, naturally not many people know about this crimson mech. So when Ivan Vank said the word crimson mecha, he was naturally shocked. But he didn't know that the Crimson Mecha project was restarted after it was established in Russia. And the AI Intelligence Research Institute that Ivan Vank joined in front of him, one of the projects is related to the Crimson Mecha. So for such armor technology, or robot technology, he is very good at it. But these outsiders naturally don't know. This caused even Andy to be extremely shocked when he heard Ivan Vank's words. You are the first to dare to say that Tony Stark's original armor has no reference value. You are really arrogant. But I like it, I like your defiant self-confidence. That being the case, I'll give you 1 month. It took me a month to build a more advanced Crimson Mech. And my ultimate goal is to need you to build me an invincible robot army. I can promise you that when the robot army is created, it will be your revenge. Hope you can achieve this achievement soon. Andy said very seriously. Hearing his words, Ivan Vank's eyes showed a fiery color. Then it's a deal, as long as you provide enough funds and materials, I will never let you down. Ivan Vank said confidently. Is that right? Then I will give you a little money first, 10 billion. Andy thought for a while. Ivan Vank. 10 billion, little money? How rich is this, to say such insane words? Ivan Vank will be completely stunned. Chapter 62. After taking Ivan Vank for his own use, the villain force that Andy wanted to build has taken another step forward. Jin Bin from the underworld, Dr. Zola from the super soldier serum, and Ivan Vank from the Mecha Corps. Who is next? Andy already has a prototype in his mind. Once the Mech Legion is established, the matching weapons will have to keep up. In the Marvel world, apart from Stark Industries, the only one who can rival him in terms of weapon manufacturing is Justin Hammer. In fact, with the wealth of the Morgan family, it is possible to build a brand new weapon manufacturing factory. But that would require a lot more energy. Therefore, the best way is to directly annex and acquire Justin Hammer's weapons company. And Justin Hammer is a typical businessman. It would be great to have such a person to manage the weapons manufacturing company for him. After thinking about it, Andy directly told Viper to notify Jin Bin. This matter will be handled by Jin Bin. It should be very interesting for profiteers to meet gangsters. And since Kim joined, Andy has never let him take a shot, and it's time to show it. New York, located in an ultra-luxury detached villa on the west coast. A man with a mustache is busy working on his latest invention in the laboratory. This man is none other than Tony Stark. Since returning home, Tony Stark has turned down all the entertainment. This seemed unbelievable to him before. But for him now, not participating in the entertainment is nothing at all. There is nothing wrong with the saying that the prodigal son will not change his money when he turns back. During these days at home, he has been building his new armor, the Mark II armor, day and night. While Tony Stark was still silent in his own design, the doorbell rang. A hint of impatience appeared on Tony's face when he heard the doorbell. "Boss, it's time for you to eat. Your old friend Colonel Rhodes is also here. He is waiting for you outside." Pepper Potts' voice sounded. At this time, the only person who dared to disturb Tony's work was probably his assistant. Hearing Potts' voice, Tony lost his temper immediately. With a wry smile, he stopped what he was doing, opened the door and walked out. Arriving at the living room on the second floor, Colonel Rhodes sat on the sofa with a dignified expression. Seeing him like this, Tony walked to the bar and poured 2 glasses of red wine, and joked, "What's wrong, broken love? Seeing your sad face, let me remind you, don't come to me for comfort. You know, I'm a person who never falls in love, only dating." Hearing this, Colonel Rhodes shook his head and gave a wry smile, and said, "You can leave me alone, I'm not in the mood to tell you this right now." "Oh, yes, since it's not a relationship issue, then what made you show this expression?" Tony handed the wine to Rhodes, then took a sip and said, "Remember the base that kidnapped you?" Rhodes said suddenly, "I will remember that ghost place for the rest of my life. And I swear one day I'll blow that place up," Tony said with a murderous look on his face. During the kidnapping period, he thought about escaping from that purgatory-like place all the time, and finally he succeeded. However, in the process of fleeing, he also lost the best mentor and friend in his life, Dr. Ethan. It was Dr. Ethan that he could get his life back. Otherwise, the shrapnel from the explosion would have flowed into his heart, killing him. "Then you'll probably be disappointed," Colonel Rhodes said after taking a sip of his wine. "What do you mean by that?" Tony asked curiously. "Because I just received the news not long ago that the place has now been bombed to ashes. Those terrorists who kidnapped you are all dead without exception." Colonel Rhodes looked at Tony seriously, as if he wanted to see through Tony. "What, was blown to ashes? Who did it?" Hearing what Colonel Rhodes said, Tony also looked surprised. But when he saw the expression of Colonel Rhodes staring at him, Tony was stunned. "You don't think I did it, do you? As much as I want to, I really didn't do it. I don't really believe that you can blow up that easy to defend and difficult to attack base into ruins from thousands of miles away. But how do you explain that there are fragments of the latest cluster missile manufactured by Stark Industries in your history in the ruins?" Rhodes said while throwing an information bag in front of Tony. "Open the information bag, which is filled with photos taken from the scene. Among these photos, in addition to the horrific photos of corpses that were burned to the bone, there were also several photos of fragments after the weapon exploded. One of the photos shows fragments that say made by Stark Industries, date 5-28. And this time is the date of the 3rd day after Tony was rescued. That is to say, someone was rescued 3 days later. Raised that base to the ground with the cluster missiles they just made by Stark Industries? But you must know that as soon as he came back, he immediately closed the weapon manufacturing department. According to the principle, it is impossible to have weapons manufactured at that point in time. But now something that was impossible to happen has happened. This is intriguing." Looking at the photo in his hand, Tony's expression was unusually solemn. "Old friend, thank you for these few photos, I will take care of this matter." After speaking, he called Potts and handed over the job offer in his hand. "Go and find out when the cluster missile with this time number was transported out, and by whom." Hearing Tony's words, Potts glanced at the photo and said directly, "There is no need to check. In this company, apart from you having the right to sign the cluster missile sales agreement, there is only Stanislav." Chapter 63. Uncle Stanislav. Tony Stark's expression was very ugly. As an elder figure of She Stark Industry, Tony She Stark has always regarded him as his elder. He was also called Uncle Stanislav, but he didn't expect that his elder would secretly sell weapons without telling him. Moreover, he committed crimes against the wind during the special period when he explicitly prohibited the manufacture of weapons. This can be described as extremely arrogant, completely ignoring him as the chairman. "I see, I'll talk to him later," Tony said after a moment of silence. "Boss, I'll go with you then. He is the veteran of the company, and he is used to relying on the old to sell the old, I'm afraid you won't save face." Some words are more appropriate for me. Little Pepper Potts thought for a while and said. She really knew Tony too well. Tony was a playboy outside, a prodigal son who refused to recognize women when he lifted his pants. But for his friends and relatives, he is extremely caring, sometimes even emotional. This is not what a good boss does. Therefore, as Tony's personal assistant, it is necessary for her to show up for Tony and deal with some things that Tony can't handle. It has to be said that she is an excellent personal assistant, and it is no wonder that Tony Stark will fall in love with her in the end. I'll call you when the time comes. Tony's eyes showed gratitude. In Morgan Manor, it was rare for Andy to stay alone in the room. Participation Event 1, high-level congressman came to apologize. Ending, one of their left eyes was abolished as punishment. Reward, points plus 50,000 points. Participation Event 2, Tony. History Stark kidnapping incident. Ending, destroy the terrorist base and snatch the first-generation armor. Reward, points plus 50,000 points. Participation in Event 2, Wipsuo Yifan Vank event. Outcome, Ivan Vank was successfully rescued from Russia and included as a scientific research member, responsible for mech manufacturing. Reward, points plus 50,000 points. 3 small incidents rewarded another 150,000 points, which is really good. Listening to the system prompt, Andy showed a satisfied smile on his face. Subconsciously call up the personal attribute interface. Host, Andy. Morgan. Integral points, 182,030. Shipgirl, Tier 9 Shipgirl Bismarck, Tier 9 Shipgirl Belfast. Ability, Monster Power, Immortal Body, Starburst Turbulent Flow, 100 times the speed of sound flight, Anti-Demon Body, 100 times Realm King Fist. Comprehensive Evaluation, Level Sub-Godfather Strong. Only 180,000 points, how little? Andy shook his head with a wry smile. There is still a long way to go before synthesis enlightens the next Shipgirl. I can't go on like this. The speed of accumulating points is really too slow. Instead of waiting for a big event to happen, why don't I take the initiative to make one? Andy thought thoughtfully. As the head of the Morgan family, as the superpower of the sub-celestial father, it is a bit unreasonable to always wait for events to appear. Since he wants to collect points quickly, he should take the initiative to make some big events come out. Thinking like this, a place name suddenly appeared in his mind, Wakanda. As the most technologically advanced place on this planet, as the most fertile place in the world. Wakanda has the synthesis material Andy needs Vibranium. As for his next Shipgirl, he wants to use Vibranium as a raw material for synthesis attunement. As for the character ability template, let's talk about it later. But this synthesis material, it is better to get it early. Rather than dawdling through other means to obtain materials like Vibranium, he might as well come directly to Wakanda. With his unparalleled strength, it is more in line with his identity to let Black Panther surrender Vibranium on his own initiative. And besides Vibranium, Wakanda's technology also makes Andy quite envious. Especially Black Panther's sister, that guy is also a technical genius. It would be great if you could use it for your own use. Thinking of this, Andy directly called Viper in. Master, I'm here, you want to? Once in front of Andy, Viper was very excited, looking at Andy full of desire. Seeing this, Andy was stunned, and then remembered that the reward he had promised to Viper hadn't been fulfilled yet. Seeing her passionate expression at this moment, it would be strange if he didn't know what she wanted to do. So he smiled wryly and said, I will never forget the reward I should give you, but before that, I have a new task for you. Tomorrow you go to an arms dealer named Ulysses Crow. This guy knows where Wakanda is, get me that info, I'll be of great use. Andy said calmly. Then can this guy be killed? Viper asked curiously. I just want information. Andy said lightly. Understood, I will definitely not disappoint master. Viper nodded. Hearing this, Andy nodded in satisfaction, then gently pinched Viper's chin, and said, Master will not let you down, the reward time is up. After saying that, he gently pressed Viper's head down with one hand. Chapter 64. In New York, on the brightly lit long street, in a private room of a very stylish bar. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses is hugging left and right, playing with the beautiful woman in his arms drunkenly. Sitting next to the man was a middle-aged man in a suit. If the media were here at this moment, they would be able to immediately recognize who this middle-aged man was. This man is none other than the Minister of National Defense of Sam, a powerful existence. And it's obviously not easy for someone like the Minister of Defense to come to a place like a bar to have fun. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses was none other than Justin Hammer, the chairman of Stark Industries' biggest competitor Hammer Industries. And he invited the Minister of Defense to come out to this kind of firework place to have fun, and his purpose is also very simple, everything is for the arms business. As long as the man in front of him nods his head, the military organizations in the entire country of Sam will purchase their Hammer products. It can be seen from this, what kind of rights this middle-aged man has. Mr. John, are you satisfied with the reception this time? I entrusted someone to find these goods from Ukraine. They are fair and beautiful, tall and beautiful. And all are unopened chicks, just right for your taste. Hammer said with a flattering smile. Hearing this, John had hidden joy in his eyes, but on the surface, he grabbed the few guys with all his strength. Then he curled his lips and said, It's okay. As for whether it's the chick you mentioned, you have to try it to know. Hearing this, Han Mo sneered, but felt contempt in his heart. You're really shameless, you say it's okay, but you're not polite at all. Hee, yes, Mr. Johnson is well informed, and it is not easy to find a product that completely satisfies you. Hammer said with an apologetic smile. Although he is the chairman of Hammer Company and has a good status, facing the Minister of Defense in front of him, he should smile or have to smile. After all, Party A is a father, and he still counts on this guy in front of him to purchase their company's armaments, so he can make a lot of money. And Johnson obviously knew what was going on, and he was not polite to Hammer at all. Brother Hammer, although Tony Stark announced that he will no longer make arms. But you have to know that your Hammer Company is not the only arms manufacturer in this world. So you must not slack off, you still have to improve the competitiveness of your company's products. John said in a serious manner while touching the woman beside him. Seeing him like this, Han Mo was even more contemptuous. What product competitiveness? I think it is a means of bribing your competitiveness. If you are not the Minister of Defense, I really want to slap you to death. Hammer thought hard in his heart. Definitely, he was not happy in his heart, but he was still smiling on the surface. Yes, Mr. Johnson is right. When I go back this time, I will step up and urge our R&D personnel to design better products. What about the latest procurement plan? As Hammer said, he pushed a black suitcase in front of John. Seeing the black suitcase, John immediately showed a satisfied smile on his face. Don't worry, I saw your latest product, it fits our national defense needs very well. Ha ha ha, then we will have a happy cooperation. Hearing John's words, Hammer finally showed a trace of relief on his face. But just as he finished speaking, the door of their box was directly pushed open. At the same time, the originally dark room brightened up immediately. The sudden scene shocked everyone. It's such a scene of power and wealth trading, I really didn't expect it. You, the Minister of Defense who often boast of being fair, just and clean in front of the media. She also fell under the temptation of money and S**X, what an irony. A piercing voice echoed in the ears of Johnson and Hammer. When they were terrified, they saw a tall figure walking into the private room. The person who came was none other than Jin Bing, the underworld emperor of New York. I didn't know who it was, it turned out to be Mr. Jin Bing. You almost scared me to death, we haven't seen each other for a long time, what are you acting in? Seeing Jin Bin, a smile appeared on Hammer's face immediately. For the underworld emperor in front of him, he, the arms manufacturer, naturally knew him. Not only did they know each other, but they also cooperated with each other. After all, the underworld also needs guns and ammunition. Not only Hammer knew Jin Bin, but Defense Minister John Sun was no stranger to the name Jin Bin. After all, he was the emperor who ruled the entire New York, and even the underworld in America. Such a figure has a decisive influence on the whole society. In this way, as the Minister of National Defense, he has naturally heard about Jin Bin's reputation. However, no matter how famous Jin Bing's title is outside, in the eyes of his minister, he is a low-level existence. After all, he represented the military power of the entire country of Sam, and what a mere underworld emperor was. After figuring out the identity of the person who came, John immediately raised his voice. Jin Bing, you are so brave, do you really think that you, the so-called underworld emperor, can be lawless? How dare you meddle in my business and point fingers at me, you're courting death. Believe it or not, I immediately let someone shovel your street? John said angrily. As a minister, it was the first time he was ridiculed and reprimanded. And the person who reprimanded him was a gangster. This is not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Normally, even Jin Bing would not have dared to fight John. As the saying goes, people don't fight with officials, let alone bandits. Jin Bing's power is indeed sky-high, but no matter how powerful it is impossible to be an opponent of the entire country's military power. But things are different now. Because standing behind him was a transcendent figure, the Morgan family. Chapter 65. The confidence that he dared to ridicule John News now not only came from the Morgan family, but also from the powerful strength of his young master. He has been in the underworld for many years, and he has seen countless masters. But compared to that woman named Bismarck, all masters are scumbags. They can't be compared at all, that's right, they don't even have the qualifications to compare them together. It is precisely because of this that Jin Bing dared to break into John's room today and say what he wanted to say a long time ago. It is true that Jin is the emperor of the underworld, but he has always been real. He is a ruthless villain. But at least he is ruthless and evil. He is a hero. Because he is extraordinarily real, he can't get used to hypocritical justice even more. In his opinion, hypocritical justice is far more disgusting than real evil. It was even a kind of blasphemy against evil, which naturally made him very upset. Hearing John Sun's arrogant and provocative words at this moment, Jin Bing's face suddenly darkened. Without further ado, he suddenly broke out, grabbed the wine bottle on the table and slammed it heavily on John Sun's head. Bang! The sound of the wine bottle shattering and several women's screams were accompanied by the spouting of bright red blood, and the scene immediately became bloody. John Sun didn't seem to expect that the so-called underworld emperor in front of him would directly attack him. Apart from anger, his heart has also been occupied by fear. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? I am the Minister of National Defense of Sam. You are dead, today I will smash your corpse into thousands of pieces. Come, come. John kept screaming while clutching his bloody head. His tone was full of anxiety and fear, and it was obvious that he was really scared. But what he never thought of was that no matter how he called, the few bodyguards who should have been arranged outside by him did not move at all. This can't help but make him panic even more. This time, not only John panicked, but also Hammer on the side. He even didn't expect that Jin Bin would attack John without any hesitation. You know, John is the Minister of Defense. This official position is like a big mountain, no matter if it falls on anyone, it will directly crush him to death. But the man in front of him actually knocked him down with a bottle of wine. Was this an irrational impulse? Or fearless domineering? He was a little confused. Don't bother shouting anymore, your useless subordinates have already been killed by my people. Jin Bing said with a sneer, his eyes full of disdain. What? Do you know what you are doing? John looked at Jin Bing in horror, thinking he had heard wrong. But the look in the eyes of the man in front of him told him clearly that all of this was true. He really made him the bodyguard of the Minister of Defense. How could he not be terrified? For a moment, he looked at Jin Bing as if he was looking at a demon. He subconsciously retreated towards the door, trying to escape from here. But how could Jin Bing give him this chance? At this moment, Jin Bing suddenly grabbed his neck with a lunge. Then he lifted it up like a chicken. I definitely know what I'm doing, you're the one who doesn't. Jin Bing, who was unusually tall, strangled John Sun's neck like a beast in human form. Being pinched by the neck and lifted up, John's face turned red immediately. But even so, he did not forget to continue to use his identity to suppress people, trying to get Jin and let him go. I am the Minister of National Defense, of Sam's country, you can't. John said in pain while struggling. But before he could speak, he was directly interrupted by Jin Bing. Jin Bing, who was carrying John's news, showed more and more disdainful expression on his face, and said, Are you trying to say that I can't kill you? That will disappoint you, I must kill you today, what a shit Minister of Defense. In front of my master, fart is not. I'll send you on your way now. Jin Bing said coldly, and then twisted his big hand, and actually directly killed the Minister of Defense John. Hammer. Chapter 66. Mr. Jin Bing, you actually interrogated and killed John. He is the Minister of Defense. You have caused a disaster. Hammer looked at the giant in front of him in horror, and collapsed on the sofa. The fair-skinned and beautiful golden cats around were even more frightened and shivered, curled up together, not daring to say a word. Humph, it's nothing more than a Minister of Defense, nothing can change the sky. Throwing John Sun's body aside, Jin Bing sat down with a calm expression. What? It's just a Minister of Defense, you. Hearing Jin Bing's words, Hammer was stunned. The Jin in front of him must not be crazy, he dared to say such a brainless and arrogant thing, it's unbelievable. Do you think I'm crazy, that I'll die if I kill this guy? Jin Bing leaned on a cane, looked at Hammer with a sneer and said. Isn't it? Hammer looked at Jin with a lunatic expression on his face and said. As mentioned before, in Hammer's eyes, Jin Bing's position in the underworld is indeed detached. But no matter how detached, it is impossible to compare with national power. And John News, to a certain extent, represents the military power of the country of Sam. A gangster provoking the country's military forces, isn't it courting death? If it was before, it would not be an exaggeration for you to say that. I really can't afford to offend this guy, and I even have to do everything I can to please him like you. But now, he is no different from some cats and dogs, if there is any difference. It's just that he is bigger than ordinary cats and dogs. But no matter how old he is just a dog after all, nothing. Jin Bing tapped the floor with his cane and said with disdain. Hammer. He was completely stunned by Jin Bing's remarks. Anyone who can say such a thing is either crazy in his opinion, or there is an existence far more detached than the Minister of Defense standing behind him. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that Jin Bing seemed to have said, my master. Suddenly, Hammer's heart set off a stormy sea. Gold is not what kind of existence. That's the proper underworld emperor. But it is such a character who actually recognizes other people as masters. And because of the existence of this master, he was so rampant that even the Minister of Defense dared to kill him. Then how much energy does the existence behind him have? He didn't dare to continue thinking about it. While he was in a daze, Jin Bing spoke again. Justin Hammer, don't you wonder why I came to you suddenly today? Jin said without haste. The entire block here is his territory, even though he killed the Minister of Defense. But as long as he doesn't say it, no one knows what happened. In this way, he naturally has nothing to worry about. And behind him there is a transcendent existence like Andy. At that time, let the people in Congress just make up a reason. The Minister of Defense is nothing more than a cog in this huge capitalist country. If one dies, there will be countless others who can take over. Really nothing. Find me, Mr. Jinbin, are you here for me this time? Hammer looked at Jinbing in shock, his eyes full of surprise. Yes, I killed this trash in front of me, just because he said something that I don't like to hear, so I just deal with it by the way. Jinbing looked indifferent, and he didn't take John's death of this old pervert seriously. Hammer killed a Minister of Defense. It's just because he said something bad, and he solved it by the way? These words are too arrogant. Crazy. The world is crazy. Hammer was so shocked that he was almost numb. Mr. Jinbing, I just heard you mention your master, may I ask? Hammer asked cautiously, for fear of saying a wrong word and offending Jin and the existence behind it. Hearing this, Jinbing said coldly, I came to you today because of the order of my master. My master has taken a fancy to your Hammer Industries, so now I officially invite you to join our organization. As long as you are willing to join, you don't have to do this kind of bribery of state officials in the future. Because no state official is qualified to accept bribes from his master. They are nothing more than their master's dogs. So once you join, everything you ever wanted before can be realized. Definitely, you can also choose to refuse, but you have already seen the end. As he spoke, Jinbing glanced at John's body next to him, and the meaning was self-evident. Seeing this, Han Mo couldn't help but shudder, and his entire back was wet with cold sweat. Well, now you have a night to think about it. After careful consideration, report according to this time and this address. Don't blame me for not reminding you, don't be late. Because you can't afford that price, so do it yourself. By the way, these golden cats of yours are good. Keep them well. If you have a chance, you can give them to the owner as playthings. The owner will like them. After saying that, Jin threw a note in front of Hammer, got up and left. After receiving the note thrown by Jinbing, a few large characters appeared in front of his eyes, which immediately made his expression brighten. Morgan family. No wonder. Chapter 67. A few days later, in the hall of Morgan Manor, Andy leaned on the throne with enjoyment on his face. The housekeeper Sophia and the perfect shaking sister Belfast are serving him with all their strength. The two heavens of ice and fire were interpreted to the extreme by the two. In the center of the hall, Bismarck in a beautiful ancient costume was dancing lightly to the music, and Andy was mesmerized watching it. With nothing to do these days, Andy enjoyed it unscrupulously. The beauty of life can't be described with 4 words of arrogance, extravagance, and licentiousness. This is a derogatory term, but it smells delicious. As a normal man, who would not wish to live such a life? Andy is naturally the same. Others don't have this condition, so they can't get along. And for Andy, it's a trivial matter that can be rubbed with the hands. So, what if you indulge once in a while? With the unremitting efforts of Sophia and Belfast, Andy was shocked. Tens of thousands of horses galloped through the secluded valley road, and went straight to the towering mountains of uncanny craftsmanship. This scene, like a splashed ink painting, drew a strong stroke for the two of them. Seeing this, Bismarck, who was dancing in the hall, came straight to Andy as lightly as a rabbit. Then he jumped up and landed in Andy's arms. All of a sudden, the zither and the harp sing together, and the phoenix dances to the wings. The picture is so beautiful. After a long time, all the good things came to an end. At this moment, Viper in a green robe walked in respectfully. Looking at everything in the hall, envy appeared in her eyes. Since the last reward, he has not received the blessing of his master for a long time. Her body began to agitate again. Fortunately, this time, she successfully completed the task again. She has already brought back the information the master wanted. Perhaps this time there will be a reward? You are finally back, Viper, how are things going? Andy looked at Viper lazily and said. Master, you want me to find Ulysses' claw? It has been found, and the information has been collected. The specific location of Wakanda has been located, and we can leave at any time. Viper said respectfully. You did a good job. Now that you have determined your position, let's act sometime. Andy thought for a while. He must get the Vibranium, so no matter what, he has to go to Wakanda. As for how Wakanda will react, that's not what he cares about. Whether it is to open the door to welcome, or to resist to the death, he will accompany him to the end anyway. As the saying goes, every man is innocent and he is guilty. Since I have such a baby, naturally, you have to bear the coveting it brings. Understood, everything is obeyed by the master. Viper said respectfully. Well, you're tired after going out for a few days, go back and have a good rest. Andy waved his hand at Viper. Hearing this, Viper shook his head and said, Master, Viper is not tired at all, Viper can still do anything for Master now. As if afraid that Andy wouldn't understand, Viper especially pronounced the accent on the 4 words anything. Hearing this, a smile appeared on the faces of Sophia and his party. Master, it seems that the Viper is too suffocated to go out to perform the task. Yet, look at her flushed face, she's already getting angry. If she doesn't get combed, it's not good for her body. That's right, the commander is the most sympathetic to his subordinates. At this time, you can't just watch Viper suffer and ignore it. Sophia, Bismarck, Belfast, you joked one by one, Kikai is helping Viper. Hearing their words, Viper was very grateful. Why did she work so hard for Andy, apart from her sincere admiration and obsession with Andy, the master? There is another reason, is that these good sisters have become stronger, and the time spent together for a few months has made their relationship as close as best friends. So, what reason does she have not to work hard for her master? You guys, I'm really afraid of you, now you talk in the same way. Well, since you are not tired, Viper, I will work harder on you. You 3 go and tie up the Viper. Andy said with a half smile. The 3 girls. Master, are you so wild? Sophia asked with a look of astonishment. What's the matter, can't you? It's not that I can't, but I haven't played this one before, and I want to play that one too. I want to too. Bismarck and Belfast also said in unison. Andy. Chapter 68. Another week has passed since the Viper bundling incident. During this week, Andy handed over the matter of invading Wakanda to Bismarck and Belfast. Unlike other forces, Wakanda's technological strength hidden in the African continent is extremely strong, even S.H.I.E.L.D. can't match it. The reason why Andy wants to invade Wakanda is because of Wakanda's Vibranium, and secondly, he wants to use it as a whetstone to experience his legion. After nearly a month, the super soldier team created by Dr. Zola and the Crimson Mecha created by Yvonne Vank finally appeared. Although the current number is not very large, it is enough to take out for practice. And Wakanda is undoubtedly the best opponent. On this day, in the secret shipyard, Andy received a message from Dr. Zola. Go to review their achievements over the past month. In a large blank test field, Andy sat on the sofa with a calm expression. Directly in front of him, 7 blonde women were standing there with only shorts and vests, with nervous expressions on their faces. Behind these 7 women, 10 mechas of different shapes are also arranged in a straight line, giving people a very domineering feeling. Seeing this scene, Andy said lightly, "Is this your achievement? You can start showing it." "Master, these 7 women are all female agents that I specially trained for Hydra. Their physical fitness is excellent, and the key is to obey and be loyal to your master. So I injected them all with my newly optimized super soldier serum. Now they are all powerful fighters. The strength is no less than the Winter Soldier fighters created by the Hydra organization back then. But they don't have the downside of the Winter Soldier going berserk. They are obedient and well-behaved, and will absolutely obey orders. He is the best qualified super soldier. Dr. Zola said proudly that he was very satisfied with his results. Since Andy let him resume the Super Soldier Serum project, he has been optimizing the Super Soldier Serum project. And the part he optimized is not only the serum originally. At the same time, he also did a lot of research on the target group of the experiment. In the end, he was surprised to find that the female test subjects were far more stable than the male test subjects. And among the female subjects, the stability of virgins is higher than that of non-virgins. Because of this rather weird experimental result. In the end, Dr. Zola had to choose all the chick female agents as experimental subjects. In other words, the 7 super female warriors standing in front of Andy at the moment are all young. Looking at the 7 beauties standing in front of him, Andy felt a strange feeling in his heart. Why does this picture feel a little familiar? Shaking his head with a wry smile, Andy immediately threw such strange thoughts out of his mind. After all, with his current status, why would he go to that kind of place if he wanted a woman? Not to mention anything else, just these few people in the family already made him overwhelmed. Sophia, go play with them and try their depth. Andy said with a glance at Sophia beside him. Hearing this, Sophia shook her head with a smile, and said, Master, try the depth, I'm afraid I can't do it, you have to complete this task yourself. Andy, can you think of something else in your head? Don't pretend to be all of them, I mean let you test their strength. Andy said speechlessly. Although he knew that Sophia was deliberately teasing him, he still couldn't help but laugh at Sophia's desire. This woman is really hopeless. Hee, I got it. Didn't I get dazzled by watching you so intently, young master? So liven up the atmosphere. Sophia giggled. She was getting more and more presumptuous in front of Andy. I think you're short of pumping. Andy said angrily. Master, you missed a word. Sophia laughed as she walked towards the 7 female agents. Andy, do you want to come one by one, or together? Forget it, you should follow the young master's preference. Let's go together. Sophia said with a faint smile. My preference? Go together? This goblin is really getting more and more outrageous. It seems that I have to punish her well later, otherwise she will not be able to tell the file size king. Hearing Sophia's words, Andy couldn't help but shook his head with a wry smile, there was really nothing he could do about her. Commander, is the punishment you're talking about the terrible punishment that you can't get through? Wow, that's too scary. A moment of silence for Sophia. What I am most afraid of in this life is the punishment of my master. It is like termites gnawing away at my bones. Life is worse than death. Bismarck, Belfast, and Viper joked on the side. While they were joking, the battle between Sophia and the 7 female warriors had already begun. As Dr. Zola said, the strength of these 7 female fighters is really impressive, and they actually forced Sophia to retreat steadily. Later, it was only when she used the N-metal ability that she barely gained the upper hand. However, this advantage is only temporary. There are 7 of them in a group, after all, there are many people, if the time is delayed, Sophia will be defeated by them sooner or later. Sophia's current strength is around the 6th level. And these female warriors are at least the 4th rank, and some of them have even reached the 5th rank. It's no wonder that Sophia, a tier 6 master, couldn't defeat the joint attack of the 7 of them. This level of strength is indeed quite good. Seeing this, Andy nodded in satisfaction. Okay, I already know your strength, stop it. Dr. Zola, you have performed very well. I am very satisfied with the strength of these female fighters. It's Zola's honor to be able to share the responsibility for the master. Zola was very happy to be praised by Andy. Okay, it's time for Ivan Vank to show off your achievements. Andy nodded, then shifted his gaze to Ivan Vank to the side. Hearing this, Ivan Vank nodded with a toothpick in his mouth, and said, "At present, I have only built a set of crimson mechs. The remaining 9 are machine warriors that cannot be worn. Compared with the crimson mechs, machine warriors are more suitable for forming an army. As for this crimson mech, I built it according to the master's request, with the proportions of Miss Sophia. So Miss Sophia can only show you." Hearing Ivan Vank's words, Sophia looked at Andy with a sweet face. She never thought that her young master would ask Ivan Vank to tailor a mecha battle suit for her. This unique concern immediately moved her into Andy's arms. If it weren't for the presence of outsiders at this moment, she would have to eat little Andy. Feeling the heat of Sophia in his arms, Andy joked and said with a smile, "Don't be moved too early, I will build you a crimson mecha, it's not because you are the weakest." Hearing this, Sophia was not angry at all, and said, "No matter what, it was tailor-made for me, young master, so I am happy, hee." While laughing, Sophia walked directly in front of the crimson mecha, and put on a special bracelet. Immediately, a set of extremely cool red mecha was automatically put on Sophia's body, making her look sharp. This set of mechs is made of N-metal provided by the owner. So I can fly freely, and with the ejector developed by myself, the flight speed can reach up to 3 times the speed of sound. In addition, this mecha has many weapons, a pair of palm cannons, and hundreds of steel-piercing bullets that can be fired from the shoulders. There's also a photon energy cannon fired from the chest, and 2 miniature gamma bombs built by Dr. Banner, powerful enough to destroy a battleship at sea. When Ivan Vank introduced it, Sophia had already fully controlled the crimson mecha. Just hearing a bang, Sophia flew into the air with a bang. Follow the exit of the secret base and fly straight into the sky at an incredible speed. Such a scene is better than any introduction by Ivan Vank. Very good, with this set of mechs, Sophia's strength should be raised to level 7. Andy said with a satisfied expression. Now that everything is fully prepared, it's time to do something. The plan to invade Wakanda can begin. Andy had a wicked smile on his face. Chapter 69. In 10 minutes, Sophia has completely mastered the Crimson Mecha, which is mainly based on the artificial intelligence system installed in the mecha by Ivan Vank. This artificial intelligence system is equivalent to Tony Stark's J.A.R.V.I.S, definitely, because it is brand new, so its functionality is not as good as JARVIS. But the artificial intelligence created by Ivan Vank, a technical genius, is not a joke, it has the ability of self-learning. And now it is only the first generation, as long as he is given enough time, he can completely iterate the technology, and finally create an artificial intelligence no less than JARVIS. In addition to artificial intelligence, another point is because Sophia was originally a super soldier. And she originally learned to use the flight belt and ring made of N-metal. So now she only needs to get used to wearing the crimson mech a little bit. Whew! Soaring so fast in the sky, she couldn't help but let out an excited scream. Compared with the flight belt, the flight speed of the crimson mecha directly made of N-metal is even faster and terrifying, and it can easily break through the speed of sound. The fastest speed can even reach 3 times the speed of sound. At this speed, even the most advanced F-22 fighter jet in the country of Sam can't match it. A few minutes later, Sophia fell from the sky and came directly in front of Andy. "Master, it's great, it's really great, I love this mecha," Sophia said excitedly. "Hehe, as long as you like it, with this crimson mecha, your combat power has been raised to a new level, which is also of great benefit to me," Andy said with a smile. "Thank you, young master, Sophia really loves you." Sophia couldn't hide her excitement, and directly kissed Andy's face heavily, her eyes full of desire. "Just like what I said just now, if there were no outsiders here at this moment, she would have thrown herself into Andy's arms long ago, doing whatever she wanted. Master, if this set of crimson mechs is used together with these 9 machine warriors, the fighting power will be even stronger. Ivan Vank said at this time. Oh, let's hear it. Andy asked curiously. As a time traveler, Andy still has a little understanding of the robot warriors made by Ivan Vank. The most obvious point is the ability to cooperate in combat. As long as an order is issued, it can be automatically executed. The fighting power of such a machine warrior is not as powerful as that of the Crimson Mecha. But once they cooperate, the power is terrifying. This is like an army that absolutely obeys orders. No one is afraid to fight wherever it is pointed. The artificial intelligence system of the Crimson Mecha connects these 9 robot warriors, and only one command can make them make corresponding tactical cooperation. When the Crimson Mech encounters difficulties and cannot deal with some problems in time, these 9 machine warriors are his right and left hands. Ivan Vank explained. Sure enough, it was not much different from the robot warrior in Andy's impression. Understood, you performed very well. This robot warrior that can cooperate in combat, arrange mass production immediately. What I need is an army of invincible robot warriors, not just a small team. Andy said with a satisfied face. Understood, Hammer is making arrangements for mass production, and it shouldn't take long to realize it. Ivan Vank nodded. This is why Andy took Hammer for his own use. When it comes to mass production of weapons, Hammer Industries can be of great help. Well, I'll give you half a year. After half a year, I need a 1,000,000 machine warrior army, no problem. Andy said without doubt. Hearing this, Hammer, who was on the sidelines, hurriedly said, Master, there is no problem, half a year is definitely enough. I will ask people to work overtime, and I have to build it for you. It's been almost a week since I joined Andy's camp. Now he finally understands why Jin Bin dared to kill a Minister of Defense so recklessly. What he relies on is not only the Morgan family, the top capital tycoon. One of the more important reasons is this terrifying man who is as powerful as an abyss behemoth in front of him. He has been in the business world for decades and has seen countless heroes. But I have never seen such a terrifying existence as Andy Morgan. In his eyes, the master in front of him is not a human being at all, but an omnipotent monster. Only such a super monster can collect all kinds of perverted characters. Formed such a frightening and frenzied force in front of him. Dr. Zola, a scientific lunatic who digitized his mind for immortality, is a technical genius who can easily build exoskeleton armor. And the underworld emperor who holds up half the sky of Sam's country, and the doctor of physics who can turn into a green giant when he gets angry. The scariest thing is those 2 women who are as beautiful as angels. All of these revealed the terrifying strength of the man in front of him. Thinking about it now, he is simply lucky to be able to join such a team. In this way, he naturally wanted to please the master in every possible way, and obeyed his orders. This matter is entrusted to you, and it can be regarded as a task I give you. If the task is successful, I will give you the reward you want. But if you fail, it means that you are not qualified to join my Kyunma's camp, and I don't need to say more about the consequences. Andy said with a cold face. Hearing this, Han Mo nodded again and again, and said with a look of fear, Master, don't worry, I will not disgrace my mission, and I will definitely complete the task you gave me. That's good. Andy nodded, and his eyes moved to the watch on his wrist. It's almost time, we should go, Wakanda's Vibranium is calling me. Straight? Andy smiled coldly and said with a playful look. Hearing this, Viper nodded and immediately made arrangements. Not long after, a huge stealth plane took off from the secret base of Morgan Manor with a roar. Then it directly hid in the clouds, galloping towards the African continent at supersonic speed. Chapter 70. The African continent is a continent that is almost forgotten, because in the eyes of ordinary people, Africa is synonymous with poverty. But no one can imagine that there is a mysterious country on this forgotten continent. The degree of affluence of this country far exceeds that of any European and American country, and its level of technological development is several streets ahead of the whole world. This place is nothing but the source of Vibranium, Wakanda. Now, inside a towering golden building in Wakanda. In an unusually spacious hall, a huge amounts of holographic image occupies half of the hall. At this moment, there are red and green light spots flickering on the holographic image. This hologram shows exactly what's going on outside Wakanda's borders. As a place with technology far surpassing any country on Earth. Using holographic imaging technology to protect national border security is really a simple matter. At this moment, an alarm sounded suddenly. The face of the guard on duty immediately became serious. He quickly opened the operation panel in front of him, aimed at the alarm position and began to constantly zoom in on the interface. To his surprise, he didn't find any objects. But the siren did not stop, on the contrary, it sounded more urgently. "What's going on? Someone broke into the security guard we set up again." At this time, a young dark-skinned woman walked over curiously while eating chocolate. Seeing this woman, the guard's face immediately showed respect. "Princess Surui, the alarm has been ringing, but no intruder has been found," the guard said truthfully. "Didn't see the intrusion?" "Impossible, this monitoring system was developed by me. I set up a warning line 30 kilometers away from the border. Once an object exceeding the file size of a person breaks in, there will be an alarm, and there should be no mistakes." Hearing what the guard said, Princess Surui hurried over, and then quickly tapped on the operation panel. Suddenly, a huge shadow of a plane appeared in front of her. "It's a stealth plane. No wonder you didn't see the intruder. Inform the fighter group and take off to deal with it. Someone has crossed the safety line we set up," Princess Surui said solemnly. "Understood." The guard nodded quickly, picked up the communicator and contacted Wakanda's defense organization. Immediately, a number of uniquely shaped fighter jets quickly rose into the sky, passing through Wakanda's energy barrier and flying towards the direction of the stealth aircraft. "This stealth plane is nothing but the stealth plane that Andy is flying on. Master, our whereabouts have been exposed, and Wakanda's fighter jets are flying towards us," Viper said with a look of surprise. "You must know that the aircraft they are flying on is currently the most advanced aircraft in the world, and it has almost the same stealth ability as the sky carrier of SHIELD. Not only can it be invisible on the radar, even it is invisible to the naked eye, which achieves the purpose of real stealth. But it was such an existence that was discovered by Wakanda's defense organization in an instant. So, how could she not be surprised? And for this point, Andy has long been prepared, so it is still calm. The most powerful place in the world's technological civilization is not a joke. It would be strange if they didn't find us. Remove the invisibility function and reveal it directly. We no longer need to be invisible," Andy said with a half-smile. "Yes." Hearing Andy's order, Viper nodded, and withdrew the stealth function. Immediately, a huge amounts of aircraft was directly exposed in the surveillance footage of the Wakanda Ministry of Defense. At this moment, in Wakanda's Combat Command Hall, a middle-aged black man led a group of Wakanda senior officials coldly looking at the holographic image in front of him, with a serious expression on his face. This middle-aged black man belongs to none other than Kfe, King T'Chaka of Wakanda, who is also the current Black Panther. Sam country's most advanced stealth flight device. Ask them what they want to do. If the purpose is not good, destroy it for me," T'Chaka said domineeringly. Even though they have already seen which country the stealth plane came from, they still dare to say that they want to destroy it. Not everyone dares to do that. From this point, it can be seen that Wakanda, hidden in the African continent, has never paid attention to the country of Sam, the world's largest country. After receiving T'Chaka's order, the fighter group immediately shouted at Andy's stealth plane. The opposing fighter, you have crossed our security line. Stop your intrusions immediately and explain your purpose, otherwise we will take force against you. Explain your reason for coming, otherwise we will take force against you. The radio shouts over and over again sounded in the stealth plane where Andy was in, and Andy sneered when he heard it. Safety line? In my eyes, the whole world is mine. Where is the safety line? Andy said domineeringly, completely ignoring the other party's shouting. After finishing speaking, he said to the Viper beside him, speak to them and ask them to hand over 10,000 tons of Vibranium. As long as they are willing to hand over Vibranium on their own initiative, we will retreat immediately. If you don't want to, stubbornly resist, then break into their lair, and I'll take it myself. Andy said calmly, as if talking about a trivial matter. Whoever dares to say this to Wakanda, the most technologically advanced civilization in the world. He is probably the only one in this world. Understood. Viper nodded, with a fighting spirit in his heart. It is really an honor for them to be subordinates to follow such a domineering master. Picking up the radio communicator, Viper directly stated Andy's intentions. As soon as this remark came out, the faces of a group of high-level officials in the Wakanda command hall suddenly changed. A mere stealth fighter dares to say that it wants to attack our Wakanda, what kind of lunatic is it, because it is not ashamed. 10,000 tons of Vibranium, he really dared to speak. 1 gram of Vibranium is worth $10,000, 10,000 tons is an astronomical sum, he is crazy about money. You don't need to spend too much time talking to such lunatics, give me an order to destroy them all. T'Chaka's face was also extremely ugly. As the king of Wakanda, this is the first time he has encountered such an arrogant person. While he is angry, his face is full of disdain. In this world, there is no force that is qualified to talk to them like this, even the world's #1 country of Sam. After receiving T'Chaka's order, the fighter group from Wakanda immediately launched an attack on Enu. Seeing this, Andy showed a smile on his face and said, very good, very good. Chapter 71. This is the Wakanda I remember. Looking at the Wakanda fighter jets attacking directly at them, Andy's face showed approval instead. As a technological power, it is normal to launch an attack directly without the slightest hesitation in the face of the enemy's provocation. If he came out to discuss with him in a humble way, Andy would look down on him this place of origin of Vibranium. Just for your bloodiness, I won't let you down. Sophia takes your robot team to fight as a striker and destroy all these fighters. Andy said calmly. With his original strength, it would be too easy to break through Wakanda's protection. But that would lose the meaning of the action. As a behind-the-scenes manipulator, what he wants is not to do everything by himself. Instead, build a strong team with all your heart, so that your team can be invincible. And he just needs to be a quiet and handsome man behind the scenes. Therefore, Wakanda is a whetstone in his eyes, and it is his knife that is sharpened, not himself. Hearing Andy's order, Sophia's face showed excitement. Master, I will definitely not let you down. Sophia squeezed her fist and walked to the crimson mecha, and the red mecha automatically put on him. Sisters, watch carefully, a good show is on. Sophia smiled confidently, and fell down directly from the rear exit of the plane. In an instant, she got out of the invisible plane and flew freely in the sky in a mecha. Then a 720-degree turn in the air. One after another, the decoy bombs were released quickly, directly forming a protective barrage. Immediately, it collided with the missile launched by the Wakanda drone. Boom! The violent explosion sounded like thunder, exploding in the sky. Accompanied by the dazzling firelight, a gorgeous firework is formed. In this way, it easily blocked a round of violent attacks from the Wakanda fighter group. Not only that, Sophia launched a counterattack. An energy cannon burst out from the palm of the Crimson Mech. Easily destroy an unmanned flight vehicle of the opponent. What it is? Flight mecha. Which faction is this? It even created mechas. No matter what it is, destroy it for me. Any force that dares to invade our Wakanda must be killed. King T'Chaka said angrily. He himself was originally a pacifist, and in the international community he has been calling on European and American countries to be more friendly towards their countries on the African continent. For this reason, he often attends the World Security Council conference, but what he did not expect is that his efforts are still ignored by European and American countries. Now they dare to directly invade their country and try to snatch their vibranium resources. This kind of bandit behavior is unbearable. So, he decided immediately. No matter which force the opponent is, he must teach him a profound lesson. By the way, let the whole world see that although their Wakanda is hidden from the world, they don't have much reputation in the international community. But any power that dares to invade them will have to pay a heavy price. He will kill the chickens to make an example to the monkeys. Yes. In the command hall, a group of operators of unmanned flight vehicles said solemnly. Suddenly, their formation changed immediately, and half of the formation directly blocked Sophia. The other half continued to attack Andy's stealth plane, and they seemed to want a quick victory. Seeing this, Andy couldn't help but sneered. Want a quick fix? This is looking down on us. Sophia, show them some color. Andy said coldly. Good master. A sneer appeared on Sophia's face. Then he directly issued an annihilation order to the 9 machine warriors. A few seconds after receiving the command, the eyes of the 9 machine warriors who had been quietly staying in the stealth aircraft warehouse immediately lit up red. The command has been received, and the task is started. An electronic synthesis sound full of mechanical sense came out from the bodies of the 9 robot soldiers in unison. Afterwards, everyone saw the 9 machine warriors jumping off the stealth plane in a uniform step with heavy steps. The moment they jumped out of the plane, a hot flame erupted rapidly from the injector installed at their heels. This brought an extremely powerful impetus to their machine bodies, immediately allowing them to fly rapidly in the sky. As soon as the 9 robot warriors appeared, without the slightest hesitation, they directly launched a surprise attack on Wakanda's drone fighter with heavy firepower. Asking for flowers. Although the weapons and equipment on the robot warrior are not as advanced as the Crimson Mech, it is superior in that it has sufficient firepower and a large number of weapons. At the beginning of Yvonne Vank's design, he built the robot warrior as the left and right hand of the Crimson Mech and the mobile firepower storehouse. Therefore, a large number of traditional weapons are equipped on the 9 mechanical warriors. These include flash bombs, incendiary bombs, grenades, miniature missiles, conventional missiles, miniguns, Gatling machine guns, lasers, cluster guns, and many other weapons. Therefore, a robot warrior is compared to a fighter jet. In this way, it is conceivable how strong the firepower strikes that 9 machine warriors can carry out in a joint battle. Plus they appeared too suddenly. Before Wakanda's unmanned fighter could react, it was caught by the heavy firepower of 9 robot warriors. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of explosions continued. Dozens of Wakanda's unmanned fighter jets exploded in the sky like fireworks, leaving a beautiful scene. Such a scene immediately shocked everyone in the Wakanda command hall. Damn it, it turned out to be the Flight Mecha group. Which faction is this actually possessing technological equipment no less than that of our Wakanda? This is a blatant and unforgivable act of war, activating all the air defense systems deployed on the border. After they approach again, concentrate on firing and submerge them in the bullet fire for me, I want them to die. Seeing his unmanned flight vehicles falling one by one, T'Chaka's face was extremely ugly, his eyes had turned scarlet, and he looked like a beast. Understood, the air defense system has been fully activated, and our energy barrier is functioning normally. It's just a group of flight mechs, it's impossible to break through our energy barrier. In the command hall, although the faces of several high-level officials were extremely ugly, they still had great confidence in Wakanda's defense system. Especially their energy barrier, which is a super pure energy barrier that can withstand the pressure of 1,000,000 tons. Even the most powerful missiles currently on the market are impenetrable. In this way, their 9 robot warriors and Sophia's invasion operation are naturally confident. Still working hard to code words, thank you for your support, thank you. 2. Chapter 72. After annihilating half of the unmanned fighter group with unexpected actions, the 9 machine warriors immediately headed towards the Crimson Mecha. The Crimson Mecha was manipulated smoothly in Sophia's hands, and its maneuverability was by no means comparable to that of an unmanned fighter jet. They were already suffering enough, but now they were double-teamed by machine soldiers, and the remaining unmanned fighter jets did not survive for a few minutes. It was once again wiped out by the machine warriors led by Sophia. It took only 3 minutes from the start of Sophia's operation to the complete annihilation of Wakanda's UCAVs. This combat achievement is definitely not something that ordinary people can achieve. But this is also normal. After all, the strength of Sophia wearing the Crimson Mecha has already reached the level of terror of level 7. This realm is equivalent to the Hulk after the transformation of Dr. Banner. In this way, you can also imagine how powerful the June 13th has. Is this the end? I haven't played enough yet. Sophia was suspended in mid-air, looking at the nothingness in the distance with a light smile. There is not really nothingness there, 10 kilometers ahead of her is where Wakanda is. But because there is an energy barrier, ordinary people cannot see it with their naked eyes. Just feel that there is an endless plain in front of you. But at this moment, Sophia passed through the thermal imaging device of the Crimson Mecha. I saw a huge barrier like an eggshell. And under that barrier is the extremely technologically advanced country that her young master was looking for, Wakanda. Master, I will continue to play forward for you. Sophia didn't seem to have enough fights, she directly controlled the Crimson Mecha and flew towards the giant eggshell under the thermal imaging. Seeing this, Andy didn't stop, but quietly looked at the Viper beside him and said, "Follow Sophia, Wakanda's defense system is more than just this point. The main event is at the back." And just as his words fell to the ground, an explosion suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw Sophia flipping several times in the sky. It almost hit the ground in the end. Sophia suddenly stretched the Crimson Mech up, so as not to have a close contact with the earth. Falling from such a high place, even a super soldier like her would feel uncomfortable. What caused this scene in Sophia was nothing but the energy beam cannon fired from the border of Wakanda. Sure enough, as Andy said, Wakanda is a place with such advanced technology. How can national defense only have a formation of unmanned fighter jets? That's just the first layer of protection for Wakanda's defense force, and it's the weakest protection. The defense system after this is the truly powerful existence. An energy beam cannon directly blasted Sophia into the air. Fortunately, the Crimson Mecha is made of N-metal. The leather defense ability is extremely terrifying. Otherwise, the cannonball just now would be enough to kill her. Damn it, it almost fell apart. What the young master said is indeed true, the technological power of this small country is really terrifying. It's too scary to be able to manufacture pure energy cannons. Sophia said with a look of fear. And at this moment, artillery fire shot out from the air defense system device on the ground below like raindrops, and the target was her. Looking at the incoming artillery fire, Sophia didn't show any hesitation, and immediately fired the steel bullets on the Mecha's shoulders. Da-da-da! Steel-piercing bullets densely formed a barrage in front of him, dangerously detonating the galloping missiles ahead of time. But the powerful explosion power came towards her like a sea wave, and immediately sent her flying. Still thanks to the blessing of the metal Mecha, the powerful shockwave did not cause any damage to Sophia originally. After avoiding the attack of the Wakanda air defense system by chance, Sophia immediately made a 720-degree flip in the air and quickly avoided the air defense identification zone. Come back. Your mission has been completed. Andy said lightly to the communicator. Yes. After receiving Andy's order, Sophia returned to Andy's side immediately, although she felt unwilling. Saw Sophia being beaten by their air defense system and fled back. In Wakanda's command hall, a group of people's faces showed incompetence. Just a few flight mechas dare to challenge our air defense system, they are looking for death. We have been hiding for too long. The outside world thinks we are persimmons that can be squeezed casually. It's time for us to show off our muscles to the outside world. Yes, we need to change our external strategy, otherwise all cats and dogs think they can eat us. Several high-level officials in Wakanda said with a serious face. Hearing this, King T'Chaka hesitated for a while, and said, "Let's discuss this in the future. The main task now is to kill the intruder in front of us." With the king's words, everyone nodded with approval. Aim all the energy beam cannons at that plane and destroy him completely. T'Chaka said with a gloomy face. Hearing the order, a group of soldiers nodded and immediately started to act. Immediately, the energy beam gun mounts deployed next to the energy shield were all aimed at the stealth plane where Andy was. And every muzzle is shining with a dazzling blue light, which is obviously accumulating energy. Once the energy is fully charged, a terrifying attack will strike like lightning and flint. Seeing this, Andy smiled slightly, and shifted his gaze to Bismarck. "Bismarck, I'll leave the rest to you." Hearing this, Bismarck showed a faint smile on his cold face, and said, "Good man." After saying that, Bismarck jumped out, turned into a long rainbow, and flew directly towards Wakanda's energy barrier. Completely ignoring the so-called air defense system, even the 1.5 beams of energy light were simply ignored. A woman who can fly. I'm so curious about how many amazing things exist in this plane. This woman dares to fly directly towards our energy shield, he doesn't want to live. No one in this world can block our energy beam attack, she is dead. Although I don't know why she can fly, she is still an ignorant woman. A group of Wakanda executives sneered, and seemed to have seen the scene of Bismarck being blasted to pieces by their energy beams. But the result that followed surprised all of them, and they all shut their mouths. Chapter 73. Bismarck stood floating in the air, her whole body was like a delicate white lotus flower, a holy and vast aura burst out from her body. She strolled towards the border of Wakanda, not paying attention to the so-called air defense system and energy beam cannon below. Seeing her arrogant posture, the faces of all the high-level officials in Wakanda turned ugly. This woman is too arrogant. She dared to ignore our air defense system and approach her actively. She wants to die. All those who belittle our Wakanda will be punished and judged. That's right, she must die today. The high-level officials shouted together, as if they had seen Bismarck die tragically under their artillery fire. At this moment, Bismarck had come within the so-called safety marking line of 25 Wakanda. The moment she broke in, the anti-aircraft naval guns and energy beam cannons deployed in the Wakanda border immediately started to work. Immediately, one after another artillery fire rushed towards Bismarck like a flood of beasts, and that posture seemed to swallow her completely. Upon seeing this, a sneer appeared on Bismarck's face. "This kind of firepower can't hurt me, it's just futile." While talking, Bismarck completely ignored the incoming artillery fire and walked over like that. Boom! The sound of artillery explosions is endless, and the energy beams shine brightly like meteors in the dark night sky, bright and conspicuous and extremely impactful. Such an energy beam is enough to easily penetrate a building, and its power is second only to the photon energy cannon invented by Dr. Zola. But at the moment, in the eyes of Bismarck, this thing is no different from a feather duster, with only a trace of lethality. But this lethality is nothing to Bismarck's real adamantium body. Moreover, with Bismarck's strength, the speed of artillery fire and the speed of energy beams simply cannot keep up with her moving speed. In the eyes of outsiders, the unavoidable artillery fire is like raindrops, but in the eyes of Bismarck, it is as slow as a snail. Bismarck can easily avoid the oncoming artillery fire by moving his steps a little bit. In this way, an incredible scene appeared in the eyes of all Wakanda executives. Bismarck walked straight towards their energy barrier as if taking a walk. And those missiles and energy beams seemed to be blind. They all passed him by, not even touching Bismarck's vellus hair. It's too slow, it's really too slow, with such a shooting speed, it's enough to defend against a slow turtle. But if you want to guard against Miss Ben, that's a fool's dream, a joke. Contemptuously mocked. It's boring, it's really boring, destroy them all. Bismarck looked at the anti-aircraft missile device and energy beam device in front of him, with a look of disdain on his face. And just as her words fell to the ground, she suddenly clenched her fist and punched the anti-aircraft weapons in front of her. Crack crack. A sound like glass shattering, 787 suddenly sounded, and one after another cracks were seen spreading rapidly in front of them like stormy waves. In the blink of an eye, the cracks rushed to the layers of Wakanda's air defense system installations. Immediately. Boom! Earth-shattering explosions sounded suddenly, and the anti-aircraft weapons in front of Bismarck burst like tofu. In an instant, it became a sea of flames, and all the anti-aircraft weapons and equipment could not even catch Bismarck's punch, and they disappeared like that. Such a scene directly stunned a group of high-level executives in Wakanda. Subscribing is really bad, let me adjust my mentality. Chapter 74. One punch, even one punch blows up all our anti-aircraft missiles. Is this woman still human? Where did she crawl out from? Could this guy be a mutant, otherwise why does she have such a powerful super ability? A group of Wakanda executives were completely stunned by Bismarck's operation, and they all speculated about her identity. And during this period, Bismarck has come to their Wakanda energy barrier. Bismarck took a deep breath, then clenched his fist in a signature manner, with a playful smile on his face. Seeing such a scene, a group of high-level Wakanda officials were shocked, and their eyes were full of disbelief. What does this woman want to do? Does she think she can break our energy barrier with her own fists? Joke, this guy is so defiant, she thinks our Wakanda technology is vegetarian. Our energy barrier can withstand the bombardment of a 1,000,000-ton force, even the most advanced missiles in Sam's country can't break through. This woman actually wants to attack our energy barrier with her own fist, it's a big joke. After a brief shock, a group of high-level sneers immediately appeared on their faces. Although they have already guessed that Bismarck possesses super abilities that ordinary people cannot reach. I was also shocked by Bismarck's horrible operation just now. But when they saw Bismarck trying to blast through their Wakanda energy barrier with his own fists, there was still a mocking look on their faces. It's no wonder they have such expressions, after all, the defense of their energy barriers is indeed extremely powerful. Since they established it, no one has been able to break through their energy barriers so far. In this way, they have an unparalleled confidence in their nature. However, in Bismarck's eyes, such self-confidence is extremely blind and arrogant. A mere layer of energy barrier wants to stop the commander's progress. You guys think too highly of your own strength. Let's break it. Bismarck snorted coldly, and pulled back his clenched fist violently. Immediately, a white ball of light appeared on the surface of her fist. That is exactly the manifestation of the release of the shaking fruit ability. Then, in the astonished eyes of a group of people, Bismarck's fist was like a torrent, bombarding the invisible energy crystal barrier in front of him with devastating power. Kaka! A sound of glass shattering erupted immediately, but this is not the sound of glass shattering. This is simply the sound of space being broken by a punch, and the unparalleled power of the shock shatters the space. A series of space cracks were like meteors, bombarding Wakanda's energy protection barrier at an unimaginable speed. Immediately, under the effect of this shocking force, the internal structure of the energy barrier immediately collapsed. Boom! A sound like heaven and earth cracking sounded directly, accompanied by this earth-shattering sound. Among the horrified eyes of all the people of Wakanda, there is an energy barrier that gives them the strongest sense of security. In a buzzing sound, it was directly shattered, turned into energy fragments, and disappeared into the air without a trace. That's right, the energy barrier they were so proud of was shattered by Bismarck's punch. How is this possible? This woman actually smashed our energy barrier with just one punch. She's not human at all, she's a monster. Now how to do? A group of high-level officials looked at each other, but in the end they unanimously turned their attention to their king T'Chaka. At this moment, T'Chaka's dark face was also full of shock. While shocked, but also full of anger. He asked himself that Wakanda has never done anything bad to the outside world. As for launching a war, it goes without saying, there is not even a shadow. But now it is a country like them that has always advocated peace, and now it has been invaded. So, how could he not be angry? No matter what kind of enemy we encounter, fighting is our only choice. All soldiers obey the order, put on your military uniforms, and go out with me to face the enemy. T'Chaka said with a determined face. After saying that, he directly changed into his Black Panther suit, put on the Black Panther headgear, and led a group of soldiers out of the command hall. At this moment, Andy was sitting calmly on the comfortable sofa in the stealth plane, after Bismarck punched and shattered Wakanda's energy barrier. The stealth plane has come to the sky above Wakanda. Standing by the window of the plane, Andy can easily overlook the city of Wakanda. Worthy of being the most technologically advanced country on Earth, Wakanda's urban construction is also very sci-fi, and its architectural style is different from any country on Earth. Looking at the city of Wakanda below him, Andy's face showed approval. This is really a paradise-like country, I can't bear to destroy it. Forget it, the purpose of my coming here is for Vibranium, as long as they are willing to take the initiative to hand over Vibranium, let them go. Andy thought for a while and said. He invaded Wakanda, the main purpose is for Vibranium, and the second is to sharpen his power. Now that Wakanda's energy barrier has been blasted, his subordinates are almost done. Now all that's left is Vibranium. As long as Wakanda is willing to hand over Vibranium, then his goals will naturally be achieved. As such, he has no reason to continue destroying other people's homes. He's not a lunatic after all. Understood. Hearing Andy's order, a group of subordinates nodded in unison. At this moment, King Wakanda-led tens of thousands of warriors appeared under their stealth plane. A posture of going out to fight. Seeing this, a smile of approval appeared on Andy's face. T'Chaka seems to be very dissatisfied with my invasion. That being the case, then I will go down and meet him. As he spoke, Andy jumped off the plane with a smile on his face. Seeing this, the others wanted to follow closely, but was stopped by Belfast. This time, let the commander play. We can just watch. Belfast watched with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Sophia also nodded, and said with a smile, as far as the young master's strength is concerned, the group of guys below are not enough for him to punch. While they were talking, a scene that terrified tens of thousands of Wakanda fighters appeared. I saw that Andy was like a god, jumping directly from a height of hundreds of meters without any external objects. Then, like a meteorite falling, it crashed to the ground, and the powerful impact left a deep pit hundreds of meters deep on the ground. The huge shock waves caused by the impact, like ocean waves, spread rapidly towards the surroundings. Under this shock wave, nearly 80% of the tens of thousands of Wakanda fighters could not stand still, and finally all fell to the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. Seeing such a scene, T'Chaka's face was so ugly that he could squeeze out water. Who is this man who descended suddenly? It turns out that just one landing can cause such terrifying power, so how far has his original strength reached? He couldn't even imagine it. Chapter 75. Dust and smoke filled the sky, filled with huge amounts of deep pits, looking like a battlefield. Seeing such a scene, all Wakanda fighters were shocked and dared not breathe. At this moment, a man leisurely walked out of the deep pit without any haste. The man who walked out was none other than Andy. Andy was dressed in a black suit, with jet black hair flowing in the wind, matched with his blue jewel-like eyes. It looks like a prince in an ancient Greek temple, so holy and noble, sacred and inviolable. But the supreme arrogance emanating from him made him look like a thug in a suit who was in the gang. But whether it is a prince or a thug in a suit, his presence is so conspicuous that no one can ignore it. Crack crack crack. Andy clapped his hands as he stepped out of the dusty sky. He looked at T'Chaka standing in front of tens of thousands of Wakanda fighters with a full smile on his face, and said, as expected of Black Panther with a heart of justice, "I admire your performance. Who the hell are you?" Facing Andy's praise, T'Chaka didn't show a hint of goodwill on his face, but his face became even uglier. "That's right, for them Wakanda, 627 Andy is an invading enemy. No matter how you look at it, the praise from the enemy cannot be regarded as a good thing. In his opinion, it is simply ridicule. Hehe, you don't need to be so nervous, I don't have any malice other than wanting to get some Vibranium back from you. If I have to say it, I just borrowed your Wakanda military strength to sharpen my subordinates," Andy said indifferently. Facing T'Chaka, who was leading tens of thousands of soldiers, he didn't feel panic at all. Not only that, but a group of T'Chaka's soldiers were scared to death. After all, they saw this man fall from the sky with their own eyes, and then knocked their 8th level fighters to the ground with just one landing. Once a fight broke out, they couldn't even imagine what kind of damage this man could cause. Anyway, facing the man in front of them, their tens of thousands of fighters don't feel the slightest chance of winning. This is the intuition from the bottom of their hearts, which is also called the sixth sense of people, and often the sixth sense is the most accurate, they have to believe it. Hearing Andy's words, "Kfetch," T'Chaka's face became more and more ugly, and he became more and more angry. He never thought that Andy would say that. To think of them Wakanda as a sharpening stone for his subordinates, this is completely ignoring them. What could be more insulting than this? The military power of one's own country has become the whetstone of his population. Then what are the unmanned fighter jets, air defense systems, and energy barriers they destroyed? So, how could he not be angry? Invading our Wakanda and destroying many of our properties, is this what you mean without malice? T'Chaka said coldly, his eyes full of anger and killing intent. Hehe, this is nothing to you Wakanda, right? Andy said with a sneer. Naturally he could understand T'Chaka's anger. After all, he is now an out-and-out aggressor. Facing the aggressors of his own country, if T'Chaka showed kindness, it would be hell. But understanding belongs to understanding, but Andy didn't take it to heart at all. He continued to walk towards T'Chaka, his every step was light. But in the eyes of T'Chaka and tens of thousands of soldiers, every step of Andy seemed to step on their hearts. Every time Andy took a step, their hearts beat violently. None of the people present could withstand Andy's powerful aura. Everyone's legs trembled uncontrollably, and finally they all fell to the ground. At this time, Andy had already walked in front of T'Chaka. Rao T'Chaka, the man who took the heart-shaped grass, was also full of panic at the moment. He has lived for so long, and has never seen such a terrible man. Just a ray of momentum exuded frightened his 10,000 strong army into losing their combat effectiveness. From which abyss is this terrifying existence crawling out of? It's amazing, it's terrifying. If the woman who just blasted their Wakanda energy barrier with a punch was a monster, the man in front of him is 100 times more terrifying than that woman, and he is no longer a monster. That is the demon of hell, the incarnation of fear. I don't really like your attitude when you talk to me, releasing killing intent on me. Do you want your Wakanda dead to be scattered all over the place? Walking in front of T'Chaka, Andy said coldly. In the end, the first-generation Black Panther T'Chaka couldn't bear Andy's powerful aura, and was directly crushed and fell to his knees on the ground. That's right. Put away your killing intent, as the defeated party, what you should do is surrender, not fearless resistance. Besides, I've made it clear from the beginning that I only want Vibranium. Just give me what I want, and I promise you will be safe and sound. But if you don't know what to do and insist on resisting me, I don't mind destroying your entire Wakanda and slowly taking what I want. Now you have 3 seconds to choose, hand over 10,000 tons of Vibranium, or let me destroy your entire Wakanda. Andy looked at T'Chaka in front of him coldly and said, with an unquestionable expression on his face. Facing Andy's threat, T'Chaka's heart felt sad. Since he became the king of Wakanda, he has never suffered such humiliation. But at this moment the reality is in front of them, the strength of this man in front of them is beyond their imagination. It is a transcendent existence that they can't resist even if they try their best. So, where are they still talking? The only thing he can do now is to choose one of the options made by the man in front of him. As the king of Wakanda, he naturally couldn't watch his country fall into ruins. The countdown begins, B2. At this moment, Andy has already started the countdown. Hearing Andy's voice, T'Chaka sighed and said, I choose the first one, and I promise to give you 10,000 tons of Vibranium, please don't hurt my people. Hearing this, Andy laughed loudly, and said, that's right. Those who know the current affairs are heroes, and Vibranium is just a foreign object after all, how can it be as important as the lives of your people? It is really a blessing for your people to have a king like you. Chapter 76. Listening to Andy's words, T'Chaka looked bitter. The man in front of them invaded their Wakanda. Not only were they powerless to resist, but they had to hand in Vibranium. How have they ever experienced such aggrieved things? This is really a great shame. But if he, the king, doesn't do this, he has no doubt that the man in front of him will really destroy their entire country. It is clear at a glance which is more important, even if he is reluctant in his heart, he has to bite the bullet and admit it. As if seeing through T'Chaka's mind, Andy said with a sneer, you don't feel ashamed to lose to me. After all, even the most powerful country of Sam on this planet is just a plaything in my hands. I can beat it with every gesture. Destroy, what is your small country worth? T'Chaka. Hearing Andy's words, T'Chaka's heart set off a turmoil. He never thought that the man in front of him would be so arrogant. Is it crazy to say that even the kingdom of Sam is a plaything in his hands? But when he recalled the strength of the man in front of him, he was speechless, because his intuition told him that the man in front of him might not be bragging. After all, his single punch can explode their Wakanda's energy shield, and the man in front of him can deter tens of thousands of fighters into losing their fighting power with just a breath. This kind of strength is placed on their planet, which is basically the existence of gods. In this way, which individual's strength can compete with others, let alone military power? At their level, the so-called military power is a complete joke. After all, even if it is a weapon as powerful as a nuclear bomb, it must be blown up. With the moving speed of the man in front of him, even if a nuclear bomb is thrown on his head, he can dodge it in an instant. Combining all kinds of guesses, he believed Andy's words very naturally. And if you Wakanda are willing to surrender to me, I can still be your umbrella in the future. As long as you are in trouble, you can come to me to deal with it, and I will guarantee you Wakanda's long-term stability and peace forever. Andy looked at T'Chaka seriously and said. Hearing this, T'Chaka didn't respond to Andy immediately, but fell into hesitation. If there is a powerful existence like Andy as the patron saint, it would certainly be good for them in Wakanda. But as a sovereign country, he is also very worried that once he surrenders to a certain force, he will restrict their own development. In this way, he was naturally unwilling in his heart. However, Andy doesn't care whether Wakanda is willing to surrender completely. What he wants is very simple, just Vibranium. It would be great if he could take Wakanda into his bag along the way, but if the other party didn't want to, he didn't bother to force it. After all, regardless of whether Wakanda joins or not, his power will become the most powerful existence in this world, and even this universe. There is no doubt about this. Surrender or not, I won't force it. Now take me to your vibranium mine, I need to take my share. Andy said in an unquestionable tone. Hearing this, T'Chaka nodded, and personally led the way to bring Andy to a huge mine. This is an open pit mine, and all the vibranium is distributed in a huge pit. That year, the vibranium meteorite fell from the sky and landed in the territory of Wakanda, a small African country. Then Wakanda became the only country in the world that has vibranium minerals. Relying on the sale of vibranium, Wakanda has jumped from a small backward and poor country to the richest country in the world. Later, it jumped to become the most technologically advanced place. But all things have two sides, there are advantages and disadvantages. Wakanda has attracted the attention of many external forces because of the existence of vibranium. Seeking Flowers 0. During this period, it encountered several invasions. But in the end they were all repulsed by the extremely technologically advanced Wakanda. That is, from that time on, Wakanda decided to close the country. Since then, it has been silently hidden in the huge African continent. Looking at the vibranium mineral in front of him, Andy showed satisfaction on his face. Then, he jumped and came directly in front of a mine with huge amounts of vibranium. I mean what I say. If I say it's 10,000 tons, I only need 10,000 tons. I won't charge you any more. I'll just take a piece from this piece and go. 0. www. Andy looked at the vibranium ore in front of him, and said calmly. Hearing his words, T'Chaka shook his head, and quickly said, this vibranium is not so easy to take away. It needs special means to intercept it. Let our people do it. Hearing this, Andy smiled and shook his head, saying, this thing is indestructible to you, but it is not like this to me. While he was speaking, he raised a finger, and then lightly tapped on the vibranium mine in front of him. Immediately, a shock wave that seemed to destroy the world concentrated on his fingertips, turning into the sharpest shock knife in the world. Then he just waved his hand lightly, and the vibranium ore in front of him was cut off like a block of tofu. Such a scene shocked everyone present. They never expected that vibranium, known as the hardest thing in the whole world, would be cut off by the fingertips of the man in front of them. What kind of monster is this guy? It's too scary. At this moment, they couldn't help feeling lucky that they didn't resist the man in front of them just now. Otherwise, with such terrifying strength, they are the two who have 9 lives and are not enough to die. Chapter 77. After cutting off the vibranium mine easily, Andy nodded with satisfaction. 1 minute is indeed one of the hardest metals in the world, this thing is really good. It actually took me a little effort, the hardness is sure enough, and it has a bit of my little brother's ability. Andy said to himself. Hearing this, a group of Wakanda executives were stunned. The vibranium ore was easily cut off with fingers, and it took a little effort. What would it look like if it didn't take effort? They didn't dare to continue thinking about it. What else? Vibranium has something of your little brother. What the hell is this? A boy who is as hard as vibranium, is this still human? Andy's words undoubtedly stunned a group of high-level executives in June 20. Fortunately, there was no resistance to this guy. Otherwise their whole Wakanda will really be doomed. T'Chaka thought of it once again, and he couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. After seeing Andy's powerful strength, even his anger at being invaded has slowly subsided. After all, Andy invaded their country though. But so far it hasn't hurt a hair of their citizens. Although their energy barrier was destroyed, a group of unmanned flight devices and a row of anti-aircraft guns were blasted. But these things are nothing compared to the lives of the citizens of Wakanda. Isn't the purpose of them arranging these things to protect the lives of the citizens? Now that Andy didn't hurt their people, he was naturally thankful. But due to Andy's terrifying strength, anger has no meaning at all. Just like the blonde woman said just now. Their anger was seen in the eyes of the man in front of them. It's just an incompetent roar. Not only will it not help them in the slightest, but it may even irritate the man in front of them. That was not the result he wanted. What he wants most now is to send this killing god away safely. If possible, he also hopes to make friends with him. There should never be any conflict between the two. Because he understands it very clearly now. Even if they, a country whose technology far surpasses the entire world, do their best, it is absolutely impossible to be the opponent of the man in front of him. In this way, it would be foolish for him to become an enemy of the man in front of him. And how can an existence that can become the king of Wakanda be stupid? So he can distinguish between the pros and cons. Bismarck, bring this piece of Vibranium back to base. Let Dr. Zola and Yvonne Vang study and study. Then build me a set of Vibranium armor. Andy said calmly. After saying that, he raised his hand and threw the 10,000-ton Vibranium mine to the Jaekang Air Force. Hearing Andy's order, Bismarck nodded and jumped out of the plane. Then he easily caught it, just like that on her shoulder. Seeing such a scene, the group of people couldn't help but gasped again. Raise your hand and throw the 10,000-ton Vibranium mine up hundreds of meters. How big is this power to be able to do this? This is too scary. Scared? Scared? Got it, Commander. Taking over the Vibranium mine, Bismarck has not had the slightest hesitation. It directly turned into a long rainbow and flew towards the distant secret base at supersonic speed. Seeing Bismarck disappearing before his eyes, Andy smiled lightly. Then he looked at T'Chaka and said, "This 10,000 tons of Vibranium is considered to be my protection fee from you. When your country is in trouble, I can help you once. Remember, you only get one chance. You must use it with caution." After saying that, Andy patted T'Chaka's shoulder like a big brother. T'Chaka's legs were almost weakened by fright. The man in front of him could throw 10,000 tons of Vibranium into the sky with one hand. If his power is used on him, he doesn't have the slightest doubt, he is absolutely dead. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary, the man in front of him seemed to really only want their Vibranium. There is no interest in the lives of these people at all. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing I need to discuss with you. Your daughter is called Princess Surui, right? Andy said with a smile. But in T'Chaka's eyes, his smile was so terrifying. Hearing Andy's words, his face immediately revealed a look of horror. Suri, she's still a child. Please don't think of her. Andy. What a mess, do you think I will lack women? Besides, even if I lack a woman, it is impossible for me to fall in love with your daughter. I don't like women who can only show their teeth when the lights are turned off. Andy said with a speechless face. T'Chaka. Hearing what Andy said, it would be T'Chaka's turn to be speechless. He didn't expect that the man in front of him was still a racist. Although he was very uncomfortable in his heart, he still didn't dare to attack. He could only swallow his anger and said, "Since you don't like black people, what is your purpose of looking for my daughter?" "It's simple, I admire your daughter's science and technology, so I want to take her in, I'm so happy. As long as you agree to 1.1, then you will be covered by me in Wakanda from now on. No matter anyone or anything, it is impossible to hurt you at all. Definitely, you don't have to agree, but I will be angry. You should know that the consequences of my anger can be serious. Maybe it will directly destroy your entire country." Andy said with a harmless look on his face. T'Chaka. He was speechless and on the verge of death. This is obviously a forced transaction. That being the case, what are you talking about before, to reflect your gentleman? Really drunk? He really wanted to kill Andy if he could. However, he doesn't have that ability. In this way, he had no choice but to agree. Chapter 78. Are you sure you won't hurt my daughter? T'Chaka asked seriously. Why should I hurt her? You can just ask any of my subordinates, how do I treat them? Anyone who can become my subordinate is a person who has a great effect on me. I will only reuse such talents and hurt them. Are you looking down on me? Andy stared at T'Chaka with deep eyes and said. Hearing this, the special card couldn't help but relax. For some reason, the man in front of him somehow made him believe it. Perhaps this is the charm of the strong. After all, it would be too easy for the man in front of him to kill them. There is no need to play these tricks with him in circles. I can agree to your request, but you have to get Suri's consent. She is still young and willful, let me do some ideological work for her. T'Chaka sighed. In fact, his heart is still quite depressed. The enemy broke into his house. Not only did he not dare to resist, but now he wants to help him persuade his daughter to join them. This kind of feeling would not be easy for anyone. There is always a meaning of sending sheep to the tiger's mouth. But if you don't send your daughter, the sheep, into the mouth of the man in front of you, their whole Wakanda is probably in danger. Just when he looked complicated, a young black woman walked in quickly from the door. Beside the woman, there is a young man. These two are none other than T'Chaka's daughter, Princess Suri, and his son, T'Challa, the next Black Panther. Father, don't make things difficult, I am willing to go with them. Princess Suri spoke directly as soon as she entered. What? Suri, have you thought it through? Hearing what Princess Surui said, T'Chaka, the father, looked surprised. He didn't expect that his daughter would directly agree to the request of the man in front of him. This was completely beyond his expectations. Yes, I've thought it through. But there is one thing I want to confirm with Mr. Andy. As long as I join you, will you really protect us Wakanda without interfering in our internal affairs? Princess Suri looked at Andy seriously and asked. Hearing this, Andy smiled, and looked at the black woman in front of him approvingly. As expected of the Princess of Wakanda, this kind of calm and composure is not something everyone can possess. It would be a pity if he didn't take in such a talent. He is a person who loves talents like his life, how could he let such a thing happen? Naturally, I always keep my word. Now that I have promised, I will never go back on it. Andy nodded and said. Mr. Andy's words are enough. I am willing to join you and become one of your subordinates. Princess Surui said seriously. As Wakanda's chief technology officer, her IQ is so high that ordinary people can't match it. Also because of her high IQ, she has always been extremely conceited about her skills. Think that there is nothing on this planet that can threaten them. But after today's intrusion, her self-esteem has been hit like never before. Let her clearly realize that in this world there are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky. She thinks that the best technology in the world is not even a fart in the face of absolute power. Therefore, he also clearly realized, if they Wakanda want to continue to live in this world safely, it is necessary to become stronger, and the previous model obviously cannot make them stronger. So, they should change the pattern. And how can you make yourself stronger in a short period of time? Obviously, there is only one answer. Since you can't beat them, join them. This decision sounds a little funny. But I have to say this is the best solution. As long as she is willing to join the power of the man in front of her. In a short time, not only can Wakanda get their shelter, they can also continue to develop. And the most important thing is, this man said just now. There are other top scientific talents under his command. So, as long as she joins in. Naturally, she also had the opportunity to communicate with her peers on the same stage. This is also of great benefit to her personal growth. So she really couldn't find a reason not to join. Hearing Princess Surui's words, Andy nodded in satisfaction, and said with a smile, very well, I really did not misunderstand the person. Believe me, you will be proud and grateful for this decision in the future. I look forward to that day coming. Princess Surui nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Hearing this, Andy smiled, and then shifted his gaze to T'Chaka. Since Princess Surui has joined us, from now on, we are considered our own. As one of my own, I will give you another piece of advice for free. You'd better take part in fewer meetings outside in the future. Andy said lightly. According to the plot direction of the Marvel world, T'Chaka will die under the bomb attack of Baron Zemo in the end. That's why Andy reminded T'Chaka, by the way, whether he listens or not is none of his business. Can you tell me why 833? Our Wakanda has always advocated peaceful coexistence in the world, and I must attend some international conferences. T'Chaka asked curiously. You can listen to what I say, and I can't tell you why. As for whether you listen or not, that is your business. One more thing, I have to remind you. Peace in this world has never been advocated. If advocacy had worked, I would not be in front of you today. If you want real peace in this world, you must have an absolute king stand up and uphold justice. Whoever starts the war will be hammered, it's very simple. And that's why I exist. My power will definitely be above the entire universe. Andy said domineeringly. Hearing his words, everyone present looked at Andy dumbfounded, their eyes full of shock. They knew that the man in front of them was very powerful and ambitious. But they didn't even think that this man's ambition turned out to be a vast and boundless universe. It's too unbelievable. Can this really be done? Countless question marks could not help popping up in their hearts. But what if? Didn't they Wakanda get on an incomparable giant ship? Thinking of this, everyone's eyes are full of hope. Chapter 79. Okay, I've finished what I have to say, you can do it yourself. Andy spoke flatly, turned around and walked towards the place where the stealth plane was located. Seeing this, T'Chaka hurriedly followed behind, as if looking respectful. In the whole world, he can make him, the king of Wakanda, respectful and respectful. I'm afraid I won't be able to pick a second one. It can be seen from this, what a status Andy is in T'Chaka's heart at this moment. It's no wonder T'Chaka is like this, who made Andy far more powerful than imagined. In this world where the law of the jungle preys on the strong will always be on top. And the weak will inevitably be trampled underfoot. Or shout, or bow, or confess, or vassalize. This is the truth of this world, you can't accept it. Okay, you can go back. By the way, Princess Suri, I will give you 3 days to prepare. 3 days later, report to New York on time, and someone will pick you up then. Andy thought for a while and said. After saying that, he jumped up, his whole body was like a cannonball. Fly directly into the stealth plane suspended in mid-air. Such a scene, everyone has long been familiar with it. In their view, this is already Andy's basic operation. Seeing Andy's disappearing back, Princess Suri's face was full of surprise. She thought Andy would immediately let her follow to the so-called secret base. But she didn't expect that this man was so reasonable that he even gave her a day to prepare. In this way, she felt that she was not being coerced to go there, but instead seemed to be working normally. In fact, in Andy's eyes, she was just an employee. Not just her, even Dr. Zola, Dr. Banner, or Yvonne Vank. They are all his workers. And he is just the boss of this group of workers. The only difference from other bosses is that besides giving them money, he also gave them the chance to realize their dreams. For example, Dr. Zola is very ambitious, he always wants to dominate the whole world, so there is nothing wrong with him following Andy. But Dr. Banner is on the contrary, he always wants to live a peaceful life, so Andy's power is his best harbor. Yvonne Vank wants to avenge his father and kill Tony Stark with his own hands. So Andy offered him this chance to give him 10 chances to get revenge. Therefore, each of Andy's subordinates did not follow him purely for money. They all have a more important purpose than money, including Princess Suri at the moment. On the surface, he was forced to trade by Andy. But in fact, Princess Suri also wants to get a higher promotion from Andy. But no matter what purpose, she is now joining Andy Chen. Her inner view of Andy has changed. Just now he always thought that Andy was a murderous demon, an out-and-out villain. Okay, but at this moment, she hadn't thought about it that way. In his eyes, Andy is already a hero, cold and domineering, but not evil. After leaving Wakanda, Andy's stealth plane really just left with a roar. Seeing the plane disappearing in front of their eyes, the people of Wakanda finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as that man is still there, they will feel a huge mountain on their shoulders. That feeling is really terrible. Chapter 80. After leaving Wakanda, a system prompt sounded in Andy's mind immediately. Participation Event 1, Invasion of Wakanda. Outcome, the invasion was successful, tens of thousands of soldiers were repelled with supreme pressure, and Wakanda was successfully subdued. Reward, points plus 1.5 million points. Hearing the system prompt, Andy immediately showed a satisfied smile on his face. Sure enough, if you want to prosper, you still need to take the initiative to do things yourself. Andy said with a smile. Seeing Andy suddenly so happy, Sophia looked at him curiously on the side of Belfast. Commander, young master, what makes you so happy? The two asked in unison. Definitely because it's a great thing, but I can't tell you for the time being, but you will find out after a while. Andy said with a mysterious face. What's so mysterious? It makes people feel itchy. Belfast said coquettishly. I think you are more than itchy. Andy said, looking at Belfast with a smirk. 070 hearing this, Belfast licked his lips, and said with a charming smile, it's true, there's a bit on the tongue too. After saying that, she knelt down without waiting for Andy to respond. Seeing this, Sophia covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, but she quickly took off her crimson mecha. 66666. In a cheerful and hot atmosphere, Andy and his group returned to Morgan Manor smoothly. Bismarck, who was one step ahead, has been waiting for a long time. After getting off the plane, Andy directly entered his secret base. In the huge amounts of secret base, 10,000 tons of Vibranium were directly placed in an open place. At this moment, Dr. Zola, Dr. Banner, and 3 researchers from Yvonne Vank have gathered around. Is this the sound-absorbing steel that can absorb kinetic energy? It's amazing. With this material, I can build a brand new crimson mecha. When I was still in Hydra, I already saw this thing. This is indeed a great value, and the hardness of the material is far beyond imagination. It's not the hardest metal though, I also know an adamantium. That is the addition of an unknown catalyst by this vibranium in front of me. The resulting indestructible alloy. A few people told me their opinions one by one and communicated with each other. Seeing this, Andy nodded in satisfaction. His own subordinates can get along with those who are kind. It is naturally a great thing for his boss. Seeing Andy came back, several people immediately surrounded him respectfully. Boss, you are back, where did you get these vibranium? This is the first time I have seen such a large amount of vibranium. It's incredible. Dr. Zola asked curiously. Where else could it be? It's definitely Wakanda, you must have heard of this place. Andy said. Wakanda, you actually went to Wakanda. That place is not ordinary. As far as I know, the level of technology in that place far exceeds ours. It is a hidden small country with strong technological strength. So far, no one knows where they are, but I didn't expect you to have found them. Dr. Zola looked at Andy in surprise and said. Kfeb, hearing this, Andy smiled, but the Viper had already opened his mouth and said, the master not only found that place, but also took down the entire Wakanda. Now it's considered the owner's territory, otherwise, how do you think the 10,000 tons of vibranium were obtained? Hearing Viper's words, Banner and Vank looked at Andy in shock, their eyes full of disbelief. Invading a country with one's own strength and succeeding, such abilities are simply appalling. If it hadn't been said from Viper's mouth, they definitely wouldn't have believed it. But it's different from Dr. Banner and Yvonne Vank. Dr. Zola had clearly seen the nuclear explosion from Andy's punch. Isn't it easy for such a man to successfully invade Wakanda? In his opinion, this is completely basic operation for Andy. It turns out that with the strength of the Master, breaking through the gate of Wakanda is a piece of cake. Dr. Zola nodded and said, with a definite look on his face. Master, this is a rare material. And with such a large amount, it is really suitable for building a mech army. Yvonne Vank looked at Andy expectantly and said. Hearing this, Andy nodded and said, the reason why I brought so many Vibranium back is exactly for this reason. There are a total of 10,000 tons of Vibranium here. You take 9,000 tons to build the Vibranium version of the Crimson Mech and Mech Legion, and leave the rest to Zola. Zola, I need you to use this leftover Vibranium for me to study how to synthesize real Edbird alloy. As you said, Adamantium is stronger than Vibranium, but no one knows its formula. So the time has come when you are needed, Banner, you and Zola are together, and this task is entrusted to you. Understood, I will definitely not disappoint the Master. Dr. Zola said respectfully after taking Andy's order. Well, it's up to you next time. Andy sent a group of people away after finishing his explanation. Now, he has more important things to do. This thing is nothing but synthesis to enlighten the new Shipgirl. Without the slightest hesitation, Andy jumped onto a heavy cruiser. The new Shipgirl is attuned, and the official start. Chapter 81. Andy standing on the heavy cruiser did not speak, but raised his hand and pressed it fiercely. Suddenly, a piece of system information appeared in front of his eyes. I found a heavy cruiser, do you want to turn it into a Shipgirl? Attune. Andy replied decisively with consciousness. Do you need synthesis attunement? You can choose the prepared material substance and ability power template. Note, material substances and ability templates can be exchanged in the system store, and can also be exchanged for ability collection cards, which can be collected in the world where they are located. The fixed system information jumped out, and Andy ignored it directly, and directly started to choose the material substance Vibranium. He went to great lengths to invade Wakanda for what? Not for points and materials. Now that the points and materials have been obtained, he naturally has to hurry up and use them. The material is Vibranium, the only thing that is more tangled now is the character ability template. At present, there are too few character templates that I can fancy in the Marvel world, so let's go directly to the system for screening. Andy thought as he checked the material. Just like that, he directly entered the system's mall interface. Invading Wakanda event gave Andy 1.5 million points, plus his original 180,000 points. Currently has 1.68 million points. And enlightening a Shipgirl requires 500,000 points. In other words, Andy now has a total of 1.18 million points that can be exchanged for a character template in the mall. Asterisk 1.18 million is enough, and Whitebeard's Zhen fruit is only 1 million. Andy said to himself. His eyes quickly sifted through the system mall. After a while, his gaze stayed on a square grid. And what is placed in the grid is the ability template of the mannequin that he took a fancy to this time. This time, the character template chosen by Andy is none other than the Tornado character template from the world of One Punch Superman. That's right, it's the little lowly who ranks second in strength, the Trembling Tornado. The ability of the Tornado is very simple, it is similar to the psychokinesis of Ebony Maw in the Marvel world. Being able to manipulate objects from a distance with one's own consciousness and create an energy barrier for defense is an excellent ability that can be used both offensively and defensively. This ability was always the super ability that Andy wanted most before he traveled to the Marvel world. The price of Dragon Roll's ability template is 100,000 points more expensive than Whitebeard's ability template. That is to say, the ability template of Tornado costs 1.1 million points. Andy now has a total of 1.18 million points. With such a great opportunity, he naturally cannot miss his favorite ability. Without further hesitation, Andy exchanged it directly. I have selected the ability template of the Tornado character in the world of One Punch Superman, which needs to consume 1.1 million points. Do you want to redeem it? Exchange. Andy immediately chose yes. Congratulations to the host, the Tornado character ability template has been successfully exchanged. Please pay attention to the system backpack. Click on the system backpack, and there is a pattern of a green-haired loli in the Jugong grid. This green-haired loli is none other than Jean Tornado. Click to open it, and you can see the introduction of the ability template of Tornado at a glance. Character ability template, Dragon Roll. Origin, One Punch Superman World. Ability introduction, powerful psychokinesis, capable of manipulating any object, and creating a psychokinesis barrier for defense, the strongest being able to pull down meteors. Is it psychokinesis that can pull down meteors? I'm really curious what kind of realm it will be when I integrate this ability and get a 100-fold increase. Looking at the system information, Andy's face showed a look of anticipation. With this expectation, Andy immediately started the attunement synthesis, and directly switched to the attunement Shipgirl interface. There are 3 grids in the whole interface. In the first grid, it shows the pattern of a heavy cruiser. The second grid contains Vibranium. The last grid is naturally to put the character ability template. There is no difference from the previous synthesis steps. Andy has long been familiar with driving. Heavy cruiser and Vibranium and Tornado character ability template. Synthesis attunement needs to consume 500,000 points. Confirm the synthesis attunement. Ask for flowers. Confirm. Andy said silently in his heart. Immediately, the heavy cruiser under his feet was as he expected. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by a circular blue light full of technological sense. The blue halo is constantly spinning around. In less than a minute, the female body with bumps and convexities is slowly formed. The Shipgirl is randomly generated from the blue character template, and the Shipgirl is successfully generated. Congratulations to the host, you got the synthesis Shipgirl Adago. Shipgirl, Adago. Level, 9th order. Equipment, triple-mounted 203mm naval gun, 203mm double-mounted gun, 5-mounted 533mm torpedo, high-performance steering gear. Skills, body of Vibranium, psychokinesis, arsonist, torpedo burst, full bomb launch. Characteristics, gentle, arrogant, lustful, edible. I really didn't expect that it was Adago who was enlightened this time. Down. There is already a Sophia in the family, and now there is another Adago who is no less than Sophia. From now on, I'm afraid my life will be difficult. Seeing that the enlightened Shipgirl was Adago, a wry smile appeared on Andy's face. If this scene was seen by those Shipgirls in his previous life, they probably wanted to hack him to death. It is the dream of many men to have a woman of pure desire like Adago, but he is still in the blessing and does not know the blessing. This is typical Versailles. Just as he was smiling wryly, a woman wearing a school uniform with suspenders and black stockings came out. This pure and lustful woman is not Adago, who else could it be? Ah, what a handsome commander! I'm Adago, let my sister take good care of you from now on. Commander, you are so handsome, my sister is already fascinated by you and cannot extricate herself. Listen, my sister's heartbeat is accelerating. While talking, Adago walked in front of Andy with her ups and downs. Then he hugged Andy directly, pressed his head against his chest, and let him listen to his heartbeat. Chapter 82. Andy. Bismarck. Belfast. Andy wasn't the only one present at the moment. Bismarck, Belfast, and Sophia are all there. Seeing Adago who suddenly appeared, the 3 of them were already very surprised. But what they didn't expect was that this ship girl who just appeared was so bold. Without saying a word, they took advantage of their commander. This is simply too much. In their eyes, Atago has become their biggest rival in love. Being pressed on the chest by Atago, and calling herself her elder sister, Andy was stunned. Didn't expect her to be a lady. But speaking of it, Bismarck and Belfast are both sisters. It seems that the system is well aware of 093 Andy's preferences. Atago, you are bold. How dare you eat the commander's tofu without our consent? Let's fight. Belfast said with a cold face. As the most perfect maid, Daume Belfast thinks that she can be said to be the best in the world in serving the commander. But even she didn't expect that Atago, who came out suddenly, would use this move. Attached to the chest to listen to the heartbeat? Which man is not confused? This is too embarrassing. Immediately, her status as the most perfect maid was greatly challenged. She actually snatched away the commander that belonged to her right under her nose. The point is that this method is even more clever than hers, so she is naturally very upset. Challenge? Hehe, it seems that my sister and I have been underestimated. From this point of view, it's time for me, sister, to come up with some real skills. How do you want to challenge? Hearing Belfast's words, Atago covered his mouth and smiled softly, with a gentle look on his face. However, she was gentle on the surface, but her words were extremely tough, and she did not mean to be afraid of Belfast at all. As a heavy cruiser girl, Atago's strength has also reached the terrifying level of 9th rank. Her strength is not weaker than Belfast, even stronger. So she naturally couldn't be cowardly. Definitely it's time to fight, said Belfast definitely. Oh, if you want to fight my sister, then I have to ask you one thing, please don't die. Atago said with a domineering face. Hearing this, Belfast's face became more and more gloomy, and his eyes were full of anger. This is the first time she has seen such an arrogant and domineering ship girl. In her opinion, she was inspired by King Atago to assist Commander Andy in the early days. Logically, she should be the senior. As a senior, she should be respected by the junior Atago. But he didn't expect Atago to be so tough, not giving her senior any face at all. Whether it is tolerable or unbearable, she must show Atago a little bit today. Just when the two men were at the point of daggers drawn. As the firstborn ship girl, Bismarck, she immediately recalled the scene when she met Belfast for the first time. At that time, she clearly remembered that it was because of the discord between her and Belfast. Finally, he was severely reprimanded by the commander. Because what the commander dislikes the most is the lack of unity between their ship girls. Because of this incident, the commander finally used the cruelest punishment of just not getting in on the two of them. So much so that when she thinks about it now, her body feels extremely uncomfortable, and she never wants to experience that punishment again. So seeing that Atago and Belfast were about to fight, she couldn't help sweating, and stepped forward to persuade her. You two are enough, we are the most loyal subordinates of the commander, and we belong to the commander wholeheartedly. There is no difference between you and me, our mother-in-law is one body, and we should love each other. If you challenge this kind of words, you must never say it again in the future, otherwise I will definitely supervise the commander and teach you a lesson. While talking, Bismarck gave Belfast a wink. Belfast, who had been punished with her, immediately remembered Bismarck's wink. Immediately, he couldn't help being shocked, and quickly glanced at Andy who was on the side. Sure enough, Andy was looking at them with a cold face and said nothing at this moment. Obviously he was accumulating anger. Once the anger has accumulated enough, it's time to explode. By that time, it will be too late. So, how could she not know what to do? Quickly following Bismarck's words, he said, Sister Bismarck is right, I was confused for a while. I was just joking with Atago, Atago, I don't think you will take it to heart, right? Belfast walked up to Atago with a smile, and hugged Ai very intimately. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she hastily whispered to Atago. Immediately, a smile appeared on Atago's face, which was still frowning. She didn't expect Commander Andy to have such strict rules for their ship girls. Ship girls must love each other, or else they will be severely punished. What kind of punishment would make Belfast so nervous and worried? She couldn't help feeling extremely curious. Hee, sister, I'm not such a narrow-minded person, how could I take it to heart? Atago said with a smile on his face. All of a sudden, the two people who were fighting against each other immediately became a loving family. This woman's face-changing speed is really fast. But Andy was not so easy to fool, he looked at Belfast jokingly. Then, when Belfast didn't react at all, his powerful 0.2 palm slapped her on the chest fiercely. Pa, a crisp voice sounded. Belfast couldn't help but groaned. Yeah, Commander, it hurts. Belfast immediately said with tears in his eyes, looking at Andy pitifully. Hearing this, Andy said unhappily, it's right to be in pain. Pain can make you remember and forget my rules. I'm sorry, Commander, I was wrong, and I will never dare again. Belfast quickly apologized. Humph, this is just this one time, it's not an example, but there must be some punishment, you have to be punished tonight. Andy said without doubt. Yes, Belfast knew it was wrong, and I accept the punishment. Belfast lowered his head and looked annoyed. But it's useless to be upset, who made her make a mistake? Chapter 83. After a little lesson in Belfast, Andy didn't continue. After all, Belfast was his woman. Although she is a ship's mother, she is also a woman. Women are originally a jealous species, and when they saw themselves, they inspired another ship girl. If they are not jealous, it is not normal. Okay, Bismarck, you take Atago out to get acquainted with the situation here, and by the way, the three of you can cultivate more relationships. I need to see you all united and twisted into a rope, not inward, you know. Andy said seriously. Bismarck nodded again, and said, understood, we will not let you down, Commander. Yes, I will definitely not disappoint you, Commander, I believe we can become the best sisters. Atago also said seriously. Well, that's right, well, I still have something to do, you guys get along well. Andy nodded in satisfaction, and went back to room 25 alone as he spoke. There are other things in his mouth, nothing else, it is the integration of the ship girl's skills. The purpose of his attunement to Jian Niang is firstly to strengthen his own power, and secondly, naturally, to make himself stronger. And he wants to become stronger, relying on the system's enhancement system, extracting skills from the ship's mother, can get amplification strengthening. In this way, he naturally became stronger. With such expectations, Andy quickly entered the system interface without hesitation. Host, Andy. Morgan. Integral points, 82,030. Shipgirl, Tier 9 Shipgirl Bismarck, Tier 9 Shipgirl Belfast, Tier 9 Shipgirl Atago. Ability, Monster Power, Immortal Body, Starburst Turbulence, 100 times Speed of Sonic Flight, Anti-Magic Body, 100 times Realm King Fist. Comprehensive Evaluation, Level Sub-Godfather Strong, under 100 times the World King's Fist, he can unleash a blow no less than level Godfather. Andy spent a total of 1.6 million points for inspiring Atago, the ship girl. In this way, he returned to before liberation overnight. The points directly became 80,000 points. But the 1.6 million is still worth it, with the addition of a rank 9 ship girl, his power will undoubtedly grow a bit more. This is another step towards the grand plan and hegemony in his heart. Without thinking about it, Andy directly started to integrate the skills of the ship girl. At the same time as his power increases, his own strength cannot be slackened. Speaking of him originally is the most important thing. After all, the backbone of the entire force is his commander. If his commander is extremely weak, his power will definitely not be much stronger. After all, what he has to face in the future is the entire universe. In the vast and boundless universe, there are countless strong people. If I don't have enough strength, I don't know how I will die in the future. Do you want to integrate the Shipgirl's ability? Yes, Andy clicked and directly chose yes. Please check the skills that the host wants to integrate: Vibranium body, psychokinesis, arson madman, torpedo burst full bomb launch. Is there even a need to ask? It's definitely the body of Vibranium and psychokinesis. Andy made a choice with a speechless face. The moment after he made his choice, the system notification sounded again. Congratulations to the host, successfully integrated the ability of the Shipgirl Adago, and obtained the body of Vibranium, psychokinesis. Modifier: the body of Vibranium you obtained has been multiplied by 100 times and evolved into a body of devouring. Modifier: the psychokinesis you get has a 100-fold increase, and its power has exploded by 100 times. The strongest can pull the planet to move. Looking at the system prompt in front of him, Andy's face was full of shock. Although I already know that I will get 100 times increase, but the skills after this increase are too awesome. Needless to say about psychokinesis, one punch of Superman, the strength of the tornado is already capable of pulling meteors to attack. So it is reasonable to get a 100-fold increase and be able to pull the planet to move. What surprised him the most was not the psychokinesis of the tornado character template. It was the body of Vibranium that he didn't pay much attention to. Vibranium is known to absorb all kinetic energy. The 390 estimate is precisely for this reason. After the Vibranium body got a 100-fold increase, it turned into a terrifying devouring body. Why the body of devouring is terrifying? This is absolutely inseparable from its skydifying ability. According to the introduction of the system, the devouring body is a heaven-defying physique capable of devouring all energy and absorbing it for its own use. This ability is somewhat similar to another powerful existence in Marvel. This powerful existence is none other than Warlock Atom. Warlock Atom's ability is the ability to absorb cosmic energy and convert it into various super abilities. And the devouring body is stronger than Warlock Atom's ability. Andy can devour any energy, including cosmic energy, but not limited to. Once he has this devouring body, it means that Andy has the ability to become stronger independently. In other words, from now on, even if Andy doesn't use the skills of the integrated Shipgirl, he can become stronger. So, how could Andy not be shocked? This is simply a great thing.